I got a new skill CH142 186. CH142. Power. Delicious. More eat. Shut up. Won't be bullied any longer. The wooden demon king, who had regained his human form, once again extended countless tendrils towards me. The surface of his body, which should have been charred black, spilled out in tatters, revealing the glistening skin beneath, and if anything, it felt more human-like than before the burning, or perhaps, he got a power boost from consuming a piece of me. Damn, then at least give me my money's worth. With a yell, I desperately swung my sword. I can't seem to use my banishment skills this time either, but my swordsmanship was something I've honed myself, not the Demon King's power. As long as my body moves, I can swing my sword and fight. Eda-san. If you can't fight, stay back, Elise. I'm sorry, but I can't afford to protect you. Behind me, I heard Elise's trembling voice. But I didn't even have time to turn around. The fragments of tendrils that remained on my back were still rooted in my body, and the searing pain from them was relentless in its attempts to erode my concentration. Ed, are you okay? Yeah, I can still fight. Tia, can you do that again just now? I'm sorry, I can't. It's like the area without the power of the spirits extends all the way to the sky. Damn, he is taking precautionary measures. A pain in the ass. The Demon King in front of me was not just wielding tendrils in the dark, he seemed to understand how to use his increased power properly. Not good. This is going in a bad direction. Should I step back? No, but at the moment when I cut the tendrils with my sword, I started to think, how am I going to fight? Little by little, considering the circumstances, it would be best to retreat and regroup. If we can somehow remove the tendrils, there was a chance that my banishment skills would return, and if we could get out of the range where the spirit magic was disabled, Tia could launch and aim her magic from a long distance, as she did just now. But I don't think the Demon King, who was definitely stronger than when we first met, would let us escape without a fight. Above all, if I run away, I don't know if I will be able to get close again to this same distance as I am now. However hard I try, my power didn't seem to return. The space where Tia's magic could not be used continued to expand, and the possibility of my sword not reaching seemed much higher. I want to retreat, but I can't. But I can't even think of a way to reverse the situation. What are we going to do? The number of tendrils of ivy extending from the Demon King was gradually increasing in number and power. But now that most of them were coming toward me, Tia managed to hold her own, but of course there was no room to spare, and I'm slowly losing ground. My sword, in pain, was lackluster, and I had been forced to take several backward steps, since a while ago. If I go back any further, I won't be able to protect the Elise. GGGHHHH. With a jerk, my body jolted against my will. That split-second gap was exploited, and black tendrils wrapped around my arm. My freedom was instantly taken away from my body, and my body parts were sucked up again. I turned my only freely moving eyeball to look at my condition, and saw that the tendril, still attached to my back, had somehow become connected. Perhaps he reconnected by getting around my blind spot. Damn it. Did I screw up, Ed? Hold on, I'll... Tia. The offensive against Tia was intensified by my capture, and the black tendrils wrapped itself around her body as well. Tia, who could not use spirit magic, could not do anything about it and was quickly entangled in them. No. I was in a desperate situation and my thoughts were accelerating at a tremendous pace. I was thinking only about ending this crisis, willing to use any means necessary, when something inside me cracked. Elise, who had been slumped down on the spot, suddenly stood up unsteadily. In response, the Demon King's tendrils attacked Elise, but he cut them off nonchalantly. It's hot. It's hot. Something hot is suddenly welling up inside of me. What is this? With each step, Elise came closer to us. The tendrils, doubled in number since the previous check, attacked him. But once again, all of them were easily cut down and disappeared in a cloud of dust. Elise, you? This is the first time I've ever experienced something like this. Even though it's the first time. I understand. more clearly than the day I first held these twin swords. Ah, I was born to do this. All the tendrils, except that which restrained us, rushed at once around Elise, who muttered quietly. But even these did not reach him. The twin swords that were being wielded became silver flashes that cut through the darkness and would not allow anything to touch it. I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble. I overslept a bit. But it looks like I didn't come late. Ed, what is that? Yeah, that guy. Now Elise's. Caillou. Hurts. Hurts. Not delicious. I hate you. Stop. The furious Demon King extended black tendrils towards Elise with the force of a muddy stream. But it was too late. The sun has set and a new sun has risen. Oh, how dazzling it was. In order to destroy the Demon King and save me, the Demon King, Elise was moving forward with ease. A defense mechanism created by the world to eliminate the power of the Demon King, a foreign substance imposed on it from outside by God. If its power is fully demonstrated, it can only bring about the inevitable end. No. No. Scary. Scary. Stop. Stop. I don't know what you are. But if you want to deal with us for your own reasons, I'll deal with you for mine. Shut up. Shut up. Stomach hungry, eat. That's why. I don't care. Everyone's important spirit tree. Ed-san and Tia-san. I'll have everything back. No. Eat. You. Disappear. A black mist suddenly erupted from the body of the wooden Demon King, and darkness covered the entire area as if it were night. With all vision lost, the sound of wind rushing through the air echoed around the area, and the black mist that filled the place and the tendrils, all of it was cut into pieces by the twin swords wielded by Elise. It is over. Under the restored light, Elise, standing in front of the Demon King, plunged his sword into the Demon King's chest with a fierce, piercing thrust. The wooden pieces that made up the Demon King's body crumbled and decayed. Stomach, hungry, all the pieces of wood turned to dust, and the redstone stuck at the tip of Elise's sword shattered. At the same time, the tendrils that had restrained us also vanished, and I hurriedly supported Elise's body as he fell down. There. Ed. Elise-kun. Are you two okay? I'm fine. Elise will be fine, too. In my arms, the unconscious Elise was sleeping peacefully. There were no external injuries, and this was probably just him sleeping after using up all his strength. I could feel the presence of the hero's power in his body, but it would probably never be wielded again. After all, the Demon King had already been defeated. He defeated the Demon King in just 5 minutes after his birth. That was the first and last heroic tale that the brave Elise left behind in this world. Ch 143. We managed to get through this one too. After the battle, we walked out of the forest. Elise was still asleep on my back, and Tia was on the lookout, but so far there were no signs of any monsters or anything attacking us. Well, even if the Demon King was dead, it would be weeks or even months before the power of the spirits would return to this land, so it was not surprising. Elise-kun, that was amazing. I know, right? I know he was coming to save us, but I still got the chills. If that thing cut me down, I wouldn't be turned to dust and die. By any chance, would I? If I could die from that, I wouldn't have been split into 101 and trapped in an infinite world by a being like God. Ha ha. Oh, yes. This time it was Elise-kun, not Ed, who finished him. But did you recover the Demon King's power? It's okay. Tia asked me, and I responded by squeezing and opening my own hand to see how it felt. I could already use my banishment skills, and it felt as if their power had increased a little. Maybe, the condition for retrieval is that the Demon King dies while connected to me, huh? Ed must be caught by the Demon King every time and say Gwaa. No, there must be a better way, I think. Fufu, is that so? I think you should think about it carefully, you know? After all, every time you get caught by the Demon King and rescued by a hero, you're like a princess in a fairy tale. GGHHH, that's not true, I replied to the giggling Tia with a bitter, wry smile. Yeah, I'll seriously consider it. I wish I could train somewhere. Or something so that even if the Demon King touched me, he won't be able to block my powers. We made it back to the town from which we had left without incident, exchanging such chit-chat as we went. We discussed the possibility of taking Elise to a church in a large town if he continued to sleep. But he woke up normally the next morning, so there was nothing we had to worry about. However, Elise seemed to have only a hazy memory of the time between his awakening as a hero and his passing out, and no matter how much I and Tia explained to him that you awakened to some great power and defeated a dangerous enemy that was attacking the spirit tree, he seemed to have no idea what was going on. However, whether he was aware of it or not, the three of them returned to the elven village to check on the condition of the spirit tree, and what awaited them there were the elves who welcomed the young heroes. We passed through the line of people who were verbally expressing their gratitude, and were ushered into the same meeting place we had visited on the first day. This time, however, there were many people gathered there as well, and the dignified village head's face was overflowing with joy that he could not hide. "I'm glad you're back, Lunarishadono and Edono. Thanks to your help, the spirit tree has been restored to its original state. We will give you the promised reward later, but first, please accept our heartfelt thanks. And Elise, I couldn't be more pleased as a village head than to see you, who had just left his village become a great warrior and save the spirit tree in the blink of an eye. You are the pride of our village. It was a great deed, oh hero Elise." "Thank you, Satocho-sama." "Thank you, T. Thank you very much." While Tia and I bowed our heads in thanks, only Elise had a puzzled expression on his face. Seeing this, the village head laughed. "What's wrong, Elise? Why are you making that face?" I think I've explained this several times already, but I don't feel like I've actually defeated anyone, and it's like I'm being praised for something I haven't done, and it's making me feel uneasy." "Is that correct, Edono?" "Haha, Elise definitely defeated the source of the problem. I have no hobby of taking credit for something I didn't do, and conversely, I have no intention of doing anything that would force an inexperienced warrior to take credit and bring him closer to death. It was definitely him who not only saved us when we were captured by the enemy, but also beat us as it were. However, I don't think we should put too much expectation on young warriors. Because he was so desperate that he lost his memory, and that's why he was able to do that." "That's true. As for Elise, we will have another look at his abilities later on. There are many warriors who would like to have a showdown with the hero who saved the spirit tree. Is that all right with you, Elise?" "Oh, yes. Of course. It's good for me to be known for my abilities." "Fufu, be ready to be surprised, right?" "Yeah. Do your best and surprise everyone." "I'll do my best," Elise replied nervously, but there was no trace of fright on his face. As a result of several mock battles on the way back to the village, it was true that he no longer had the overwhelming strength he had when he fought the Demon King, but he had normally maintained the twin sword skills, which were a joke before, and I am sure the warriors in the village will be greatly surprised. It would be fun to gloat over it and say, "I raised that kid, but we have something to do before that." It's really gone, so beautiful. "True, it's overflowing with the power of the kind spirits. Thank goodness." After separating from Elise, who was led by the village head, Tia and I arrived at the spirit tree. The black tendrils that had been entangled in the tree were no longer there, and a faint warmth could be felt from the pale light emanating from the spirit tree. I wish we could have shown this to the elder. Yeah, I had been prepared for this since Elise awakened to his heroic powers, but as I had expected, the elder had already passed away. The funeral for the elder, who had died in his sleep at home, was already over. The body was buried in the garden of the house and then left to decompose by the funeral magic used by the elves, and a young tree was planted in the resulting humus. It's said that the elves live with the values of coexisting with nature and spirits, with their decaying bodies becoming the source for new life to sprout. However, it wouldn't be lonely to sleep in that garden where spirits come to play. I'll go visit it with Tia later. Ho, there's no need for that. Tia, just now. Tia. Suddenly, I thought I heard a voice and looked around, but there were no people around. Probably because they were gathered toward Elise. I asked Tia if that was the case, and for some reason she raised her eyebrows and looked at the spirit tree curiously. What's the matter, Tia? Something on your mind? Yeah. Right now, I felt the presence of the elder from the spirit tree. Is that so? But his body is in the garden of his house, right? If so, then... No, by any chance? By any chance. What? The elder said something like, when you get old, you get closer to the spirits. So I was wondering if, by any chance, when you die, your soul becomes a spirit, and it inhabits this tree, eh? There's a difference between a dead person and a spirit. But, yes. Although it may only be a slight possibility, if you died and for a little while, if you could be mistaken for a spirit and could stay here, then would that be possible? Well, who knows? I don't really know, but we should assume that's what happened, right? I didn't know anything about spirits, and I have no idea what happens to the souls of dead elves. But if I don't know something, I should be able to interpret it in a way that suits me. It's a convenient excuse for those of us who were alive, a self-satisfaction to keep us from getting depressed. Even though we knew it was a kind and selfish lie, it's much better than spending time sinking into regret. Indeed, we might not have made it in time while he was still alive, but we made it before his soul went somewhere else after death. I think the elder wouldn't be angry if I just thought that way on my own, right? Yeah, I think so. As I gazed at Tia's smiling profile, I couldn't help but reach out my hand. Then a gentle breeze brushed against my cheek. Pycon. Conditions met. 10 minutes left until return. What? Why? What's wrong, Ed? It said the condition has been met. Says it is sending us back in 10 minutes. What? In exactly the same words, Tia also expressed her surprise. No, really, why? Don't tell me Elise banished us? But we've only been together for about 3 months, so that doesn't seem possible. Thank you, huh? At the strange voice I heard again, I looked at the spirit tree. Of course the tree didn't talk because it wasn't that demon king. But I couldn't help but feel a faint flicker of its light, as if it was telling me something. No way. There were 2 conditions for me to be banished from the world. I must either work with a hero for more than half a year, or be recognized as a companion by gaining a certain level of trust, and then be banished in that state. I've never envisioned it before. But what if the gratitude the elder have for us was synonymous with trust? And what if, instead of kicking us out, the elder's own departure from our midst would result in the same as banishment? What, were you really there? Or, hey Ed, what are you talking about? I haven't even prayed to the elder's sapling yet. I don't think that's going to be necessary. It looks like the elder has just left. I grinned and turned my gaze toward the spirit tree. Naturally, Tia looked puzzled, but her expression soon changed to a smile. The elder? Understood. If Ed says so, then so be it. I'm glad I was able to keep my promise. Goodbye, elder. May the leaf that withers return to the earth and one day become a leaf of a great tree, and we will meet again. I closed my eyes and put my hands together with Tia, who was chanting a prayer. After waiting for a while, our bodies disappeared from this world. 3.2.1. World transfer is now underway. At that moment of departure, I felt the gentle fragrance that filled the elder's garden reach my nose. CH 144. And back. It was quite busy this time. Having safely returned to the white world, I let out a big sigh of relief. However, since our return was quite irregular this time, I was not without any worries. The same seems to be true for Tia, who was standing next to me, her expression slightly clouded. I guess so. I wanted to at least say goodbye to the village head and Elise Kun, but I understand how you feel, but it's impossible, you know? There was only a 10-minute time limit until the return was initiated. While this would be sufficient if all we wanted to do was simply leave, it was far too short a time for a case such as this. If we were to do it, it would be like looking for the Elise and the others who would be in a festive mood and testing their skills, then unilaterally yelling "We're leaving right now," and then run away, right? It's better not to say anything, right? Our disappearance will cause more than a little confusion among the elves, but still, it was much better than to dampen the festival and sow the seeds of further confusion and then run away. If I had to say so, I'd at least leave a note. But no. I still feel that walking away without saying anything would have the least impact. That's right. Even if we think about it, we can't return to that world, so let's change topics. Yeah. Well, let's read it right away. Tia patted her cheek lightly and said. I nodded with a smile as I walked towards the usual table. There was Records of the Hero's Story. What's up? There are 2 copies on the table. For some reason, there were 2 copies of Records of the Hero's Story on the table. At a glance, they looked almost the same, but the one labeled first volume was almost twice as thick as the previous one, while the one labeled second volume was so thin that it made me feel uneasy. Because there were 2 brave men, there were also 2 copies of Records of the Hero's Story? If put that way, it makes sense. Well, that's okay. Well, let's read the thin one for now. Maybe it will tell us what happened after we left. Yeah, it was needless to wonder which Records of the Hero's Story was for. The book that was opened was mostly made up of its cover, and the contents were so thin that it was sad. Wow, there aren't many pages? Let's see. Reading the book while bracing myself, I found that the story began with my capture by the Demon King, and frankly speaking, there was nothing of note in the book. Since the story was written from Elie's point of view, I could understand a little about his feelings at the time, but I knew that from seeing his face and from the conversations we had afterwards, so I was not surprised. So, as I read the book quickly, I flipped through the pages and reached the last part of the book in no time. 008th World, Records of the Hero's Story, Volume 2, Epilogue. The ancestor is with the hero. The 2 companions who had trained and guided him disappeared without a trace. The hero Elise and his compatriots searched not only in the village but also in the surrounding towns, but they could find no trace of their departure. One day, they suddenly appeared, guided the hero to save the spirit tree, and then disappeared after completing their mission. The way they were, some people wondered if they had been sent by the spirits to save them. But Elise laughed it off and denied it. He said, "Those 2 people are not such uncertain entities. They certainly traveled with me. Please don't treat those memories as if they were dreams or illusions." Although Elise became a hero in his later years and created many legends, the names of the duo always came up in his childhood memories as he spoke of them from time to time, and he always said, "They were my mentors and friends for the rest of my life." Well, that's how it feels. Yes. That's how it feels. I gave a faint smile that I couldn't quite put into words and met eyes with Tia, who wore a similar expression, and said, "While I feel apologetic for causing trouble, I can't help but feel happy that he seemed to hold me in such high regard." Also, since the Demon King had already been defeated, Eli's activities as a hero were already over at that point, and as a result, there was really nothing we could do about the fact that the contents of the Records of the Hero's Story were thin. At any rate, it's enough to know that he didn't make a bad decision like continuing to look for us all the time. Well then, next one. This is the Elder's book, right? Maybe. Then let's read it. I set aside Elise, Records of the Hero's Story, on the table and opened the thicker Records of the Hero's Story. As expected, this one was filled with more than 300 years of the Elder's life, and Tia and I read it slowly. Hey, Elder's name was Gal Gadot? I didn't hear that. A forbidden love beyond race with a princess from a foreign land? But the princess's fiancé is a friend of the Elder, and he wavers between love and friendship while heading alone to defeat the Black Dragon for the sake of justice. Ed, next. Turn the page quickly. Right. Although the Demon King did not appear in the book, Tia was so excited by the Elder's repeated valiant actions that she was more than compensated for, and I was also reading the book with great interest. Lost in the absence of any desires, I immersed myself in reading the thick book, and finally reached the end, the 008th World, Records of the Hero's Story, Volume 1, Epilogue, and the world continues. The great hero Gal Gadot created countless tales of valor during his life. However, he could not reach the Demon King, and his life ended halfway through his ambition. For the last time, the hero, Gal Gadot, who was too old to regret it, dreamed of the journey of his youth. The hidden feelings were left unspoken as they parted as friends with a fleeting heart. Yet, they were tossed about by the rough waves of fate and led to the next hero. At the moment his life was about to expire, the image of the young hero, with the shadow of his 2 precious friends, was dwelling in his mind. The spirits will continue to bring flowers to the garden where he sleeps. 100 years later, the young hero who succeeded him will simply love them peacefully, without knowing anything about them. Even if they do not tell, even if they do not convey, Their hearts will remain and their aspirations will be carried on. The liberated souls will return to the world through the radiant tree, and one day they will return to their loved ones. Life goes around. Thoughts will revolve. And the world will continue. After reading the whole book, I gently closed it and fell into silent contemplation. My life experience seemed to be more than a little inadequate to put into words the feelings that were going through my heart. Sniff. I heard Tia sniffling quietly. When I slowly opened my eyes, I could see that her jade green eyes were filled with tears. What is it, Tia? Crying? Yeah. I'm overflowing with various feelings. I see. The time we spent with the elder was not even equivalent to a whole day. However, the 300-odd years of the elder's life were certainly etched in our minds as well. What can I say? It makes me want to do my best. That's right. I feel like I really want to do my best right now. Hey Ed, let's go to the next world. Okay. We'll go to the next one after we've done what you have to do. While I carefully placed away the books, Tia put her hand on the crystal ball, gained new powers and then ran toward the door. I don't think I ever asked you what kind of abilities you acquired last time. Is it still a secret? Is that so? Well, I'll tell you when necessary. What? Depending on what it is, it might affect our future plans, you know? Nope. There is a right time for everything. I'll tell you when necessary, so just be patient until then. Tia poked me on the nose with her index finger while smiling. When put that way, I feel it would be tactless to pursue it any further. Can't help it. I was no match for a crying child, an old man, and Tia. I opened the door to the next world with a wry smile on my face, thinking that I had so many opponents to defeat. CH-145. A huge army of demonic beasts, like dense clouds and haze, was rushing in front of us. A red-haired female knight, who appeared to be in her mid-20s, perched on top of the wall protecting the town, undaunted by the situation, brandished her sword and gave orders. Archers, fire! A large number of arrows were shot from the top of the wall in time with the order. They pierced the herd of monsters, killing hundreds of them in the process, but such obstacles were not enough to stop the movement of the herd. Trampling down their dead or dying comrades, the demonic beasts approached the town. Next, mages, fire! Following the order, the swarms of demonic beasts were covered with fire, lightning, wind, ice, and other offensive magic. The loud explosions and blood splashed everywhere, and finally the momentum of the demonic beasts waned. But they did not stop just because they waned. The first to arrive at the defense wall side ahead of the others were four-legged demonic beasts of the wolf and boar type, which were quick enough to evade bows and magic. The stone defense wall was 5 meters high, and a human could not climb it without a ladder, but a demonic beast's physical ability would be a different story. It climbed up rather easily by hooking its claws into the slightest gap, not to mention by leaping in one go. What then? It's obvious. That's what we're here to prevent. Ora! I swung my sword in a spirited attack, and the head of the grey wolf that had leapt at me to bite off my throat flew off. The head, with its foul-smelling mouth still open, flew across my face, but I didn't have the time to worry about that. While inhaling, I readied my sword once again, and as I exhaled, I swung my sword at the same time. By synchronizing my breathing with sword blows and swinging the sword in an arc, I continued to cut down enemies without rest, which was an essential skill for a swordsman who deals with a large number of enemies on his own. Oh, you're on a roll, rookie. You didn't volunteer for the death line just for show, did you? Well, yeah, I answered with a wicked smile to the light-hearted words of my senpai, who was fighting about 10 meters away from me. Dozens of other warriors have been stationed at this place called their death line because it had the highest risk of death, and crossing it allowed attackers to climb the barricade and harm the rearguard and townspeople. However, every one of them was adapting to the situation and continuing to fight. In fact, this was the everyday life of this town. The swarms of demonic beasts that come in from the Black Forest to the west, and the town's raison d'etre was to keep fighting them off, and it is precisely because it has succeeded in doing all of these things that this town exists. The walled city of Dresden. This was one of the 7 forts that separated mankind from the demonic beasts in this world. Here's to today's victory. Cheers. Back in town after a hard-fought battle, I joined my colleagues in the bar for a pint of ale. It's a light ale, but it was luxuriously chilled, and it tasted so good that it seeped into the body heated up from the battle. This is irresistible. I live for this one drink. Hey, Gaster, you always say that. Of course. I'm not like you, I don't cheat around. You're saying you're messing around with another girl? You are, Thomason, again? Who is it this time? The waitress from the bar 3 tables away. Look, that one with the big tits. Oh, I see. So that's why we're having the party here today. Why do we have to be dragged into Thomason's affairs though? Their stew is so delicious over there. Shut up. A huge chest is needed to hold my holy sword. You must be mistaken about the sex sword. Foolish talk trickled out of the mouths of the men sitting at the table. It was to heal the wounds of the mind and body, to wipe away the fear, to be grateful to be alive, and to gain the energy to fight tomorrow. In other words, it was absolutely necessary. I would like to be a part of it, but there is a reason why I can't. And that reason was coming up behind me right now. Everyone seems to be having fun, huh? Oh, Ju-chan. Hey fellas. The elven princess has come to congratulate us on our victory. Your magic was amazing today, Tia-chan. Come on over and have a drink with us. Tia-chan. Don't always hang out with Ed, spend some time with me too. I'll buy you anything you want. You'll have to pay off all your debts to prostitutes before you can talk like that, you idiot. How about me? If you shake that cute little butt of yours on top of me, I'll do anything for you. Keep that shitty mouth shut until you die. I hit the head of my colleague who was talking nonsense a little harder than usual. The guy who was hit looked at me with resentment while holding his head, but I didn't care about that. Tia only smiled bitterly in the face of this series of exchanges. At first, she was puzzled by the unreserved and idiotic remarks, but after 3 days, she probably got used to it, for better or for worse. So, what's up, Tia? Something up? Yeah, I need to talk to you about something. Okay, let's go back to the inn. In response to Tia, I gulped down the contents of my mug and stood up. I briskly ignored the cheering voices behind me, purchased a few dishes along the way, and we made our way back to our room at the inn. Tilda, are you all right, Tia? They're not bad guys themselves, but no matter how many times I tell them, they just can't help their foul mouths. I don't mind. I'm used to it now and actually don't feel bad about it. But I kicked the person who secretly tried to touch my butt. Scary. Tia laughed mischievously and I gave her an exaggerated scared look. We then looked at each other and laughed, and once again began talking over the food we had laid out on the table. Nevertheless, the demonic beasts really have been attacking us the whole time. That's right. This fortress was attacked by demonic beasts every day. Sometimes once a day, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, and depending on the type of beast, the next attack may come before we can fully defeat the previous one, so there was never a moment when he could relax. It seemed that some people tried to find out where in the world all these magical beasts were coming from, but no one ever heard of an answer to that question. But this is the Demon King's fault, isn't it? Well, I think so. I could only assume that such an abnormal phenomenon was a result of the power of the Demon King. However, since the existence of the Demon King was not recognized in this world, no one had been able to reach that answer. There must be some cause for this, or at least some talk about it, but conversely, this was also the limit of the current situation. If that's the case, if we defeat the Demon King, will the attacks stop? Maybe. Unlike the Kuronuri in the Wafers world, the demonic beasts in this world looked familiar, even to us. In other words, rather than the Demon King creating the demonic beasts themselves, it would appear that he was interfering with the beasts in some way, causing them to multiply abnormally. In that case, the only thing that would be prevented by defeating the Demon King would be the abnormal multiplication of demon beasts, not the disappearance of the demon beasts themselves. Even so, attacks of this magnitude should cease to occur frequently, and it will certainly be much safer than it is now. In other words, the problem is, how to defeat the Demon King, I said with a sullen look on my face as I boldly bite into the meat skewer in my hand and down it with a mug of ale. Unfortunately this time it's not cold. We had to plow through the seemingly inexhaustible number of demon beasts and defeat the Demon King, who might be hidden in the depths of the forest. It was a simple yet difficult problem, and even today I was unable to find the answer. T/N, need TUX said romantic moments. Ch 146. We came to this world. The 055th world about a week ago. When I remembered what kind of world this was, I ran into town as fast as I could with Tia in tow and registered as a mercenary to fight on the front lines there. After a minimal criminal background check and simple competency check, we were actually assigned to the battlefield 3 days ago. However, due to the intense battle after battle, both Tia and I have been accumulating fatigue, and apart from the bare minimum explanations, we just sleep like logs. Having become somewhat accustomed to such days, we finally able to have a leisurely conversation now. What was Ed like the last time you were here? So, in response to Tia's question as we continued eating, I looked up at the ceiling and thought back to that time. If I remember correctly, I was walking through the forest casually when I was confronted by the presence of a tremendous amount of magical beasts behind me, and I ran for my life and reached the town just in time to fight and fought at the death line together with those guys. And then just kept fighting in a haphazard fashion, I guess. Oh, so that's why you were pulling my hand so impatiently at that time. Well, I soon found out why. Yeah, it's impossible. I can't do anything about sheer numbers. I shrugged and replied to Tia, who giggled. I really thought I was going to die at that point. I was getting stronger there, but there was no way I would have managed to go up against such a large army. Now I'd still choose to run away. I could fight alone with my banishment skills, but I would never be able to do it while protecting Tia. Yeah, there's no way around the sheer numbers. I'm sorry, I'm getting off track here. So, about how to defeat the Demon King. Have you come up with any good ideas? Tia's expectant gaze, however, made me stop eating and all I could do was grunt with a frown. I just told you this, the sheer numbers can't be handled by an individual. That's why I had the allied forces formed at the time of Rule. But in this world, the existence of the Demon King was not recognized, so we can't do anything unless we can prove his existence first. Or maybe we can rise to the top so that we can get command of a large army. That's not very realistic, is it? I think that a small research team could become the leader if they worked hard for a year or two in this place. However, it would take an army of at least several thousand, and preferably tens of thousands, to break through that huge army of demonic beasts. I have no connections in this world to be a military man of that level. The right to command a large army on my own was like taking over a country. The most likely plan at the moment is to show the upper management the existence of my Akashic Compass, and convince them of its performance, and then ask them to send out the army. A magical tool that no one but himself can use, presented by a man from who knows where. It was insane to believe in such a thing and to invest a number of national troops in it which could destroy the country if it failed. In fact, it would be more sane not to believe in it, and on the contrary, there was a high possibility that I would be trusted to be useful and as a result be used politically by various forces, and that my life would be threatened because of it, too. The road leading up to the main objective, which was to defeat the Demon King, was too far and the risk we were taking was too great, so it was really a last resort to reveal my abilities to an organization rather than to an individual. So we'll have to wait and see for the time being. I'd like to get to know the hero of this world a little better. The hero is that knight who is always giving orders, right? Yes, that's right. The female knight who gives orders to the division in charge during the battle at the defensive wall. She was the hero of this world and her position here was that of a very common knight. Since the existence of the Demon King was not recognized, of course no one knew that she was a hero. Hero means she's strong? It isn't supposed to be particularly strong. Maybe, but I think she has good commanding skills. Or maybe she's unaware of her ability to inspire her allies? Either way, it doesn't feel like she is standing out right now. By now you mean it'll be different in the future? Maybe. In the previous lap, the 6 months I was here, she did not rise in the ranks or attained a major position. And what happened after that it was impossible for me to know at that time. Being a hero, she must surely have something that could be a turning point in history. But sometimes we don't immediately know what it looks like until it takes shape. It feels like you are using maybe and probably a lot this time, Ed. doesn't it? Haha, my bad. I wish I could say for sure. But all I could say was that I don't know what I don't know. Besides, it would be so much easier in this world to just get exiled and leave. I think that when we joined as a mercenary, we were recognized as members of the Heroes Party, and under the current circumstances, if we try to leave for any appropriate reason, that would be enough to be recognized as banished. In my opinion, although the danger level was high because every day is a battle, the difficulty level of banishment was extremely low because there was no need to go through the trouble of pleasing the hero or solving problems ahead of time so that they would not hate us. In fact, if I was in danger, I wouldn't even get hurt if I secretly used my banishment skill, and if the death line couldn't be breached, then Tia in the rear would be safe. Sorry, I didn't mean to be cynical. I can't come up with any solutions either. Maybe I'm just a little tired after all. Don't worry about it. It's my fault for not trying to find out because I didn't really know anything. It would have been easier if I had gathered more information before, but it's too late now. The position of mercenaries was, of course, low. Considering the way mercenaries were supposed to be, accept requests for money, and if things go wrong, run away as soon as possible, it was only natural that they were treated in a similar manner, if not as disposable and expendable items. And if someone like that tried to gather information about what the upper echelons of the military think about what they were fighting for, they would attract unwanted attention and face severe consequences. There was no way I would take a risk that I didn't have to if I just wanted to get out of this world, and as a result, most of my memories of this place were of just fighting. My fault or not. Please don't say things like that. That's right. It's normal not to know what the future holds, so let's just take it easy like you said. I'll also try various things with spirit magic. Oh, but don't overdo it. If you do something wrong and get kicked out, you won't be able to return to your original world. I'll be fine. But it's okay. I am surprisingly charming, aren't I? With a wink, Tia said jokingly. Since the ratio of men, whether mercenaries or soldiers, was overwhelmingly high, Tia's rather young and beautiful appearance invited a protective feeling, and her cheerful personality was well liked by many people. However, since she is an elf who has lived for over 100 years, she probably knows how to handle rough men, and considering Tia's abilities, she probably wouldn't be easily harmed. But I'm still concerned about it. Really, don't push yourself, okay? Ara, are you worried about me? Isn't that obvious? I mean, I wouldn't go around punching my colleagues' heads, but when you were with my master, you had some trouble, didn't you? Ugh, yes, you're right. I'll be careful. I smirked and said to her, and Tia furrowed her brow and said, sure. It was a place where the male ratio was overwhelmingly high, but that doesn't mean there weren't women here. And as for that one, I couldn't just punch them and be done with it, so it would be best to ask her to pull her own weight. We'll have to kill the monsters again tomorrow. Let's do what we have to do and get some sleep. Yeah, oh, how I wish I could take a bath once in a while. After a quick cleaning up of the meal, Tia moved to her room. It was not a cheap inn by any means, but it did not have a bath. Still, Tia was the one who cleaned herself up with spirit magic, and some of the guys said her sweat smelled good. No, this is the one I shouldn't mention. Now, what kind of day will tomorrow be? I hope there will be something fruitful in the future, not just slaying monsters. With this fantasy in my head, I finished getting ready and threw myself on the bed. CH 147. It was impossible to come up with a good idea in just a few days, and today, after finishing work, I was at a bar drinking sake with my friends, clinking beer mugs. This is irresistible. I live for this one drink. Gaster, you really say that line every time. Don't say that, Ed. I don't feel like my day is over unless I hear that line from Gaston. I'm with you. It's kind of a relief to feel like today is over and done with. What, you guys love me? Then you can at least buy sake F. I refuse. Gaster frowned when we all said the same thing. But that was only for a moment. He immediately laughed and poured some ale into his mouth, and his red face quickly turned bright and happy. While I was enjoying food, drink and silly conversation as usual, an unusual visitor unexpectedly came up behind me. You look like you're having a lot of fun. Oh, Juchan. No, Captain, eh? What does a distinguished knight captain want in a bar like this? The drunkard's tone was rough, but they were not being sarcastic. They were just letting their drunken minds dribble out questions. The female knight seemed to understand this, and what was on her face was not anger or annoyance, but simply a wry smile. I'm not really your captain. And yes, there's a reason. The reason I'm here today is to talk to you about a new guy who just joined us recently and is doing very well. Why is it that Ed gets all the attention? Ugh, why do these scrawny brats always get all the girls? Oi Ed, I'll keep Tia-chan in the dark and you'll let me know what happens later, okay? Captain. Don't I deserve a reward too? I think I've been working pretty hard. I really wish you guys would stop with that. Sorry about that. I'll make sure to give them a good punch later. Don't worry about it. It is true that I am a knight and a nobleman, but I am not so tactless as to flaunt my status in a place like this. I've reserved a nice restaurant. Would you like to have a meal together? Thank you, I will. I left the place with the female knight while listening to the idiots who were making a racket in the background again today. But as we were leaving the bar, I stopped and she started talking to me. Well, actually, I'd like to invite one more person to dinner, if that's all right. Another person? I don't mind, but who? Actually there is another woman besides you who entered the same day and is active. I believe it was an elf spirit magic user. Oh, you mean Tia by any chance? Then she's my friend, or rather, a companion I've traveled with up to this point, so there's no problem. Really? That's quite a coincidence. Well, it makes sense that your companions would be strong considering your abilities. Let's invite Tia too and have a meal with the three of us. Understood. If it's Tia, she should probably be drinking with the rearguard group. Is it the bar over there? Yes, let's go there. She nodded at my statement and easily found Tia at the bar we visited, and the three of us were led by her to a private room in the restaurant, which was expensive to look at. When we were all seated there, she introduced herself once again. Then, let me introduce myself again. I am Amelia Carlton, belonging to the 3rd Corps stationed in Dresden, the Kingdom of Leverdead. Carton Samaha. I am Ed, a wandering mercenary. I'm Lunarisha. Like Ed, I'm also a wandering mercenary. Ed-kun and Lunarisha-kun. Nice to meet you. Aside from official occasions, you don't have to use Sama on a regular basis, okay? Amelia is fine. Is that alright? Isn't it disrespectful to call a noblewoman by their first name? No, I didn't say you don't have to use honorifics, rather I was going to say you can call me Amelia-san. Right, of course. I'm sorry. Amelia looked a little troubled, and I bowed my head in a straightforward manner. Then Tia looked at me with a puzzled expression on her face. Really, what are you doing, Ed? Oh, and you can call me Tia. Nice to meet you. Amelia-san. Nice to meet you. The greeting ended amicably anyway, and we proceeded to have a nice conversation and shared a meal. We were asked about our recent activities, our hometowns, and our personal histories. But we had thought this through, so we were fine. Both Tia and I responded in a casual manner, and since Amelia was probably not interested enough in the subject to go into it in depth, the conversation was lively enough to switch from one topic to the next. Right, Ed-kun, I wanted to ask you something. As you've been fighting here at Dresden for a week or so, did you feel any sense of discomfort or something that felt out of place in the battles here? Discomfort, you say? Is there a specific intention behind your question? I have been fighting in this fortress city for 7 years since I was appointed as a knight at the age of 18. So I don't know how the battles are in other places. But as you are a mercenary, you must have a lot of experience in fighting with the monsters that are active in the inner cities, right? If so, I was wondering if there is any difference in the activities of the demonic beasts there and here. Oh, so that's how it is. Then the biggest difference is the frequency of attacks. There is no place in the interior, or anywhere else for that matter, where demonic beasts attack so frequently and in such large numbers. Since demonic beasts are living creatures, it takes time for them to multiply and they need food, so it is overwhelmingly strange to have them attack us day after day. Ignoring all of that, that is certainly be true. Everyone feels that this is an anomaly, and teams have been sent to the Black Forest numerous times to investigate the cause, but they have not yet been able to determine the cause. Well, with that many demonic beasts, It would be difficult to even take 100 steps, so it's unavoidable. Amelia frowned, and I nodded in agreement. It was natural that there would be no results if we tried to investigate a mass of uncertain factors, such as something that might be somewhere within the almost inexhaustible swarm of demonic beasts. Also, yes, I think the demonic beasts here probably revive in exactly the same place and at the same time. What? The expression on Amelia's face suddenly turned stern at my casual remark. What do you mean? Why do you think so? I'm just guessing, but I think those guys probably resurface deep in the woods when they suffer near total destruction. At least if they're springing up in places where people can pass by to watch for things, they'd have been recognized by now. Right. Go on. So, I think that the demonic beasts that revived deep in the forest would immediately start moving toward us. But even if we talk about demonic beasts, the speed of movement differs depending on the type of beast, doesn't it? Big ogres and trolls are slow, but wolves and boars can run through the forest and come close to the town in no time. So basically, their raids are the most common. And then, when they are almost wiped out, they come back to life deep in the forest and come at us again, but on the way they catch up with or overtake the ogres, and depending on the timing of that, I think the composition of the enemy forces that reach the town changes. That's a very interesting opinion. But if it's true, if the time between the defeat of each type of demonic beast and its subsequent attack is properly measured, it may be possible to know in advance what type of demonic beast will attack at what time. However, we shouldn't be overconfident, as there is a possibility that it could be used against us and catch us off guard. Amelia kept staring at me with a serious expression on her face as I gulped down my mug. 7/10 ch 148. I see. Edkun, you are not only good with a sword, but also with the head. It's not that big of a deal. It's just an idea that came to mind, and it only applies to this 1 week. If it were a longer period of time, it would probably be different. I scratched my head as I said to Amelia, who looked genuinely impressed, and not in a flattering way. I was not being modest either, because I had no proof that this was the case. Well, I think the results were rather accurate since they were obtained by combining their Akashic compass and auto-mapping, but it would be too soon to explain them. Foo, no need to be modest. As a matter of fact, there have been a number of people like you, Edkun, who have investigated the possibility that there is some pattern to the attacks of demonic beasts. But for the life of me, I couldn't make them coherent. Well, I didn't realize that the raid itself was further divided into different types of demonic beasts and measuring time for each unit. That was a blind spot. Seriously, Ed is really perceptive to notice something like that. I, on the other hand, was just blasting magic from above and didn't notice at all. I guess it's because I was fighting in the death line. You see, from above, you can just blow up all the dumpling-shaped targets at once, but the demonic beasts that come up to the death line are of different types due to their different speeds, right? So it just occurred to me to think of each one separately. I didn't realize that fighting in the death line would lead to such a discovery. I should try fighting in the death line at least once. Huh? When Amelia said something disturbing with a serious expression on her face, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows and speak out in a reluctant voice. No, please stop, Amelia-san. I can't help but worry when I think about what might happen if the Night Summer fights on the front line and something were to happen. So please stop. Why? My life and death have nothing to do with your work, right? Amelia tilted her head curiously at my words. What a naive, or should I say, she is not really dyed in the color of aristocrats. Ah. Maybe. But if you really want to do it, you could assign a few regular soldiers to the escort mission, pretending to be mercenaries, you know? Because the equality of the value of life applies only to the god without will and the demon beast without wisdom. Lifespans, natural disasters, accidents, and other fates take life equally, whether it be a king or a bandit. Wisdomless demonic beasts also just devour indiscriminately the life in front of them. But other than that, that is, for humans, human life was not equal. If you kill one person and save 100 people, it would be rational to kill one person, but if that one person was important to you, it would be human nature to kill the 100 people. Ha! It's a mess, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Amelia smiled bitterly at me, and I made the same face as she did as I downed my glass. The wine, which was supposed to be of high quality, tasted a little bitter, probably due to the atmosphere of the place. We finished our meal without incident and returned to our fighting days. However, Amelia, perhaps because she liked our company, would occasionally ask us out for dinner after that. And today, we were having dinner with Amelia again. I'm sorry for dragging you guys all the time. I enjoy talking with you guys so much that I just can't help myself. Ha ha ha, we don't mind. Right, Tia? That's true. Since we are treated to delicious meals every time, it's worth putting up with some jealousy. Amelia frowned at Tia's casual response. I'm sorry. Is it bothering you guys that I'm calling on you? If so, I wouldn't mind if you refuse. You're overthinking it. Of course, if you're desperately trying to curry favor with someone important by being sycophantic, it's unpleasant, but if you become friends with someone who happens to be important, there's no need to worry about being criticized. You can just laugh it off at such a person. I see. I've been thinking about this for a while now, but Tia-kun is something else. She's stronger than I thought. Tia smiled at Amelia, who was choosing her words delicately. Thank you. But I'm just being myself. Amelia-san, you are the same, aren't you? There are many knights in this town, but you are the only woman. Yeah, I am the daughter of a small baron. My brother has taken over my house, and the future that awaited me was to marry into a suitable lower-class noble family or even a wealthy merchant family. But I really wanted to try living on my own. Rather forcefully, I overcame my parents' opposition and became a knight. Well, that's why I was suddenly sent to this town, which is on the front line, and yet I've survived to this day, so I guess I'm kinda of living as I please. There you go. See, even you are strong, Amelia-san. Ha ha ha. Is that so? This is the first time I've been told something like that without flattery or sarcasm. Thank you. Tia's straightforward words, without any hidden agenda, brought a beaming smile to Amelia's face. I've heard before that having tan skin as a noble lady was considered as something negative, but it seemed that the nobles in this country have no sense of judgment to cast aside such a lovely smile just because of that. Come on, that's enough. Anyway, let's talk about something that may exist in the depths of the Black Forest today. What is it? She blatantly changed the topic, but I was not tactless or brave enough to poke into it. I took a quick sip from my glass of sake, and then got on the unusual topic. Yes, there's something. As I have told you before, there is no way that such a large number of demonic beasts can continue to reproduce naturally. There has to be a cause. The question that arises is whether the cause is something or someone. I said, ho, something or someone. As for me, I was almost sure that the answer was someone. That was, the Demon King, but I was curious to know what people in this world thought about it. Sensing my attitude, Amelia made a mysterious expression and continued the conversation. Yes. The most likely explanation for the something is that the magical beast is being duplicated by a far ancient magical tool. I don't know if it's true or false, but the technology to increase a single person into hundreds or even thousands of people existed a long time ago. I don't know why such a thing existed a long time ago. That sounds like something that might be possible. Every world had a story about a super civilization that existed far back in the past, which was unimaginable at present. Normally, one would think that since the technology was destroyed in ancient times, the current technology that was flourishing today would be superior, but I guess that's what we call romanticism. Incidentally, the most likely explanation for someone is that a vicious demonic beast sealed away in ancient times continues to create an infinite number of followers from its own body. What is this ancient thing? For ourselves, it's hard to understand what humans mean by ancient because there are usually records of it. Don't say that, Tia. It's romantic. Even if you say so. The average lifespan of elves was about 300 years. So if you look back 5 generations, they existed 1,000 years ago. And since records are usually kept for about 5 generations, a story like a great nation that died out a long time ago, in the human sense, is reduced to the scale of my grandfather heard this story from his grandfather. It may be hard to feel romanticism at that scale. It's funny how different lifespans can lead to different perspectives. So, what do you think? Do you too think that the abnormal proliferation of demonic beasts? No, what, or who, or what kind of thing is responsible for the proliferation? Well, yes, I do. I think it's someone. Since I've been asked to talk about a topic, let's talk about one here. Amelia looked at me with interest again this time. CH 149. What is the cause of the abnormal proliferation of demonic beasts? When I answered someone without hesitation to such a standard riddle in this world, Amelia's mouth twisted in amusement. You said it without hesitation. What is your basis for that? That was, of course, because I know there was a demon king in this world. But I can't say that. I will speak my reasoning using only the knowledge I have gained in this world, while subtracting the truth. If I put it very simply, it's a process of elimination. If it is something, it could certainly be a magical tool left behind by an ancient super civilization. They made a magical tool that could multiply demonic beasts for use in warfare, but because the part that controlled the demonic beasts was flawed, the beasts multiplied abnormally, and the civilization was swallowed up by it and the magical tool was destroyed, but for some reason the multiplying part restarted. What's that? That sounds very plausible. That's an inference I might be willing to accept just by listening to you, but why does it disappear by process of elimination? Tia and Amelia seemed to be fascinated by the story with sparkling eyes, but unfortunately, I gave them a small shrug because this assumes that there is a mysterious ancient civilization. If there is such a civilization, and if that civilization created a magical tool that multiplies demonic beasts, it would be difficult to satisfy both of these conditions. Or is it just that I don't know about it, and the existence of an ancient civilization has actually been confirmed somewhere? No, I'm afraid I've never heard of it either. I can't deny the possibility that the upper class is keeping such information secret, since I am after all a low-ranking aristocrat. There is no such thing. Because if such a thing were really confirmed, they would probably be more desperate to invade the Black Forest and start securing magical tools. That's right. If it's such an amazing thing, the army will move just by the possibility of its existence. In fact, the demonic beasts have already attacked us. Tia pursed her lips in a bored expression at my answer, while Amelia looked slightly disappointed. Although I also love romance, it's precisely because romance doesn't necessarily have to be grounded in reality that it can be considered romantic. So in your opinion, Edkun, it's less likely to be something and more likely to be someone as a result? Yes. I think it is much more likely to be a mutation of a demonic beast or something like that than something made by human hands. For example. Yeah, like slime. Slime? Amelia tilted her head curiously at the name of the demonic beast I gave her. A slime was a demonic beast with a round core surrounded by a mucus-like body. They were omnivores with low intelligence and could eat anything, so if they fell from a tree on your head when you were not paying attention, they would be a threat. However, it does not intend to attack living creatures and mostly eats things like grass on the ground, so they generally go unnoticed. You see, slime multiplies on its own, right? The point is that it can completely self-replicate, but what if the slime evolves abnormally and its ability to self-replicate is enhanced? The body of the slime is that nucleus, so what if, for example, the nucleus enters the goblin's body, creating a goblin that multiplies indefinitely? Or if it extends to other demonic beasts. A slime that eats up everything it can find in the world and grows inexhaustibly with its nourishment. What if it's attacking us in search of new food? That's terrifying. But is such a thing really possible? I think the possibility is not zero. Even for us humans, a man's seed enters a woman's womb and becomes a baby that grows up like this, so if there is enough nutrition and information, it is more likely to continuously create a complete body from meat pieces than having some mysterious magical tool. At my words, Amelia folded her arms and began to ponder. I'm actually a little surprised at how plausible it sounded for a story I just made up at random. What if the Demon King who should probably be there is a slime man like me? Anyway, I'm going to defeat him. Ed, you have a very vivid imagination. All I can think of is a demonic beast growing out of the ground. Well, the truth might be that simple, you know. Haha, Perhaps Tia said this as she poked at her pasta with her fork, and Amelia and I couldn't help but smile. We were relaxed just enough to enjoy the meal, and we continued talking and laughing about different topics. Every day we fought the monsters that came in, and when it was over, we enjoyed drinking good wine and fooling around with our friends, and sometimes Amelia invited us to have dinner with her. These days, though dangerous, were also fulfilling. Time passed quickly without finding a good solution, but the world was not so kind as to allow such stagnation forever. After the battle, it's the usual bar. But even as the mugs lined up in front of us, there were none of the usual smiling faces there. The seat of the person who should be the first to speak was left empty. TSK. This is irresistible. I live for this one drink. Jonathan, you. One of the mercenaries picked up the mug that was placed in front of him roughly and said the words. Another mercenary looked at the man, Jonathan, as if to condemn him. But Jonathan slammed the mug down on the table. Shut up. Somebody has to say this, or it ain't gonna start. Even I? For something like this. My bad. Che, that bastard, Gaster, such a clumsy warrior. The faces of everyone in the room were uniformly gloomy, and no one touched the steamy dishes. I knew it. Everyone, including myself, was prepared for that. If you fight in a place called the Death Line, it's not uncommon to die, and that's why appropriate rewards are paid. For money, for honor, to protect someone, or simply to continue to seek the thrill of the fight. For a variety of reasons we fought. And the guy who had just had a little bad luck pulled out. That's just the daily routine that has come our way. Can't stay down forever. Let's just have fun on our own. Otherwise, even Gaster will miss us. Ed? Alright, let's make some noise and give that fool Gaster a grand send-off. Oi, Nate-chan. Bring me a large barrel of booze. We're having a Gaster morning match today. You guys, don't kill people on your own. Gaster returned to our table after finishing his business. He plopped down in the open seat, took a gulp of cold ale, and opened his mouth. This is irresistible. I live for this one drink. Hey, that's what Gaster should be like. Of course. I won't change until I die. Gaster laughed openly at his companion's words, but it was by no means the same as usual. On his right shoulder, something that should have been there was completely gone. Though, I ain't got a death wish, you know. You saved me there, Ed. Thanks. Don't worry about it. I mean, if only I'd come in a little earlier, don't you say that. I was supposed to die, but I only lost an arm. We avoided the worst. Ain't that a big deal? I don't really feel like holding a grudge even though I have things to be grateful for. Well, if you're offering to treat me to drinks as an apology, I'll pass. So quick. At least think about it. So, Gaster, are you going to leave after all? Another fellow spoke to Gaster, as me and Gaster were having our customary exchange. It was a confirmation of what Gaster had said when he came out of the treatment room. Yeah, I don't think I can fight at the Death Line with my arm being like this. I'll go back to the countryside and work as a guard in the village. Even with one arm, I can smack some goblins. I could have regenerated your arm if I hadn't spent all the rewards from this place on booze and women. You idiot. We don't know when we're going to die. There's no way we're going to save any money. It's okay, I have lived a short, fat life here. There was no regret on Gaster's face when he smiled like that. Well, he doesn't seem to have any remorse, so I guess that's the way of life for Gaster. I don't have a choice. I'll buy you a drink today at least. You don't mind, Ed? Oi Nate-chan, bring me all the booze in the shop. Are you an idiot? I'm only buying you one drink. What the hell, it's my last day here, so don't be petty. You may be leaving, but I'll continue to live here. Hey, cancel that order from earlier. Even if you bring it, I'm not paying any money. If Ed's buying, then so be it. I'll buy you a drink too. Give me 3 roasted beans. Then me too. 2 meat skewers. No, give me 1. You guys are being too harsh on me. Damn. Oi Ed, you want a drink? Then Nate-chan, give me the most expensive drink in the store. I don't care what it tastes like, just the most expensive one. You better order some good tasting booze there. I laughed as hard as I could at Gaster, who made a stupid order. Even if it's not death, goodbye was still goodbye. After sharing a laugh at Gaster's expense as he made a face after taking a sip of the strong liquor, we said our goodbyes and returned to our daily routine, which had become a bit quieter. And so, we continued to fight day after day for various reasons, whether it was for money, honor, protecting someone, or simply seeking the thrill of battle. CH 150. The lively crowd has left, and my daily life was a little quieter, but that didn't last too long. If it were because a newcomer had just joined the team, it would be peaceful, but unfortunately, all that was heard was the sound of bells announcing an attack by demonic beasts. Khan. Shit, already? There was an attack just a few minutes ago. Isn't the interval between attacks getting shorter these days? The number of demonic beasts seems to be increasing. It's all in your mind, right? I've never had so much free time that I could tell the difference. Now, stop wasting your time and get to your post. With my colleagues exchanging light banter, I too passed through the town gate and stood at my post. I pulled out my sword and readied it, and soon after, a huge number of demonic beasts flooded out of the forest in front of me. From there on, it was business as usual. Bows rained down, attack magic blossomed, and I slashed and killed the remaining demonic beasts incessantly. There, Dawnbreaker, forged by my master, was as sharp and sturdy as ever, and the corpses of demonic beasts piled up around me. Khan. Phew, finally over. The bell that signaled the end of the battle rang 5 times. But even though the bell rang 5 times, it rang again soon after. Khan. Not yet. More of them are coming. Everybody back to your posts. No way. Hearing Amelia's voice coming from the top of the wall, I hurriedly prepared my sword and looked ahead. I saw something approaching through the trees in the forest. Hey Captain, what's going on with the replacements? I'm trying to arrange for a replacement, but it won't be any time soon. Hold on for a while longer. TSK, can't help it. Amelia answered someone's question, and someone else complained. Mercenaries may appear to be free, but in fact they were bound by contract. Unlike regular soldiers, they were not charged with a crime for running away, so if they were about to die, they might run away, but for those who like to stand here, the current situation was not yet so hard that they would pay a huge penalty to run away. It's a good time to make some money. Get fired up. Wow. Emily-chan, please wait. I'm only waiting for your bag of gold coins to arrive. Every one of them was saying random things and putting their energy into their tired bodies. With that in my ears, I readied myself again and found that there were more demonic beasts arriving at our side than before. The power and number of attack magic, not to mention arrows, were clearly less than before. Well, mana doesn't recover that easily. We still managed to fight off the beasts, and the third bell never rang, and I was able to return safely to the town to switch places with my replacement. After this, I would normally have gone out to a bar with some random guys. What's up, Ed? You don't want to drink? I'm sorry, Jonathan. Today's battle was a hard one, so I'm just trying to get back into the swing of things and take care of my equipment. Then it can't be helped. I'll drink for you. Yes, please. A mercenary who neglects to take care of his equipment would never survive in such a harsh battlefield. We parted without any particular talk, and I returned to my room at the inn, but what I was going to do there was not to take care of my equipment. Slowly displaying the auto-mapping, I organized the map of the neighborhood and the information I had gathered in my mind and frowned. This is bad. What's wrong? Whoa? Tia. Suddenly, a voice called out to me from behind, and I couldn't help but let out a surprised yelp. I don't know why, but it's hard to sense Tia's presence these days. What's going on? That's my line. I saw Ed leaving by himself, so I followed you. So what's wrong? Oh, that's... Well, I see. Tia can't see it. Are you using some kind of power? Then yes. Tia walked past me and reached out her hand toward me as she lay down on my bed. So, if I use Heart Engage to get inside Ed, I can see what he sees, right? Ah. I see, so there's another way to use it. In my mind, it was an ability to use my banishing skills in their white world, but surely if Tia's consciousness is inside me, then she can share what I'm seeing. As soon as I took Tia's white hand, I felt the power drain from it, and instead something warm, nostalgic, and mysterious entered me. Ugh. It's been so long since I've been inside Ed. So, what's up? Look at this. Still not used to the sensation of hearing Tia's voice from inside me, I traced my finger over the map displayed on there. Auto mapping. It's displaying a pretty big area, isn't it? Foo. I sneaked out on an expedition on my day off to fill up the map. Using the Mirage Shift banishment skill, I could move regardless of whether there was a herd of demonic beasts or not. The time limit was 1 hour, so I could only go as far as 20 minutes one way. But even so, I was able to complete a map of a reasonable area because I used their Hermes Dash in combination with it. Let's get to it. First of all, this is how demonic beasts moved when we first got here. Amazing. The red dots are moving. Wow, it was like this. So, the next one was 2 months ago. And this one was 1 month ago. And this is today. Are the number of enemies increasing by a little bit? No, it's not that. Can you tell by color coding? Using my abilities, which probably increased thanks to the fact that I recovered some of the Demon King's power, I can change only the wolf-type demonic beasts to yellow dots from among the attacking demonic beasts. You can even do that. I wish I had this kind of ability too. Wait a minute. Looking at it like this, they didn't increase. Yes, the number of demonic beasts is not increasing. The reason why it feels like they are increasing is because the frequency of attacks is increasing. The frequency of raids is increasing even though the number is not? Is that possible? Yes, it's possible. I can think of only one reason why this might be happening. If the number of demonic beasts attacking at one time is halved, the frequency of attacks can be doubled. Or, if the number of demonic beasts itself is doubled, then of course the same forces can double the number of attacks. So how do we increase the frequency of attacks without reducing the number of attacking forces or increasing the total number of demonic beasts? The answer was simple. If the place where the demonic beasts are resurrected is closer to us, the frequency of attacks can be increased as the travel time is reduced. In other words, the entity that is resurrecting the demonic beasts is getting closer to us. What? It's a big problem. Yeah, that's why I said it's bad. We've been wondering how to get to the Demon King for a long time, and it seems that he was coming this way from the other side. It certainly saved us a lot of trouble, but that means that the area right next to this town will become a battleground, so it's not a situation we would welcome with open arms. What are we going to do? If it were just the Demon King it's one thing, but against such a large number of demonic beasts we can't do anything on our own, can we? I know that. If the Demon King doesn't suddenly start going all out, we should still have some time, so for now, we should consult with Amelia. If there is a limit to what you can do on your own, you can always ask for the help of an organization. I will make full use of the connections of the noble family that I unexpectedly obtained. 8/10 CH 151. The day after work. The day after I came to the rather roundabout decision to decide on a future course of action. I turned down an invitation from my friends and went looking for Amelia on foot again today. Unlike the mercenaries, Amelia was dressed in a solid metal armor, and fortunately, she was easy to spot, and she stopped and looked back at me when I called her name. My, if it isn't Edkun. It's rare to see you alone. How may I help you? Yeah. I'd like to talk to you about something, or rather, discuss something with you. Alright. Shall we go to the usual place? Thank you. Since we had already shared many meals together, Amelia readily agreed. We went into the private room of the restaurant, which was becoming a familiar place for us, and I told Amelia some of what I had told Tia yesterday. This was because the existence of my banishment skills, especially auto-mapping, must be kept an absolute secret. If anyone in the military were to find out about my ability to easily make maps, the only two options would be to be tamed or just plain killed. I don't mean to question Amelia's personal sense, but that said, she would be powerless before the might of the military. The source of the ever-increasing number of demonic beasts is getting closer. That's certainly one way to look at it, but Edkun, what exactly do you want me to do with that story? I'm asking you to expand this town's defensive forces to the greatest extent possible. Even if you say that. At my words, Amelia raised her eyebrows as hard as she could and continued to speak with a reluctant face. The frequency of attacks by demonic beasts has increased, and the town's defenses have become a bit inadequate. We are aware of this and would like to gather more manpower if possible. But even Edkun knows that it's not as easy as it sounds, right? Of course. We've probably already gathered what we can here. Mercenaries, who could be bought with money, have already gathered in this area. If we raise the reward even higher, we may be able to attract a few more, but to be honest, it's a bit of a long shot since some people may feel it's too risky and leave. However, it would be impossible to say whether they would dispatch the regular army that remains in the country or the army that the local nobility may have over here. Unless there was a very imminent crisis that was clearly visible. No, they may be reluctant to send troops out of self-interest, so we can't expect that anyway. As a last resort, a conscription order could be issued, but only royalty could issue such an order, and above all, even if farmers and merchants were given swords, they would not even serve as meat shields against a large army of demonic beasts. I was not stupid or devilish enough to count them as a fighting force. The impasse is in all directions. No matter how we do it, we can't increase our defenses any further. The conclusion I came to was also close to Amelia''s. But there was one crucial difference. It would certainly be difficult to increase the total number of defensive forces. Then why don't we just borrow them from somewhere else? Borrow? From where in the world? That, of course, was from other walled cities that will have more than they can handle. What in the world are you talking about? Amelia showed a puzzled expression as I grinned and spoke. But, of course, I had expected that. As I said before, the source of the demonic beasts is getting closer to us. That means that other walled cities, especially those far from here, should be seeing a decrease in the frequency of attacks by demonic beasts. So, how about we ask them to transfer their forces to us? Wait. It is only your theory that the source of the problem is approaching us, isn't it? How can one person's unsubstantiated information move the forces of a walled city? You think I'm royalty? Not that. While it's true that having royalty stay here would strengthen our forces, that's not what I'm after. I don't think you can do that, Amelia-san. So what I'm asking is for you to connect me to someone higher up who can make that kind of decision. So you're saying that you'd like to take the trust I have in you, Edkun, and add it to the trust I have in myself, and negotiate it with my superiors? Amelia's eyes sharpened and she stared straight at me. But I faced it head-on and never looked away. Certainly, I think I've become somewhat close with Edkun and the others. However, I don't think our relationship has reached a level where I can lend out the name of Amelia Calton. Even though it's a rural baron's house, the name of a noble is not something to be taken lightly, you know? I know. Here. Saying this, I removed their Dawnbreaker from my waist and placed it on the table. Amelia, who took it in her hand and pulled the sword out of its scabbard, looked astonished at the brightness of the sword's blade, which was like the dawn. This is a wonderful sword. Even with my appraisal skills, I cannot tell how much value this sword holds. I will leave that with you. So could you please connect me? I don't get it. This is your precious sword, isn't it? Why are you so fixated on this that you're willing to entrust it to me? What is the reason for you to go to such lengths? This sword was entrusted to me by my master and is as precious to me as life itself. I entrusted it to you because I trust you, Amelia-san, and because I decided that it would take that much to make up for the lack of trust you have in me. And I am willing to do this much for my purposes, I suppose. Purpose? Edkun, what is your objective? To take down the source. Shortly but clearly. Amelia looked back at me doubtfully as I asserted this. Do you aspire to be a hero? Haha, it's not that big of a deal. But if the main culprit is defeated, there will no longer be an overabundance of demonic beasts in this world. Even though strife will not disappear from the world, there will be a fewer people crying unreasonably. So that they will have more opportunities to drink good wine with their friends. Above all, I want to live a life that I can be proud for. Those who have supported me up to now. Well, that's my selfish reason. What can I say? As I shrugged my shoulders lightly and spoke, the tension seemed to dissipate from Amelia's expression, and she gave a wry smile that was hard to describe. I understand. But all I can do is introduce you and set up a meeting where you can be heard. After that, I don't know if your proposal will be accepted, and in some cases, you may even be punished for disrespect. In that case, unless it's an extremely unreasonable situation, I won't help Edkun, nor will I be able to. You have the determination to bear various dangers and still convey your message. Is that right? Yes, I am. Please do it. I quickly got up from my seat and bowed deeply on the spot. I felt the presence of someone approach my side, and Amelia's hand was placed on my shoulder. You really are an interesting person. I thought that about you before, but I didn't expect you to be this crazy. Ha ha ha. Can I take that as a compliment? Suit yourself. Well, let's get back to eating. The food is getting cold. Right. Sorry. It's fine. I mean, if we were going to talk this much, should I have asked them to wait to serve the food? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I just keep apologizing to myself for my inattentiveness. Gosh, if only Tia was with me at times like this. No, I can't rely on Tia here. She has her own responsibilities to take care of. Well, it's a good dish to begin with, so it won't lose its flavor even if it cools down a bit. It's the same as you, Edkun. Who? Me? As I let out a dumb voice, not understanding what she meant, Amelia, who had returned to her seat, smiled happily as she stabbed a fork into the pasta in front of her. That's right. The words of a person with a strong core will resonate no matter how you mend the surface. Even if you say you are doing it for yourself, if it saves the world. People will call you a hero. Feeling the affection in Amelia's eyes, I could only give a wry smile to cover up my embarrassment. CH 152. 3 days later. Amelia, wearing their Dawnbreaker, guided me to a room in the guardroom, which was surprisingly located right next to the wall. Waiting for me in the sturdy stone building was a dark-skinned man in his 40s standing in one corner of the room and a man who appeared to be in his 50s seated at a magnificent table. The older of the two, the one sitting there, looked at me with a gaze as if appraising me and started talking to me. You must be the mercenary Carlton was talking about. I am Charles Brown, who is in charge of the defense of this Dresden. It's an honor meeting you, Your Excellency Brown. I am Ed, a mercenary. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. If you think so, please tell me your request concisely. Do you have something you want to say to me? Yes, sir. Now then, without being needlessly overbearing, Your Excellency Brown was responding with dignity befitting his position as a superior, and I proceeded to explain for the third time. But upon hearing this, His Excellency Brown's expression remained tense and unmoving. So, my proposal is to see if we can move troops from other defense cities. I see. It's certainly a thought-provoking opinion, but is that all you have to say? His Excellency Brown glanced towards Amelia. His intention being, did you call myself all the way here just to listen to this nonsense? Or something along those lines? Amelia, however, did not budge an inch and remained silent. Understood. Edkun, was it? Your valuable input. Please wait, Your Excellency. Of course, I did not ask for you just to waste your valuable time on this nonsense. I took the initiative from His Excellency Brown, who was about to break off the conversation, and said so myself. I knew this was going to happen. Then I'm going to take this conversation in the direction I want it to go. I'm also considering ways to turn that proposal into more than just idle talk. Oh? What exactly are you going to do about it? I am prepared to single-handedly plow through the hordes of demonic beasts and provide information on their source. The Demon King. What? This time Amelia looked at me with a startled expression on her face. Well, that went well. I didn't dare tell Amelia what was going to happen next to heat up the atmosphere of the place, but I think it's going to be fine. What do you mean? Do you really think you can plow through that many demonic beasts? I can do it alone, with certain conditions. And also, there is another way to send information directly from the site to my companion, using a special method. What is this special method? I cannot answer any more than that. But I can tell you that it is a personal ability that cannot be duplicated by anyone else, and that it is extremely reliable. That's where, for the first time, His Excellency Brown had a contemplative look on his face. He's probably thinking, if I can get information using these two disposable mercenaries, that's good enough. But what about concerns about the certainty of the information we get itself? Of course, I've already thought of that, Your Excellency. I understand that you are wondering how much value to place on the information of wanderers like me. So let me make one more suggestion. What is it? Are you saying that you want military to accompany you? No, sir. I want you to test me to see if I am capable of carrying out the task without a doubt. For example. How about this? How about having Your Excellency stay for a short time in a tightly guarded secret room, and I will come to you through all the security. Then, without stepping out of the room, I could pass on your message to someone outside, thereby proving my ability. That's Argo. What do you think? When His Excellency Brown spoke for the first time to the man, who had been standing in the corner of the room silently for a long time, probably in the position of a deputy or something like that, the man called Argo opened his tightly knit mouth and began to speak. Certainly that would prove the man's ability. In that case, I think it would be better for His Excellency to stay not in a military base that is really difficult to penetrate, but in an underground warehouse or some other place that is restricted but still less important. I see. Considering the possibility that Edgun might be a spy from an enemy country, it's a necessary measure. However, wouldn't it be insufficient to demonstrate his abilities? If so, how about a prohibition against engaging the soldiers assigned to guard? If he is expecting a pack of demonic beasts, it is assumed that he will neutralize the enemy if found. However, if we demand complete stealth operation by prohibiting that, it would increase the difficulty level accordingly. That's right. But what do you think, Edkun? You think you can get into our guarded base without being spotted and without hurting the soldiers guarding it? I can. Without even a moment's hesitation, I declared it up front. The conditions may be quite severe, but the stricter the conditions, the higher the level of trust in me, which was more than I could have wished for. Immediate answer. Carlton, what do you think? Me? Amelia looked slightly flustered when His Excellency Brown asked her to speak. But when she saw me and touched the sword on her waist, hesitation disappeared from her face. If he says he can do it, then he can do it. And if he can prove he can do it, I think the value of the information he is willing to risk his life to provide will be immeasurable. I see. Let's see what you can do. Carlton will contact you with more details. You are dismissed for the day. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, if you'll excuse me, I bow and leave the room with a gut pose in my mind. Amelia came out a little later and spoke to me with a mixture of protest and concern in her voice. What on earth are you doing, Edkun? Do you really think you can accomplish such an impossible task? You just agreed that I could. That's true, but I'll be fine, don't worry. Actually, I can handle it with ease. What do you mean, with ease? His Excellency Brown and Argo Dono are not easy people to please. With an offer like that, they'll definitely have strict security measures in place. Fufu, that proves more clearly what I am capable of, which is more than I can say for myself. Hey, if it's not too much trouble, could you explain the basis of your confidence to me alone? I promise not to report it in advance, Amelia asked me with a serious expression on her face. And I put my hand on my chin and thought briefly about it. Right. I've already finished trying to get His Excellency to empathize with my surprise more strongly by increasing the number of people, so that's fine. You can report it, although even if you did, I don't think they'd believe you, and I don't think you'd be able to handle it even if you knew so much. Okay. Let's hear it, then. Amelia nodded mysteriously and looked at me, and I explained to her how I planned to get to His Excellency. Amelia was first surprised to hear this, then gave me a suspicious look, and finally sighed tiredly after much worry. Ha, I see. Perhaps trusting you for the first time was a mistake, and I am now regretting it a little. But even that, you would just laugh and brush it off, wouldn't you? Fufu, please look forward to the day. I get it. Well, let's hope you do it in moderation. I grinned at her, and Amelia gave me a wry smile in return. The stage was set. All that's left was to show what we can do. Ch 153. Although I was prepared to be ostentatious, the proof of my abilities to His Excellency Brown ended easily and without any problems. Well, yes. That was only natural. No matter how many guards they gathered or how tightly they locked the thick metal door, once I used their Mirage Shift, all I had to do was walk up to it, so there was no way I could fail. There were some magic barriers, but they were not even a thin layer of resistance in the face of the Demon King's power of banishment skills. Once I reached His Excellency, it would be easy to convey the information. After getting the agreed-upon wording from His Excellency Brown, who was rather seriously surprised by my sudden appearance behind him in the underground secret room with only one front entrance, after hearing the agreed-upon phrase from him, I wrote it down on a piece of paper and pretended to put it in my waist bag. But I actually put it in their stranger box. Then all that was left was to wait. Once every 5 minutes, Tia, who was examining the contents in their single bank, took out the piece of paper when she noticed its existence and read its contents, which were then transmitted to Argoshi, who was outside via Amelia. When Argoshi appeared in the basement, his surprise reached its peak. Even after the intrusion was allowed, he must have installed a variety of sabotage measures to prevent me from communicating the information. But all of them failed, and he learned that the information was transmitted to him as it was without even a trace of any sabotage. I see, I understand that you are excellent. However, I have no understanding of how excellent you are. At the very least, I am grateful that you are not a spy from another country. Such a compliment? I will never forget the stiff smile on the face of His Excellency Brown. I think I have shown a little too much competence, which may lead to restrictions or surveillance of my future activities. I'll just accept that as a necessary expense. If we don't get through this, there will be no future at all. So, after completing the necessary procedures, the last thing I had to do, that was, of course, to persuade Tia. Hey, are you sure you want to go alone? Yes. It was the night before my departure to the Black Forest the next day. For some reason, Tia was relaxing in my room, and when she asked me why, I replied with a wry smile for the nth time. I mean, I've explained it to you a million times, right? I can handle it if I'm alone, but I can't handle it if I'm not alone. I know, but it doesn't mean that Ed will be absolutely okay, right? I can't say for sure, but even Tia knows about my banishing skills, don't you? A demonic beast is no match for me, even if I am alone, I told Tia, who stared straight at me with her jade eyes wide open, with a wry smile. In fact, it really doesn't matter if it's only demonic beasts. It was virtually impossible to defeat them all, but if I use Invincible, no matter how many hordes attack me, I won't even get a scratch, and I can easily escape by running through them with Hermes Dash. And if the worst comes to the worst, I can disappear completely with Mirage Shift, so I don't think there's any better way to ensure my safety. But you can't use your banishment skill unless you're awake. What if you don't get to the Demon King in a day? Well, for that. Alright then, I'll find a good spot to sneakily take a nap or something. I'm not a newbie either, I know a thing or two about camping. If so, what if the Demon King catches you by surprise? If he touches you, you won't be able to use your banishment skill, right? I was at a loss for words, having been hit on a sore point. Yes, that was the biggest concern in this forced investigation. No one, including myself, knows the details of what the Demon King of this world look like or what kind of powers they possess. If their Akashic compass shows only a black haze, all I know is that he has the power to replicate or revive demonic beasts, and everything else is unknown. Therefore, at the very least, I could not let the Demon King attack me. In order to do so, however, I must discover the unidentified Demon King first, investigate him without being noticed if possible, and escape back. I'll handle that part well. Alone. Yeah, alone. If there are two of us, we can cover for each other in case of failure. But with one person, it's over. I understand what Tia was trying to say, and I can understand her feelings. If the situation were reversed, I wouldn't be able to easily agree to send Tia off to her death alone either. If that's the case, then tell me just one thing. Is the reason why Ed is going to investigate the Demon King alone because it has the highest success rate? Or is it for my sake? Because it has the highest success rate. You're not lying, are you? I'm not lying. I answered Tia's question like a parrot. Yes, Even thinking about it with a cool head, this would have the highest success rate. I mean, if Tia and I had a way to break through the hordes of demonic beasts, we would have done so from the beginning to defeat the Demon King in the first place. So, this is correct. It should be correct. Just because something is correct doesn't mean it's the right answer, but unfortunately, the future that foresaw this didn't exist in the first round. We stared at each other in silence. If you don't know the right answer, it's whose will was stronger. I too looked straight into her eyes, and the seriousness of my own face reflected in her eyes reaffirmed my own feelings, and the first to move was Tia. I understand. Then okay. What's that? A promise. Here, Ed, why don't you take out your pinky and twirl it around my finger? Like this? I was puzzled when Tia suddenly held out her right hand with only her pinky finger raised, and I placed my own pinky on top of hers. Then, Tia's pinky folded, and they were joined together more tightly than I had expected. Promise. Ed must come back to me in one piece. You too, Ed. Why yeah, I'll come back to you, Tia. I promise. At Tia's prompting, the moment I said that, I felt a snap and a jolt on my pinky finger. I was so surprised that I involuntarily let go of her finger and noticed that there was a translucent red thread connecting my pinky finger and Tia's pinky finger. Oi Tia, what's this? Foo for fun. This is an ability called Promise Link, that allows me to see the promises I've made to the other person. If you break it, what's going to happen? I gulped and asked, and Tia smiled happily at me. Foo, a secret. But don't break your promise because you're going to get hurt very badly, okay? Huh? Well, I don't really have any intention of breaking it, so it's fine. But it's still bothering me. Oh, just so you know, it's absolutely not okay to break it just because you want to know what will happen. If you do something like that, I'll never forgive you for the rest of your life, okay? Oh okay, I'll be careful. Apparently, it's no good to try something out of curiosity. Well, I don't intend to break the promise I made earlier, because it would effectively mean that I would be dead. Well, I'd better get back to my room. Good night, Ed. Yeah, good night, Tia. Tia left the room with a refreshed look on her face as if she had done what she had to do. Holding my right hand above, I could see the thread slowly moving. Did it vanish? No. Did it come out? Can you consciously make it appear and disappear? It seems that it is not a physically tangible existence, and probably only visible to me and Tia, but yeah, it's probably better to keep it invisible by default. If it's visible, I might inadvertently try to be sneaky and get caught. Let's sleep. It's as if, or rather, it feels like I have a string attached to me, but strangely, I don't feel any negativity about it. I flexed and stretched my pinky a couple of times, then closed my eyes tightly and drifted off to sleep, trying to get my strength up for tomorrow. 9/10 T/N. Apparently my college starts tomorrow. Expect similar delays as before. Ch 154. In the forest, where it was still dark in the daytime, I ran along the beaten path. Fortunately, there was no sign of demonic beasts around me, so I was moving forward at a good pace. Well, so much for good pace, huh? The loud vibrations echoing from the front made me rush to climb a nearby tree and hide myself in the thick foliage. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a large number of demonic beasts ran past my feet. Phew, this passed too. After making sure that there was no longer any sign of anyone moving around me, I climbed down from the tree and resumed my progress. At first I counted the number of encounters with demonic beasts, but in no time at all I had stopped at over 10. With such frequency, it was useless to count. The one earlier was a goblin, and this one was an oodle rat. Neither of them are strong demonic beasts, so I guess all the ones in this forest are only demonic beasts under the influence of the Demon King. Normally, only powerful demonic beasts, which were the top predators, would move in such a haphazard manner. However, all of the demonic beasts I encountered in this forest, without exception, did not hide or look around while on the move. In other words, although they were weak demonic beasts, they were not worried about being attacked by stronger demonic beasts at all. This was proof that all the demonic beasts in this forest were under the influence of the Demon King. Well, since so many of them come to the walled city so often, It was obvious that this had already happened. Come to think of it, isn't this the Demon King's army? Well, I guess it's not really being controlled as a proper army though. They will rise from the dead, advance in a straight line to the sphere of human life, and fight to the death. Even though they were given very simple orders, if they were operating under a unified will, it would still be an army. If the people of this world had recognized the demonic beast attack as an attack in waves like an army at an earlier stage, could they have handled it differently? If they had understood that they could only faithfully carry out the order to attack, rather than instinctively attacking, or if they had responded differently. It's too late now. I put aside my useless thoughts and focused on moving forward once again. As expected, it was not possible to reach the location of the Demon King in a day or two. It has already been 5 days since I started advancing through the Black Forest. Seeing an opening, I used Hermes Dash and Mirage Shift to advance. I must have gone quite a distance, but I still haven't reached the Demon King. I should rest. Aware that I was talking to myself more and more, I stopped behind an inconspicuous rock and took out water and food from their stranger box. It was really great that I didn't have to eat the friggin' mucky preserved food because Tia was always filling it with food in a timely manner. However, on the other hand, I can't exactly eat freshly cooked food that has a strong smell, but it was heavenly compared to biting into a piece of hardened black bread and a piece of dried meat. In fact, it tastes amazing. Why? Oh, yeah. Come to think of it, doesn't Tia have that skill? I think it tastes better when Tia is involved in the final stages of the cooking process, right? Well, if it tastes good, I have no complaints. After putting a piece of paper in their stranger box, with my impressions of the food and the progress so far, I get up again and start moving forward through the forest! And just then, I sensed a large number of demonic beasts ahead again and quickly climbed up a nearby tree. Unfortunately, what came was a massive pack of grey wolves. Although it wasn't something that could drift far away, it was impossible for there to be no remaining scent of our meal. Moreover, grey wolves are troublesome creatures with a keen sense of smell. I tried to keep my body as small as possible and my breath as quiet as possible to see what was going on. Then a grey wolf passed by my feet, and several of them stopped close by and scurry around, twitching and moving their nose. Damn it, what should I do? Use Mirage Shift. Once I use it, I can safely leave any situation. However, once I use it, I cannot use it again for 24 hours, so it is not a skill that I can use to expel people lightly. Then what should I do? If it's just grey wolves, it's easy to defeat them. If only they come towards me, no matter how many there are, they won't be a match for me. However, it would be very difficult to chase and defeat all of them if they escaped in a heap, and if I did so, I would encounter other packs of monsters and be unable to catch up with them. The only thing I should be wary of is that the Demon King might attack me in the midst of a crowd of demonic beasts, and if he gets one hit and all my banishment skills are disabled, you can guess what will happen to me. Then at the very least, I should refrain from any reckless activities until I have confirmed the appearance of the Demon King. Right. There's that thing. It's time to use it, huh? I suddenly remembered something and I activated the banishment skill, which I rarely used. Then my presence assimilated with my surroundings, and soon after, the grey wolf-sized did indeed look in my direction, but Toaun, the howling grey wolf, however, left the scene without paying any attention to me. After counting to 100, I finally relaxed my chest and released the tension in my body. Saved my life. What the heck, it works. Just now I used the banishing skill, Vanishing Idea. It is a skill that makes my presence blend into the surroundings, creating a situation where I am visible but unnoticeable. In fact, until now, it was a completely useless skill. The reason for that is because in order to conceal my presence, there must be a large number of beings of the same species as me in the vicinity. In other words, it can only be used in a crowded place, and its effectiveness is greatly reduced if the enemy recognizes and searches for me. It's a skill which lowers the rate of me being recognized when I'm blending in a crowd and not noticed as myself. However, When I tried it for the first time in a while, I found that it seemed to have been powered up as well. Of course, if I move in an unusual way, I will be immediately recognized, but conversely, if I stay still, it seems that I can expect a considerable recognition blocking effect. This is effective, helps me save, mirage shift. Not that anyone was watching, but I was grinning and giggling as I made my way through the forest again. With more covert means at my fingertips, my speed of progress increased. And finally, it appeared before my eyes. Found it. Standing there in the dark forest, something cloaked in black miasma. I don't need to check their Akashic compass response to instinctively know that that's part of the Demon King's my power. Its progress was quite slow, and at this rate it would take at least 2 months to reach Dresden. But what is it? What is it doing? I had thought that the Demon King was surrounded by an endless stream of demonic beasts, or rather, that they were continually resurrecting. But for some reason, there were no demonic beasts around the Demon King, and instead, a black miasma that had suddenly separated from the Demon King was flying and dispersing to various parts of the forest. Is it flying something? Does that mean there's a good chance that the demonic beasts are resurrected at the destination of that thing? I'd better check. If he can resurrect the demonic beast at a remote arbitrary location, rather than around him, then the way to deal with it changes. I carefully turned myself around on the tree, trying not to make a sound. But when I look back, I see a black, round miasma floating right next to my face. Found you. The moment I heard the voice coming from the bright red crack in the black miasma, I kicked the tree branch with all my might without any hesitation at all. CH 155. Woo! I was surprised. Super surprised. I couldn't help but raise my voice in surprise as I activated my Hermes dash, and bounced around through the trees to escape from that place. There's no way I could have let my guard down while keeping an eye on the Demon Lord. In fact, I was more alert than when I was facing him, trying not to be discovered, but I still couldn't notice anything. This suggests that the black miasma sphere can only be detected by sight and nothing else. It is amateurish to say, if you can see, it must be easy. It was true that there was a vast amount of information that could be obtained from the sense of sight, but the human eye could only see the front of the image no matter what we did. That's why we cover most of what we can't see with what we collectively call signs, such as slight sounds and shimmers in the air, to not be caught by that is. I absolutely have to report it. 2, 3, 5. Is it impossible to face from the front? I took out a piece of paper and a pen from their stranger box, and wrote down the characteristics and abilities of the Demon King that I had learned so far, while taking a large detour, giving up on the shortest possible escape. I could write letters while running at high speed thanks to their lovely writer, a banishment skill that allowed me to write beautiful letters in any situation. Foof. When I got it, at first I was like, what the hell is this? But now you are shining at your best. Now then, I put the paper back in their stranger box, with a brief summary of the necessary information in my handwriting, as if I were a different person, and I once again check my surroundings. There were probably 20 or so floating balls of miasma, but that was only what I could see. I tried using both auto-mapping and Akashic compass to display them, and found that there were so many of them spread out over such a large area that it was ridiculous to even count them. As expected of the Akashic compass, you can't deceive it. Whoa! As the red dot approached from behind, I twisted my body on the spot and the miasma ball passed by my side, slipping through the tree trunk that was behind me. Wait a minute, does that mean it's physically immune? You're kidding. What kind of cheat is that? Due to our extremely poor compatibility, I can't help but lash out in verbal abuse. Even if I back up against a wall, it's pointless if I can only confirm with our eyes. I can't prevent it unless there is at least another person standing with me back to back, vigilant of our surroundings from all angles. In fact, even that might not be enough if it can be slipped through the ground. I tried cutting a nearby floating miasma with my sword to see if it would work, but again, there was no response. It swayed on the spot as if it was mocking me, and I jumped back to avoid it as it came toward me with a jerk and bounce. Damn it! This really sucks. As a purely physical swordsman, I have no way to deal with this when my sword doesn't work. No matter what kind of expert I know, it's impossible to keep dodging an attacker who doesn't even let you feel his presence, ignoring walls and other obstacles, without even glancing at you. TCH, I'll leave the match for next time. I spat a few words at the main body, which had long since disappeared from sight, and this time I activated Mirage Shift, and ran away as fast as I could. Don't say I'm pathetic, but bringing back the information alive was the honor of a scout, and pushing hard against an unfit opponent would make me look like a fool. Besides, I have a promise to keep with Tia. With the red thread extending from my pinky finger, I plunged into a tree trunk that could no longer be an obstacle. Instantly, my body rolled to the ground with a powerful thud. There, Mirage Shift had already been released, and my whole body ached as I was hit by the lumpy roots of the tree. What? Frantically I looked up and saw the tree I must have slipped through. Then, a black miasma slipped out of its trunk and moved up and down happily in its place. No way, was it hidden in the trunk? Predicting the route I would take to slip through with Mirage Shift, it was in a place where I would never see it. It's not over yet. My body was sore from the impact of the fall, and as expected, I was unable to use my banishing skills. But I wasn't fatally injured. I turned my back to the Demon King and ran as fast as I could. I was hit several times by miasma balls, but it didn't matter because I had already lost the ability to use my banishing skill. I can do this. It's enough to escape. That's right, you guys were the two. From beyond the forest, a swarm of demonic beasts appeared. I stopped for a moment to catch my breath, then I readied my sword and charged into the midst of them. I was going to let you go. But with such a warm welcome, I can't just ignore it and not respond. Right, left, up, down, I ran through the forest, swinging my sword. But while my enemies were an inexhaustible, death-defying horde, I was alone. Now that I couldn't even use my banishment skill, the number of small wounds on my body was increasing little by little. Ora. It's not over yet. I sliced a leaping grey wolf in half, and moved forward, blood and guts pouring from its head. The goblins clinging to me were kicked off their heads, and the orcs standing in my way were crushed to the knees, unable to move, and then I just walked by their sides. Don't misunderstand the objective. It is impossible to annihilate them all, so just kill the minimum number of enemies that are approaching and run for my life. Sweat erupted. Blood flowed. The taste of iron rust flooding my mouth. Whose could it possibly be? If it were a vampire, they could power up with this blood. But unfortunately, I was a demon king, so such a thing was impossible for me. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Now that I can't use my banishment skill, how far is it to the town if I run normally? Calculations were meaningless. One step forward was one step closer. That fact alone was enough. Don't stop your feet. Look ahead. I can do it. I can do it. I'm not done yet. Shit. The sword, which had dug into the belly of the bulging orc, stopped its movement in midair. The sword I was wielding now was not the Dawnbreaker, the rare and famous sword forged by Master Dalton, but an ordinary steel sword, even though it has been well forged. Although it had accomplished the feat of cutting down hundreds of demonic beasts. That was the limit of this sword. Still, when I forced myself to swing the sword, the blade, which had already chipped, was distorted into a snarl. The fact that it didn't break was good enough, but this was no longer a sword, but only a blunt instrument, a distorted steel rod. Still, I keep going. I beat the swarms of demonic beasts that attacked me at once with the steel rod as I advanced single-mindedly. Bitten on the arm. My legs torn. The distance I easily covered just a few minutes ago was now incredibly far. But I moved forward. As long as I don't give up, the end will come. Even if I lose my footing and fall to the ground, I struggle with my arms and grab with my fingers, moving forward even by a millimeter. Is it over? With my consciousness fading, I realized that the demonic beast had moved away from my body. Instead, there was a black miasma in front of my eyes. I'm sure that underneath the miasma was a demon king that looked just like me. But at any rate, what I heard was a high-pitched voice like a child's. Can't run anymore? Is it over? If that's the case can I eat? Ha. I wanted to say something back, but all I could do was cough up the blood that was stuck in my throat. Damn it. Is this the end? No. But I'm the Demon King that even God couldn't destroy, right? Then, can't I just be dead? I might be resurrected surprisingly easily. No. What am I giving up for? I should think of a way to do something. Can't move. Boring. Enough. Well then, come on, this is a life or death crisis. I should awaken some incredible power or something. Like using the Demon King's power to blow away everything in the surrounding area, or reviving with a supermuscular steel body that can withstand any attack. It's dark Emasu. In the center of the black miasma, a large, red, gaping mouth appears. It swallowed me head first and my consciousness fell into darkness. Ch 156. What is this place? Before I realized it, I was drifting in a pitch-black space. Well, not just dark, but black. Anyway, everything around me was black and there was no ground, so I couldn't tell which way was up or down. Was I floating, falling, or flying horizontally? There was no wind or scent, so I really didn't know anything. The moment I became aware of my own existence, the sensation returned to my body. Something was seeping into my body from my fingertips, which did not move even a twitch no matter how much effort I put into them. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of discomfort clung to my entire body. It was like having rain-soaked clothes sticking to your skin. It was incredibly annoying. But there was nothing I could do about it. What is this? What kind of situation? Oh, right. Come to think of it, I feel like I was eaten by something. So this is what it feels like to be eaten by the Demon King. It doesn't make sense, to put it mildly, that this is the result of being swallowed whole from the head down. Is it possible that the body is already gone and the Demon King has captured me in a spirit-only state? I messed up. Damn it, I wasn't a good match. A guy like that can easily be defeated by using absolute magic, right? If only I had come here with Tia from the beginning. No, I wouldn't have been able to break through the horde of magical beasts. It should be a rather desperate situation. But somehow there was no sense of frustration in me. The black world embraced me, and I was aware of the power of the Demon King who was trying desperately to enter my mind. Then suddenly, a voice echoed in my head. Why? From this feeling, the Demon King's goal must be to merge with me, right? No, more accurately, it's to return to the way things were? Why? Then is winning or losing a matter of initiative? So the result is all the same. Why? But if I think about it, everything ultimately comes down to me, the soul of the Demon King. In addition, I have already collected the power of 2 other Demon Kings. I used to think that the Demon King was incredibly strong and had no way to fight back from a human perspective, but in reality, this entity is just a fraction of my power. Why? That's right. Why was I so scared and running away from an opponent like this? Suddenly, I felt the world tremble. The all-encompassing blackness, which had no variation or texture, pulsated and thrashed violently. My arm extended forward as if with no resistance at all. As I focused my consciousness, the power that was slowly seeping into me was suddenly and forcefully sucked into my being. Oh, this guy is amazing. It's nothing. There's no point in resisting. It's my own power that wants to return to me, so I should accept it actively. However, the control belongs to me. There's no obligation to listen to the claim of my big toe suddenly saying I'm the boss from now on. If I squeeze my fist tightly, the consciousness of this world's Demon King, who was innocently playing around by multiplying and chasing after things like a child killing bugs, shatters more easily than candy. If that's the case, then all I need to do is collect all of my power and it will be over. I'm not sure what's happened to my physical body, but well, Regenerate should take care of it. It has to, or else I'm in trouble. Right? Just to be safe, I'll gather my energy and activate my abilities a little early. Alright, this should do it. Absorb it. Absorb it. The black that had filled the world was now covered with white polka dots. The dots gradually increased in size and number, and already about half of the world had turned white. Though it's strange to say that the white is spreading since it seems to be filling up where there was nothing before. Anyway, That's how the world was changing. That's good. Really good. Power surges throughout my body, and an indescribable sense of omnipotence fills me. I could probably defeat any enemy now, and I feel like I could eat the rumored excruciatingly spicy hot pot without spewing fire from my butt the next day. Is there room for a power-up in that direction? It would be effective for having a blast with my mercenary buddies. Foo-fa-foo, I'll send those stupid bastards to the toilet one by one. Wait. Is something wrong with my thoughts? There's something more important to consider. Suddenly, my consciousness was distorted. It feels like I'm being forced to drink water even though I'm not thirsty, and a sudden sense of suffocation overwhelms me. I instinctively cover my mouth with my left hand. But the suffering had not stopped. Or rather, it was increasing at an accelerated rate. The cause of this was probably my right hand, which was still absorbing the black. Damn it, stop it. I don't need it now. Later, I'll absorb slowly. It's painful. Painful. Despite being attacked by intense nausea, I can't spit out a single drop of it that keeps being forced in afterwards. This is bad. Really bad. Pish. Suddenly, the world in front of me split in two. No. Not the world, but a crack in my face. Because of the crack, the world I see with my right eye and my left eye were slightly different. Hey, this is no joke. Pish. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from every part of the body. A black mist was spewing out from the crevices, and its intensity was gradually increasing. No way, that's what it is? I was astonished and shuddered in my heart when I realized the answers that were being derived from my increasing knowledge and experience, as if they were being forced upon me. The Demon King of the End. Ed, am like an eggshell covering the surface of my soul. And when I encountered the Demon King for the first time in the Real's world, he drilled a hole in the shell called me. The Demon King's power travels back and forth through that hole. It seems that the reason why I could not use my banishment skill when the Demon King touched me was because if the power and soul are connected through that hole, they would be able to surpass my ability to interfere, which was only a shell on the surface. The shell of the Ed was of no importance to the Demon Kings, who were divided into 100 parts. They try to forcibly enter through the small hole that was made, but since it was created by a divine being, it cannot be easily broken from the outside. They are forced to take their time to either crush it or dissolve it. Well, they are trying to remove the shell of Ed using some kind of method like that and fuse it with the soul inside. In contrast, if I won, once I defeated the Demon King and took the initiative, all I had to do was to absorb the Demon King's power little by little through that hole and there was no problem. Although the hole was too small to achieve a significant power-up, if I took the time to slowly fill up the contents of the shell, the Demon King of the End would eventually be in a perfect state, and he would have broken through the shell and fully revived. But because I didn't understand the logic of this time I tried to absorb all the power at once. A shell that could not be broken from the outside was different from a shell that can be broken from the inside. Because I ignored the limits of the shell and absorbed power, my body was now on the verge of exploding from the inside. And there's nothing I can do about it. Regenerate can regenerate the body, but it cannot do anything about its existence. I have no power to do anything about the cracked shell of my body, and there are already countless cracks all over my body. It's just a matter of time before I shatter completely. When an egg hatches, the shell breaks. Then it was destined to disappear someday. The thing that emerges in this way is the true self, so perhaps there is no need to be afraid of anything. But, sorry, Tia. I promised. On that day, Ed's existence, a clown puppet created by God, did not die or disappear, but simply shattered into pieces. T/N. Damn, I did not expect this. Also, any bonus chapters will be posted on weekends rather than along with usual chapters, and I'll be posting a single chapter instead of two for now. College tires me out. Ch 157. For a little while starting from this time, the third-person perspective will continue. It finally came. Dresden, the fortified city. Amelia, standing on top of the wall, could see a black giant, perhaps 30 meters tall, approaching with loud footsteps. No matter how many times I see it, the overwhelming pressure is amazing. It seems foolish to fight against something like that, but Amelia looked down and saw a large number of mercenaries and regular soldiers in position along the ramparts. All of them looked determined, waiting impatiently for her command, as she has been officially appointed as the commander of the unit. We can't just ignore his achievements and not reward him. Saying this, Amelia unsheaths the sword from her waist. It is a sword with a blade like the dawn, entrusted to her by a mercenary who went alone to scout for the source of the evil lurking deep in the Black Forest and had been out of contact for 2 months. The root cause that has created such a large number of demonic beasts is just one entity, and it arrived in Dresden in just about 2 months. The information brought by the mercenary Ed had a significant impact not only on the upper echelons of Dresden but also on the military of her homeland. Charles Brown, the commander on the front lines, recognized the validity of the information and requested a reinforcement of troops from the country about a month and a half ago. However, contrary to such preparations, the frequency and quantity of demonic beast attacks actually decreased day by day, and the mercenary who was supposed to be out scouting did not return at all. Did he just say something random and run away? Or did he end up in a fight with the mastermind for some reason and couldn't avoid it? Amidst various speculations, a reconnaissance unit was dispatched to the Black Forest which became accessible due to the decrease in demonic beasts' activity, and they ended up finding something unbelievable there. That was a Titan. The Titan, its entire body covered in a black miasma, was surrounded by a large number of demonic beasts that followed it, and because its forces were concentrated there, the number of attacks decreased. In other words, the intelligence department compiled a report that an unprecedented large-scale attack would occur together with Titan. Once that happened, it was hellish days from there on. No more battles with demonic beasts, but instead, Amelia was busy gathering forces to prevent the slowly approaching end times. Using every conceivable means at her disposal, she piled up mountains of gold coins and gathered a force at any cost. Months flew by. And now the Black Titan was finally within sight of Dresden. "Hey, Tia-kun. Are you really going?" "Yes, of course." In the midst of all this, an elf girl stood beside Amelia with a strong look of determination on her face. She was one half of the mercenary sent out that day and the one who was left behind. "Because that's where Ed is." "I see." Lunarisha stared straight at the Black Titan and nodded with conviction, but Amelia's gaze was somewhat pained. From Amelia's point of view, Lunarisha had lost a close friend and seemed to have lost her ability to think properly. "Well, of course. As long as he has not returned by now, common sense tells us that Ed is long dead. Seeking revenge would make sense, but believing he's still alive is nothing but a delusion." However, Lunarisha didn't hesitate listening to Amelia's words. Something far more certain than common sense was tied to her little finger. "I'm sorry for being so selfish. But it's not that I'm desperate or anything. It's just that there's a reason that I can't explain to others no matter what." The thread extending from Lunarisha's pinky finger was connected to that Black Titan. However, only she and Ed could see it. Even for Lunarisha, it was tough to explain by saying there's a red thread that only we can see that connects us. It would be better to be considered crazy than to be comforted by lukewarm gazes, which would be quite unbearable. However, she did not have the skills to make up a convincing argument like her trusty partner, and all Lunarisha could do was to try to convince them with a wry smile. "Well, it's okay, Captain. We're mercenaries. As long as we get paid, we'll do the job properly." "Exactly. Besides, if it's Tia-chan's request, I got to listen to it, you know." "Well, no matter how hard Thomason tries, I don't think Tia-chan will fall." "Shut up, Jonathan. I always remember to take a chance." At Lunarisha's side were a group of mercenaries who knew each other. These were the men who listened to Lunarisha's story and offered to help her get to the Titan. "Thank you, everyone. Especially you, Gasta-san. Was it really okay?" In response to Tia's question, the seasoned mercenary who had returned to his hometown but came back to Dresden after hearing about the recent commotion, answered with an ill-fitting smile, holding his sword with his one and only arm. "HMPH. If I continue staying in the countryside like this, it's the end of me, but I ain't got enough strength left to fight at the death line. I'm going to get my ass out of here as soon as I drop you off, Chu-chan, don't worry about it. But, If you wanna buy me a drink, sure, that's fine. I'll treat you to the finest sake. What the? Wait, really? Gaster, who had thought that he would be rejected in the usual way, was dumbfounded by Lunarisha's words of acceptance with a smile on her face. And to Gaster, Lunarisha replied with a mischievous smile. Of course. Shall I pour you a drink while sitting next to you? Oh. What's this? Is it finally my time? Unfair. It's all about Gaster. Me too. Let's drink together, Tia-chan. You guys are really... But well, sure, let's all have a drink together again sometime. With Ed, Lunarisha just smiled gently at the three different reactions. Watching them, Amelia couldn't help but press her hand against her head and shake it sideways. Good grief, I can't understand what you guys are thinking. But... Here, Amelia, smiling bitterly, handed the sword in her hand to Lunarisha. Huh? Is it okay? Yeah. Edkun's information was delivered to us, and the request has already been fulfilled. Ideally, I would have preferred to return it directly to him. But if you're returning it on my behalf, then there should be no problem. I understand. I'll take it then. With her partner's sword in hand, Lunarisha walked out of the defense wall, with the mercenaries following behind her. Not long after that, the Black Titan stopped. An earth-shattering cry rang out, and the demonic beasts that had been huddled in the forest began charging toward the Dresden all at once. Amelia sent out a flurry of instructions from the top of the defensive wall to deal with them, and at last the fierce battle began. At the moment, the battle was split 50-50. The death line that had been constructed was writhing like a living creature, but no part of it has yet been breached. But that only lasted until the Titan moved. If even a swing of that arm were to hit, the area would suffer catastrophic damage and a horde of beasts would come pouring in. To prevent that, the Titan must be defeated, but it seems that neither arrows nor magic from a distance are inflicting any damage on the Titan. The front line must push and start attacking the Titan before its legs start moving again. But Amelia couldn't give reckless instructions even if she was anxious. While anxiously waiting for the right moment, a powerful sideways tornado suddenly emerged from a part of the death line, creating a large gap in the swarm of beasts in front of Amelia's eyes. Is that you, Tia-kun? All hands, rain arrows and magic down on that area. Don't let them close the opening. At Amelia's words, the long-range attack that had been saved for the second wave exploded. Perhaps thanks to this support, Lunarisha managed to reach the foot of the Titan. What are we gonna do now, Chu-chan? We can't last even 5 minutes. Don't worry, it won't take long. So take care of my body. Your body? Tia-chan, what are you? I'm coming, Ed. Without waiting for the mercenary's reply, Lunarisha activated One Heart Engage, without hesitation. At that moment, Lunarisha's body crumpled to the ground, and the mercenaries were very agitated. Oi? What's going on? I don't know, man. Damn it. If it wasn't for this situation, I'd take it home. Thomason, that's just not right. This is a joke, right? No more noise could be heard. Following the red thread, Lunarisha entered the Demon King's body. CH-158. What? What is this place? Lunarisha, who had left her body behind and entered the Demon King's body, involuntarily screamed at the situation she found herself in. She found herself floating in a pitch-dark world. This alien sensation was completely different from the one she had experienced when she entered Ed's body. Or rather, the state of being inside Ed was, in Lunarisha's view, like being in a stuffed animal that could not move freely. She could see exactly what Ed was seeing, and she could feel what he touched. It was not as if she could read his mind, but she could at least sense his emotions. And if she closed her eyes, she could probably put his consciousness to sleep. However, the situation she was in now was fundamentally different from back then. Was it because she had entered the body of a huge vessel called the Demon King, or was it because Ed was special in some way? For a moment, Lunarisha entertained such a doubt, but she quickly discarded it. That's not important right now, I must hurry. Fortunately, in this state, she can recognize her own form just like usual. She briefly thought that it would be unpleasant if she was naked since she was in her conscious form, but it seemed that she was wearing the same clothes as she had been outside, so that was not a problem. Then, When Lunarisha directed her consciousness towards her little finger, she could see a single red thread extending into the darkness from there. Okay, we're connected. There. Promise link, used by Lunarisha, will not disappear as long as the subject exists. In other words, even if it dies, it will not disappear until the soul is purified in order to travel to the next life. Even so, it's common sense to think that bringing the dead back to life is impossible, but Lunaria knows that they are not ordinary beings. Even if their bodies were lost, they believed that they could regenerate their flesh as long as they could bring their consciousness or soul back to that they knew of. That's why she was able to live her days after the communication was cut off without crying her heart out. Wait for me, Ed. I'll find you soon and help you. To use spirit magic, the first step is to clearly visualize that the ground exists. After creating a solid feeling under her feet, Lunarisha began to walk, following the thread. As she walked on, brushing away with her hand the black miasma that seemed to be blocking her way, and soon noticed fragments connected to the thread lying at her feet. This? Is this Ed? There it was, a palm-sized thin shard with a reflection of a landscape she had never seen before. She crouched down and gently touched the fragment, and at that moment, Lunarisha's consciousness was transported to another place. Enough, you worthless piece of shit. I'm sorry. In the middle of the forest, two men were facing each other. The one shouting was a handsome swordsman wearing shining armor, while the one being scolded was a seemingly unreliable young man. His pathetic attitude of groveling and fawning seems to irritate even those who were watching them from afar, and the other two people who were observing them also had annoyed expressions towards the young man. Ed? Lunarisha, who was floating in the air and looking down at the scene as if she were a ghost, recognized the young man's face. It was a very different impression from the Ed she knew, but even so, there was no way she could have mistaken the face of the person she had come to save. I brought you along because you insisted so stubbornly. If you cause any more trouble, go back to town right away. No, that's a bit. Please. I'll do anything, just let me accompany you on your journey for a little while longer. Ed desperately clung to the man who yelled at him. The man glared at Ed as if he were looking at something dirty, but it seems foolish to even bother with him anymore, and the man started walking away with his friends. Ed desperately follows them, carrying a large package on his back. Is this Ed before he met me? No, chronologically it would be after he met me, but... Lunarisha had previously heard from Ed that the world she and Alexis were in was always the first world Ed would visit. If that was the case, then this world must be one that she hadn't visited yet, but it was a world that existed after she met Ed. However, Ed's impression was too different from what she expected, the current Ed, and of course the Ed she saw in her dream world. Compared to the Ed she met in that world where Alexis let him escape and couldn't defeat the Demon King, Ed's attitude still seemed too resigned. What is it? Oh, by any chance, does this mean that this is Ed before he got the banishment skill? Then Lunarisha remembered a story Ed had told her earlier. He said that before the Demon King's power returned, in a state where he was really only a human being, Ed had been repeating that world for a mind-boggling number of years. Then is this it? Since there was nothing in particular she could do, Lunarisha simply continued to watch Ed's journey while floating silently in the sky, but it was far more demanding than she had imagined. You fool! A man in impressive equipment. The hero of this world kicked Ed to the ground, and if this scene were taken out of context, it would seem extremely unfair. However, in reality, there was more to the situation. You bastard, what the hell are you? What do you want? The fame of being a member of the hero party? There's no way we'll accept you as a comrade just because you forced yourself to come with us. Just leave already. I don't intend to do that. I just want to travel with you all. That's why I said it's impossible. It's true that I didn't abandon you because I'm a hero. No, I couldn't abandon you. But my patience has reached its limits. Ed's existence was a burden to everyone, as anyone could see. Everyone, including Ed himself, was aware of this fact. Despite this, his desperate clinging to the hero party gave the impression that he was a nuisance who had forcibly attached himself in order to gain the reputation of being active as part of the hero party. As the hero had pointed out, everyone is annoyed. We have to defeat the Demon King, but because of you, we can't make progress on our journey. You're putting your own interests first by inconveniencing not only us but the whole world. Shame on you. He. Ed dismisses the hero's words, which were spat out as if they were disgusted, with a faint smile. Although he was desperate, he lacked sincerity, and while he understood, he did not agree. As the hero left with animosity, Ed wiped the blood that had trickled from his cut mouth due to being kicked, and followed after him. Who would feel sympathy for Ed when they see this scene? Ed, who has been causing trouble for the heroes for his own greed, was disliked even by the townspeople. He was not only subjected to blatant scorn on a daily basis, but also to having water poured over his head, being served food that was apparently unpalatable, and being forced to stay in a stable by himself. But that didn't stop Ed from accompanying the heroes. No matter how much ill will was hurled at him, he continued to be part of the heroes' party with a foolish smile on his face. Yes, these were Ed's original days. This was the price that a man with no power was forced to pay in order to accompany a hero, the only means to fulfill a pure wish that no one could deny, to return to the world where he was born, from the world where he was kidnapped for no reason. And even that was all a hoax. Even if he could endure all these days and cross 100 worlds, what awaited him was to have his memory erased and to start over from the beginning. No matter how much he endured, no matter how much he persevered, there was no hope beyond that point. One of thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of millions of loops. When Ed was expelled from the heroes' party after being confronted with a sword for the last time, he was released into the forest and attacked by a demonic beast that he could not possibly compete with. Lunarisha, unable to do anything about it, continued to watch until the end as Ed's figure disappeared into the light, crying and laughing at the fact that he was one step closer to returning home, even though his limbs had been eaten off. Ch 159. Lunarisha found herself back in the original Black World. The spirit world of the Demon King. The shard in front of her repeatedly showed the scenery she had just seen, and her fingertips touching them were slightly warm. Gently picking up the shard, Lunarisha held it to her chest with all her heart. She could not blame the hero for banishing Ed. At first, he tried to persuade him gently, then gradually became stricter, and eventually resorted to violence to expel him. However, to those who didn't know the circumstances, one could say that his actions were actually quite patient. In the final tragedy, if Ed had desperately tried to escape from the demonic beast, the hero's help would have surely arrived in time. However, Ed didn't do so and didn't put up a futile resistance, thinking now I can finally go home. Moreover, Ed wasn't a small child, he was already a fully grown adult by the standards of that world. Making the hero responsible for the life and death of someone who had followed him without permission was, in fact, arrogant. Ed, on the other hand, seems to be the one who should be blamed for taking advantage of the hero's kindness and forcing himself to tag along with the hero. If Ed had behaved like this when they first met, she might not have traveled with him or even tried to find him, but she knew Ed's situation and his true intentions. How could she deny that Ed, who was created by God to be so, wishes to go home? Then who is to blame? It could be argued that the God who gave Ed such a fate is the root cause, but the reason why the God did such a thing to Ed in the first place is unknown. If Ed were an unconscious danger to others, Demon King capable of destroying the world, there might be those who think that this action was justified, just as one would be careful not to step on ants when walking. There are many things that she doesn't know or understand, so she shouldn't be quick to label something as evil. However, the fact remains that Ed's precious comrades suffered greatly, and that cannot be changed. Which was why Lunarisha continued to hold the shard tightly. I have to go. After a short, yet long, heartfelt embrace, Lunarisha started walking again. There was another red thread extending from the shard besides herself, which was probably connected to another shard. Thinking this, Lunarisha began to walk through the Black World again, and soon after, she found a new fragment. The moment she touched it, memories of a new world flowed into her mind, and having experienced it all, Lunarisha held the second fragment carefully and treasured it in her heart. After repeating this process about 10 times, it soon became difficult to carry around all the shard. So she spread the pieces she had picked up on the ground, and somehow felt that she could assemble them. When she tried to put the pieces together, They fit together and formed the shape of a human foot. I see, so this is what I have to do. Having found a sense of direction, Lunarisha continued to gather more shard. Strangely enough, no matter how far she progressed in assembling the pieces of Ed, they were always right there behind her when she turned around. So she followed the thread and painstakingly put each piece together while holding the painful memories close to her heart, almost to the point of breaking down. As she assembled the 30, 50, 70, 80 shard, most of them were sights she had never seen before, but sometimes she would see another face of someone she knew. Miguel, who respected Ed so much, I can't make a contract with another spirit because of you. Now get out of my sight. Cursing Ed. Rebecca, who had gone on a great adventure together with Ed, cast a dismissive glance at him as he was thrown out of the ship, as if he was an insignificant being. Ed's mentor, Dalton, whom Ed respected, breathed a sigh of relief mixed with resignation as Ed disappeared from the workshop, while his close friend, Wafa, even showed a sense of joy at the absence of the clinging weakling. Every aspect of that scene pierced Lunarisha's heart. The way they ended up like that, and the way Ed was the cause of it all, was too painful, precisely because of the current relationship they all have. Ugh! Lunarisha winced as she clamped her mouth shut, feeling like she was about to overflow with feelings of nowhere to go. Even so, she doesn't stop her feet. She feels even joy in knowing that this is the world Ed has lived in. It's not just lip service, they can carry the burden together. It's the feeling of reality that enables Lunarisha to move forward and continue collecting the fragments. Then 99 pieces were assembled, and the last one was left. The fragment that filled the gap in the gaping chest was a memory of a world she had not seen before. I want to run away right now. I'm so scared. Even so, Lunarisha continued to reach for the final shard. In the world beyond it, another version of herself was facing off against Ed. Hey, do you still intend to come with us? Alexis has said it multiple times, but with your abilities, you can't travel with us. Please understand already. No, 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 I know that. I know my abilities aren't enough to travel together with you, but there's a reason why I must travel with you no matter what. So, what's the reason? That's a bit hard to say, Ed told the former Lunarisha, who raised her eyebrows and said in a resolute manner, with a troubled expression. The restrictions back then were much stricter than now, and if he tells them his circumstances, they might not seriously banish him. In other words, he might not be able to go back to his original world. But that was Ed's situation. From Lunarisha's point of view, as long as Ed would not talk about the reason, the conversation was always a parallel line, and behind the two of them, Alexis was holding his head and showing a stumped expression. So, what do you plan to do, Tia? You're the one who picked him up. Will you take responsibility for him? He said he doesn't even understand common sense, even though he's an adult. So I just thought maybe I should take care of him a little bit. Gahahaha. Yeah, right. Hey, kid. You ever thought about getting away from us and going out on your own? But you see, hey, I'm carrying the luggage and doing things like cooking, arranging accommodations, and all the other miscellaneous tasks. Ed was still insisting, but Alexis continued with a stern look on his face. If we need baggage handlers, we will pay them well and hire the best people. Anyone can arrange food and lodging. You know what? You are not a specialist in anything, nor are you a jack of all trades who can do everything at a certain level. You are just an incompetent worker who can only do what anyone else can do. We don't need such a thing, and we can't keep taking care of you forever. If you insist on following us, I can't guarantee your safety. Ed gulped and asked Alexis, who glared at him with a sharp gaze. So are you saying that you'll kill me as a way to get rid of the trouble? Ha! As a hero, there's no way I will do something like that. I just won't help you if you're attacked by monsters while you're following me around without permission, that's all. If you understand your limits and only operate in places where you can handle the monsters yourself, then there shouldn't be any problems with my proposal. Don't you agree? You've been warned. The rest is up to you. With that, Alexis turned his back to Ed and started walking away. Lunarisha, with a frown, and Gonzo, who remained aloof, followed after him. And Ed, of course, followed them. After being told that he would only cause more trouble, Ed stopped helping with menial tasks and carrying luggage. He just followed behind Alexis and the others. But even that was tough for him, as the journey was difficult and his physical condition was not good enough. He struggled to keep up, panting heavily. Then, it was inevitable that such an accident would happen. Despite everything, since Alexis and the others had been defeating all the monsters along the way, Ed had not been attacked for a long time. However, one day, a creature called rock insect, a type of monster, flew in at high speed from behind. What? Look out! Exhausted. Even if he had been in good shape, the speed of the flying insect called a rock insect that attacked Ed was beyond his ability to react. However, just before the rock insect hit Ed's head, Lunarisha pushed him out of the way and he fell to the ground. Ed, whose body was hit hard, looked up and saw Lunarisha lying on the ground with blood pouring from her shoulder. Ch 160. Tia. Ed was speechless at the sight before him. As if interrupting his gaze, Alexis rushed to Lunarisha's front and immediately checked the state of her wounds. Gonzo. Please, leave it to me. I'll heal her without leaving a single scar. Leaving Lunarisha in the hands of Gonzo, who came running up slightly later, Alexis turned his gaze in the direction from which the attack had come. Spotting a lizard-like demonic beast mimicking a tree trunk ahead of him, he quickly stepped in and slashed it down with one swift slash. Yosh. Gonzo, how's Tia doing? No problem. It would have been troublesome if she had been hit by an arrow with just a little force. But since it was a magical attack, there are no foreign objects left in the body and the wound should heal quickly. I see. Relieved at his trusted colleague's diagnosis, Alexis turned back to Ed, who was standing behind him and moving his mouth as if to say something. In front of his angry face, Ed was too flustered to say anything. It's your fault. Gua. Alexis, with his fist clenched tightly, punched Ed in the cheek as hard as he could. But that was not enough to stop Alexis' anger. Because of you, one of my precious friends has been hurt. How in the world are you going to take responsibility for this? Stop. Alexis hits Ed 2 or 3 times, and Lunarisha's voice comes from behind her to stop him. She was a little pale, but still. Her wounds were already completely healed. Don't do it, Alexis. I covered for Ed on my own. That's... No, but... It's okay. Hey, Ed. Pushing aside the agitated Alexis, Lunarisha crouched down in front of Ed, who was frozen in shock, and brought her own face close to his and spoke softly to him. You understand it now, right? From here on. No, we've always been in dangerous places. This time I was able to save you. But there is no guarantee that I will be able to save you the next time. So, won't you stop coming with us from now on? We'll take you to the town one last time, and then say goodbye there. Despite the fact that he had caused her injury, there was a clear sense of gratitude and appreciation in her demeanor towards him. In front of such a Lunarisha, however, Ed smiled faintly. Ha, ha ha ha. I won't say goodbye, Ed. Well, for a little while longer, I'll just follow you guys on my own. So if I get targeted again, please help me. You guys are a hero party, so it's okay to protect a helpless ordinary person, right? Please, I beg you. At Ed's words, Alexis tried to punch him again. But before he could do so, Lunarisha slapped Ed across the cheek. Enough already. I understand that you have a reason for not being able to tell us and for continuing to follow us. But why do you have to speak to us like that? It can't be helped. It's already well known that I'm with you guys, and if I abandon you here and end up dead, there will be talk like so the hero finally abandoned the civilians and ran away, you know? If you don't want that, then please continue to protect me. I'm begging you, Alexis-sama, Gonzo-sama, and also Tia-san, It's Lunarisha, huh? The heat disappeared from the always gentle jade eyes, and Ed was startled by the icy voice. Like I said, it's Lunarisha. I don't consider us close enough for you to call me Tia. Am I wrong? That's right. I'm sorry, Lunarisha-san. Let's go, Alexis. I'm fine now. Alexis and the others started walking after Lunarisha, who got up. Ed, who staggered up a little later, followed and then the journey resumed. The hero party and Ed stopped having even the simplest of conversations. Lunarisha, in particular, had changed dramatically and no longer spoke or even made eye contact with Ed. And then, several months later, a minor incident occurred. However, as a result of the accumulated suspicion up to that point, Ed was expelled from the hero party and disappeared from the world 10 minutes later. As they parted ways, the look in Lunarisha's eyes towards Ed held neither contempt nor pity, but rather, it was a gaze as if she were looking at a stone. I see, so that was me in that world. Lunarisha, who had returned while holding the 100th piece to her chest, quietly muttered this. Lunarisha understands that she may have a kind personality, but she doesn't have a character that indulges people indefinitely. Therefore, she cannot forgive the former Ed, who exposed herself and her comrades to danger without even explaining the reason behind it, and acted as if it was natural. So surely no one was to blame this time either. After swallowing her feelings of turmoil, Lunarisha inserted the last piece of the figure into the chest of the humanoid behind her. The finished product was a doll about the size of a human child. The doll, which was empty inside because it was only a combination of fragments, moved slowly the next moment and sat down on the spot with its knees in its arms. I didn't want to. A doll with his face buried in his lap, a child's voice, much like Ed's, spilled from his mouth. I didn't want to do something like that. I didn't want to cause any trouble. I didn't want people to worry about me, and I was afraid to fight. What Ed whispered was his true feelings of his former self. It was the darkness in his heart that he carried alone, unable to convey it to anyone. I wanted to say thank you to the people who were kind to me. I wanted to apologize for the trouble I had caused. But more than any other feeling, I just wanted to go home so badly. I couldn't bear not being able to go home no matter what. It was unbearable for me, more than the thought of dying or other people getting hurt or dying. A curse. An instinctive feeling that Ed must put before everything else because he was created by God to be that way. It was an absolute chain that binded Ed, one that he was not allowed to resist. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. Ed. Lunarisha gently hugged the doll, who sobbed like a child. If she could, she would let him go home. She would even be willing to consume her own lifespan to do so. However, there was no way that Lunarisha, a mere elf, would be able to send Ed back to his non-existent homeland. It's okay, Ed. It's okay. I may not be able to send you back home, but I can help you create a place you can call home, a place to call home. That's impossible. I'm empty inside. There's no way I can create a place to call home. Ara, you are not empty, you know. With little Ed in her arms, Lunarisha puts her hand on the doll's chest. It's true that maybe you didn't have anything inside of you until now. But things are different now. The Ed who has traveled with me has many important people in his life. Come on, try to remember. From Lunarisha's hands, thoughts were infused into the dolls. Alexis, Waffles, Rebecca's, Miguel's, Toby's, Dalton's, Riel's, Galgador's and Deli's, and Lunarisha's own memories and the memories of walking together in all those worlds filled the empty shell of the doll. The empty shell of the doll began to fill up with all these memories and emotions, creating a place for Ed to call home. You get it, right? You are not a puppet made by God or a shell of the Demon King of the End. No, that may be true, but you are not just that. So let's go home together. You are Ed. The most important person in my life. The doll in her arms began to glow with a dazzling light. It glowed so white that it filled the entire black space around it, and the next moment— What? Oh! She woke up. Lunarisha woke up with a start, and Gaster, who was fighting nearby, shouted to her. Sorry. How long was I unconscious for, huh? Oh, probably about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Just 5 minutes? Oi, what do you think 5 minutes in the middle of a battle is? I can't keep this up much longer, you know. Oh, right, sorry. Let's finish this right away then. While apologizing to Gaster who complained, Lunarisha stepped away from the Demon King and held the Dawnbreaker in her hand. How long do you plan on sleeping? Wake up. Ed. With a cry, she stabbed the Dawnbreaker into the Demon King's leg with all her might. Then, with a whoosh, the black mist covering the Demon King was blown away, and cracks began to appear all over the Demon King's body from the spot where the sword was thrusted. Whoa? What the hell? You mean to tell me this big guy can be taken down with just one sword strike? Amazing. Tia-chan is super awesome. Paying no attention to any of the surrounding noise, Lunarisha continued to gaze straight at the Demon King's chest area. Eventually, unable to withstand the light leaking from within, his chest exploded and Lunarisha moved her right hand with all her might, pulling the red string extending from her pinky finger towards herself. What she felt was a solid response. Something the size of a human being was falling toward Lunarisha, mixed with pieces of the Demon King, and while killing its momentum with wind spirit magic, Lunarisha firmly caught it with her own two hands. Man, this is really the opposite of my role, isn't it? It's so uncool. Fufu, how are you feeling after waking up? That apostrophe s. You know that? What's that? I mean it's that thing. Anyway. Thanks for the help, Tia. You're welcome. Welcome back, Ed. I'm back, Tia. Ed, embraced by Lunarisha like a princess, replied to his best buddy with a sincere smile. Ch 161. Did you come out of that giant's belly? As soon as I returned to this world, I turned my face towards a bizarre voice that I heard nearby, and there I saw Gaster, with eyes wide open in astonishment. Oh, if it isn't Gaster. Why are you here? That's my line. What the hell is going on? You just came out of a giant's belly and you're really alive? Of course I'm alive. Whoa! As I grinned at Gaster's foolish expression, Tia, who was holding onto me, suddenly stumbled. I quickly jumped out of her arms and supported her body to prevent her from falling. Are you okay, Tia? Or rather, how reckless did you get? My consciousness was only clear up to the point where I was eaten by the Demon King that day. So I don't know why I now exist here as me, but I can only imagine how hard it must have been for Tia to make that happen. He. I think I tried a little too hard. You really did. Tia chuckled as she sat there, and I patted her head with a wry smile. Ah, just seeing this face is well worth coming back to the endless hell. Oi Ed. If you're safe, get your ass over here and start fighting. We ain't even got a chance to get out of here. That's right. At least give me time to escape with Tia-chan in my arms. Thomason and Jonathan. Ah, it certainly looks like a rather difficult situation. As protests rose from the sidelines, I looked around again. For some reason, this area seemed to be a small blank space, but there were an incredible number of monsters crowded around us. It seemed that Gaster and the others were desperately trying to hold them back. I don't know how you're keeping it up. I don't know what it is, but sometimes attack magic comes flying from the town. It's more serious than that. I'm at my limit. Come on, yeah, leave it to me. Seeing Gaster and the others panicking, I put my hand on my waist. Just as I grabbed nothing but air, Tia handed me a sword. Here you go. I got it back from Amelia. Oh, thank you. Just perfect. Hey, Ed. I'm sorry, but I think I might be at my limit. Do you mind if I take a little break? Sure. Go ahead and dress up. Yes, I will. Then, please. As she said this, Tia's eyes closed as she sat down. What I sensed from her eyes was her complete trust. Even in the midst of countless demonic beasts, I did not feel in the slightest that I could not protect Tia. I would not be a man if I did not respond to this. I readied my Dawnbreaker, which Tia had given me. The solid response I got back was enough to accept my full power. You all look quite excited, but that ends here. Now watch out. Ed, they're coming from behind. A monster darted past Gaster and lunged at me as I crouched down, but it was no longer a threat to me. You're a little strong, aren't you? A flash. Dawnbreaker swung horizontally, leaving behind a trail of black line. Then, in the blink of an eye, the life of the demonic beast in the path of that line came to an end. Huh? With a clattering sound, the thrashing beast fell to the ground motionless. Although I missed a few due to being crouched or in mid-jump, with just one swing, almost all of the beasts in this area were now lifeless. T/N. Oi. The heck? Ed, what are you? Ed, behind you. Amidst the surprised voices, a warning was shouted out, and I turned around to see black shards gathering behind me, forming a humanoid shape. Black miasma was blowing out from the gaps between the shards, giving off the impression that it was moving by sheer force. He's also I don't know the circumstances, but you've become quite clumsy, Musama. Can't even speak anymore? Whatever. The Demon King's fist, with cracks, came barreling down on me. Due to its size and reach, it was impossible to avoid it, but there was no need to avoid it in the first place. Fucking. Ha ha. What's the matter, big fella? Is that all you got? There, Dawnbreaker, imbued with a golden glow like the dawn, repelled the Demon King's fist with a flashy sound and light. It was only natural. The power that dwelled in this blade was the Demon King's natural enemy. If he were in perfect condition, he might be able to do something, but with a broken fist like this, there was no way he could do anything. At least I'll show you some mercy. I'll end this with a single blow. With my sword poised high above my head, I poured everything I had into the Dawnbreaker. The blackness of night, deeper than darkness, and the gold of morning, more dazzling than light, nestled together, the blade of the sword reaching so high that the broken Demon King howled in fright at its brilliance. Announcing the end in the never-ending night, and the beginning with the rising sun. Behold, the strike of unrivaled might. With all my might, I took a powerful step forward and swung down the sword that would pave the way to a new era. The blade ripped through time and space, splitting the Demon King's body, which was only about 30 meters long, in half. The separated fragments tried to connect with each other again through the black miasma. But no matter how much they huddled together, they were never connected again. You understand, don't you? Separated by the power of the hero, ended by the power of the Demon King. There is no place for you in this world, neither in the past nor in the future. To my sword, which has awakened to the true dawn. The body of the Demon King turns into glistening black sand and disappears into the sky. It will eventually pass through a small hole that opened in the world and enter the completely disappearing from this world. It has become a history engraved in the very foundation of this world, and no matter how the world repeats itself thereafter, the Demon King will never return here again. In other words, there is nothing that cannot be cut off in all existence. T/N! Is a powerful mantra in Buddhism. It expresses the idea that everything is impermanent and subject to change, and that through mindfulness and insight, one can overcome all obstacles and achieve enlightenment. With these words, I sheathed their Dawnbreaker, and all the threats that existed here vanished. I let out a short breath, and Gaster and the others came rushing toward me. Ed, what the hell did you just do? I mean, why are you even alive? You're alive. Right? Okay Ed. You're tired, aren't you? Leave the sleeping Tia-chan to me. Don't be ridiculous. Of course it's my role to carry Tia. Or rather, Tia. Fun. Are you kidding me? Sleeping soundly in this situation? I thought she was just resting lightly, but then I heard a peaceful sleeping sound coming out of Tia's mouth. She seemed to be sleeping quite seriously, as she did not wake up even when I lightly shook her shoulder. Wait, is this not a joke? Do I really have to carry her? Well, if that's what it takes, I'll do it as much as needed. Hey, Ed-kun. Whoa? Carrying an unconscious person on my back was a difficult thing to do. As I pondered over what to do, a very cheerful yet icy voice pierced through my back. Amelia-san? Correct. I rushed here from town, but it looks like you're safe. I'm relieved. I want to sincerely congratulate you on your survival. Thank you very much. I smile wryly in response to Amelia's praise. Despite her smiling and kind words, her eyes do not seem to reflect it. So, I'd like to ask you a few questions, Ed-kun, if you don't mind. Are you talking about me? If you want an entertaining story, I think Gaster's failed attempts over there would be better. No, I'd really like to hear your story. About a lot of things. Yes, a lot of things. Amelia's gaze slowly moves from side to side as she says that. Oh, yes. That makes sense. After all, I had slain thousands of demonic beasts with a single blow, and cut down the Demon King. Or rather, a huge demonic beast from Amelia's perspective, with a shining sword. Of course she would want to know the details. I understand that, but look. I have to take Tia with me. Mum Nyama. Ah, Ed. Good morning. Why are you getting up now? Amelia's smile deepened even more when she saw Tia waking up with perfect timing. It seems that Tia-kun is awake as well, so I guess that means you two are going to tell me your story together. Is that okay? Yes. I respond to Amelia's admiration with a very suspicious grin. It seems that even my killer blow couldn't completely break free from the world's entanglements. Darn it. CH 162. Hello, Ed-kun. Glad you could make it. Ha ha ha, thanks. A room in a station office that I have visited before. I managed to smile at His Excellency Brown, who had a smile but wasn't really smiling. In addition, Argoshi, standing by His Excellency's side, stood a little closer to me than before. I guess he's more interested in finishing me off than in protecting His Excellency in case of an emergency. Meanwhile, Amelia is blocking the door behind me with an unwavering determination that says, I won't let you get away. By the way, Tia was not here. After that, I ended up carrying Tia, who was walking unsteadily with sleepwalking eyes, and she fell asleep again. I didn't want to keep dragging Tia around while she was so exhausted, so I had her rest at the clinic. The diagnosis was that she was simply tired, so there seemed to be nothing to worry about. As I was thinking about this, I saw His Excellency's mouth move. He was probably smiling, but it didn't look like he was smiling at all. Well, you needn't be so nervous. Let me make this clear first so you don't get the wrong idea. We are truly grateful for your work, Ed-kun. Without your information, we would have been late in gathering a defensive force in this town, and it might have been breached by now. If this Dresden were to fall, not only the 10,000 people who live here, but also the people of our country who lie in wait behind it, and perhaps even the entire world could have been swarmed by a swarm of demonic beasts using this place as an entrance. It is solely because of your efforts that we were able to prevent this from happening. As the person entrusted with the defense of this town, I would like to thank you again. Thank you, you are a hero. Thank you very much. I could not accept the words of praise from His Excellency, even though they were priceless. After such compliments, there was always a terrible story waiting for me. And unfortunately, that expectation was not betrayed. But that's that. We are certainly interested in how you survived for 2 months in the belly of a demonic beast, but we are most concerned about your fighting ability, which you demonstrated in the last battle. According to reports, with a single swing of your sword, you managed to slaughter thousands of demonic beasts and slay the giant that we could not even scratch with our full strength. What in the world was that? How much power are you hiding? If you have such power, why haven't you used it until now? Well, it's just that I've had my share of circumstances, too. His Excellency gave me a sharp look, but I was not able to speak clearly. I have no particular reason to hide anything, so it's fine to be honest. But the reason why I don't is that what I will say is incredibly suspicious. I am the Demon King, and somehow the power of a hero has welled up inside of me, and using both of them made that fight a breeze. Such an explanation can only be allowed up until the age of 5 at most. Even if I could reproduce it, it wouldn't change the fact that I can't use that power anymore. The banishing skill will probably return after a night's sleep, but I don't think the Demon King's power, which has been compressed to such an excessive degree, will ever return. Maybe I could do it if I consciously try, but just imagining it makes me break out in a cold sweat all over my body, and my instincts warn me that it's dangerous, so I have no intention of trying it at all. As for the power of the hero, I used it all up, so it's over. I'm not a hero, so there's no way to rest and recover from it. Besides, I don't even know why I had the power of the hero inside me, so there's really nothing I can do about it. In other words, I used an unverifiable and suspicious ability. And that's the only explanation I can give. It's probably best to not say anything about it honestly. If I were to explain the real reason, I would likely be ridiculed. And to my complicated expression, His Excellency Brown gave a small sigh. I see. You can't say it. Well, that's fine. It's within my expectations that it would be impossible for a mercenary like you to reveal everything. But if that's the case, you will need to leave this town. That's... His Excellency's words elicited a cry of surprise from behind me. I turned my head lightly and turned around to see Amelia's figure there with her eyes wide open. "What do you mean, Your Excellency? You're kicking out the town?" "No, kicking out the national hero." "Calm down, Carlton. Actually, I have been investigating Ed Khan's background up to this point, and I found that there was no record of his whereabouts before coming here. Also, no one seemed to know him in the place he claimed to be his hometown. Isn't that quite strange?" "Is that so?" I gently averted my eyes from Amelia, who was looking at me with a raised eyebrow. While I had briefly mentioned the fake cover story during conversations with my mercenary comrades, it was nowhere near the quality that would withstand serious investigation by the military. Without pretending to be someone else and without leaving any traces, there shouldn't be any signs of my past, making it easy to figure out an unknown person from nowhere. In and of itself, that's fine, it's to be expected of a mercenary. However, if such a person has the combat strength to single-handedly destroy a fortress city, that's a different story. Dealing with such a dangerous person, one could either put a collar on them and tame them, or this is unacceptable. Do you have any pride in that? No. There is no such thing as pride. But I am an aristocrat and a soldier of this country. My priority is the national interest, not my personal feelings, and when it comes to a mad dog that I can't find a collar to put on and that I can't even kill, then I can only think of driving them out. Amelia's appeal was quickly cut off by His Excellency Brown. Amelia's face contorted in bitterness as she said this, and I turned to him. "I understand. But Tia, I'm worried about my partner's condition. Could you allow me to stay for at least 3 days?" "That's all right. Then, on the morning of the 4th day, you two shall be expelled from the fortress city of Dresden. That is all." "Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me." I left the room, not really trying to resist. Amelia, who had followed me from behind, grabbed me by the shoulders and held me back. "Wait a minute. That's not it, that's not it. I didn't mean to be so ungrateful to you guys. Haha, please calm down, Amelia-san. We don't really mind, you know. In fact, you've been quite considerate to us." "What do you mean?" Amelia tilted her head, not understanding what I meant, and I added, "I'm just guessing," and explained the current exchange as we walked along. "If we hadn't had this exchange, I think Tia and I would have been summoned to a bigger city, like the royal capital. And if we were forced to choose between the two options, we would have no choice. If we refused, we would be killed." A technique to ride alone into enemy territory and kill thousands of enemies in an instant within sight. Or a powerful blow that could easily shatter even a castle wall. There is no way that a country would overlook an individual who can use such a technique. If used by an enemy nation, he would immediately become a threat, so he would either be used with extremely restricted freedom, or he would be killed to cut off any lingering worries. Whether or not they could actually do so was another matter. So they ended that inevitable exchange right here and left us with the option of choosing neither. If they expel us here, at least we wouldn't be forced into conscription or anything. Well, if I were to become an officer in another country as a result, I think His Excellency's position would go from bad to worse. But despite that, he respected our will. I think that was His Excellency's way of saying thank you. In fact, he was very helpful. I didn't know. What can I say, Ed Khan? Are you used to this kind of interaction? I've been through a lot in my own way. Amelia finally broke her hardened expression to me, laughing. To have someone younger than me talk about life experiences, it's a bit disheartening. But even so, I can't just leave it at that. Is there anything personal I can do to show my gratitude? Oh, is that so? Then please treat us to a meal with Tia again. Something that will make us feel better after we eat. Wait, huh? I suddenly feel really hungry. Once again, I became aware of a ravenous hunger, as though my stomach was howling. Oh, come to think of it, objectively I haven't eaten anything in 2 months. Ugh, this is no good. I want to eat whatever I want right now. Ha ha ha. All right. In that case, I'll treat you to a wonderful meal in the name of the Carlton family. Now, shall I wake up Tia Khan? No, let's save that for when Tia wakes up. Right now. Oi, Ed. Before I knew it, I was out of the room and I heard someone calling me from across the street. "Hey, if you're done talking with the bigwigs, get your ass over here." "Yeah, Ed. We won't let you hog all the girls." Thomason. Captain, if it's not too much trouble, could we borrow Ed? So that's how it is. "Yeah, you go ahead." Amelia smiled at me, and I walked toward Gaster and the others. The drinks I shared with my companions that day kept pouring into my empty stomach. Ch 163. For the next 3 days, Tia and I enjoyed our remaining days to the fullest. The town was enjoying a bit of a festive atmosphere after we returned from our desperate situation, and we also had a lot of fun drinking with Gaster and the other guys in the rear guard that Tia had befriended, and Amelia took us to an expensive restaurant as promised. On the morning of the 4th day, we received a send-off from Amelia at the entrance of the deserted town. "I'm sorry. We should have sent you off with a grand send-off from the whole town, but..." "No, no, no. Please don't do that. I am not that big of a person to be banished with such vigor." Amelia looked apologetic, and I chuckled, jokingly telling her so. Yes, this was a banishment, not a triumphant return to my hometown. If they gather people, it will be stones, not cheers, that will fly. "Oh come on, don't be silly. Where is anyone who really thinks you're being exiled?" "No, well, of course not." "Of course, that's just a facade. I told Gaster and the others that we were being expelled from this town, but none of them believed it. For mercenaries, changing their base of operations is a common occurrence, and there's no longer any benefit to staying in this town now that the Demon King has been defeated and the attacks from the demons have ceased. Although there are few who believe that there won't be another attack in the near future, the fact remains that a major threat has been eliminated. Many of the mercenaries are considering traveling to other towns, anticipating a decrease in earnings if they stay here. To Gaster and the others, I am likely perceived as the first to ride the wave of this trend. Nevertheless, there must be consequences. The fact that you were expelled will be undoubtedly recorded. I will eventually move to restore your honor, but until then, please take it easy for a while." "Thank you, Amelia. Well, I don't intend to make a splashy public appearance, so we probably won't see each other again." "I see." At my words, Amelia looked a little sad. In front of Amelia, Tia, who had been quiet for a long time, slowly walked up to her and took her hand. "Tia-kun, if I'm going to be exiled anyway, I might as well be a little rude." "Well then, Amelia. Thank you for everything." Haha, if you talk like that to an aristocrat, you certainly will be exiled. "Ah, I had fun too. Thank you, Tia-kun. I will never forget what you did for me in my lifetime." "Well then, this is the end. Ed-kun, Tia-kun. You two are hereby expelled from this fortified city of Dresden." After releasing Tia's hand, Amelia drew her sword and held it high towards the sky, making a dignified declaration. We bowed to her and then took each other's hands, turning our backs to Dresden and starting to walk away. "How's it, Ed?" "I don't know myself." "Oh, don't worry. We're almost there, just 5 more minutes." Walking briskly down the road, we picked up our pace and soon lost sight of Amelia. Sensing that we were far enough away, we dashed behind some cover. Tia turned to me and asked for confirmation. We had yet to fulfill the most reliable condition for return, which was spending over half a year with the hero party. Furthermore, I had been away for 2 months, so it was uncertain if we would be able to return. However, it seemed that everything had gone smoothly. "I'm glad. Or rather, what would you have done if it had failed?" "Well, I'm not sure, but if only one of us can go back, I think we can hold hands and go back together. And if neither of us can go back, maybe we can return to town and secretly infiltrate the city, hiding until we meet the conditions and then show up in front of Amelia to get expelled again." "Ugh, I definitely don't want to do that. It would ruin what could have been a beautiful goodbye." "Well, it didn't happen, so why bother?" "You're so carefree." Upon hearing my words, Tia showed a slightly exasperated expression. The reason I wasn't taking this too seriously was because we had learned that even if we defeated the Demon King, the title of hero would not disappear. Even if one of us was left behind, I knew that we could still make it back as long as we spent at least 6 months together. That's right. As long as we're both safe, A time difference of that degree won't be a problem as long as we're alive. We spent time firmly holding hands and then safely returned to there. Oh, there was a lot going on this time, too. First, let's check their records of the hero's story. Oh, you're motivated, Tia. That's fine. I said nothing more and went along with Tia as she hurried. In the past few days, I asked Tia once how she had helped me. But she dodged the question so smoothly that it was obvious she was trying to hide something. I didn't press further after being brushed off like that. Maybe there is something she doesn't want me to hear. If that's the case, there's no need to ask. I helped Tia, and Tia helped me. The thread connecting our little fingers disappeared after we fulfilled the conditions, but our relationship didn't change at all. Now, what does it say? Then, as Tia wished, I put my hand on their records of the hero's story. The contents of the book were about Amelia's life, including her struggles as a noblewoman, and the story progressed with various anecdotes. And then, at the end, World 009, records of the hero's story, final chapter. A commonplace happiness. Amelia, the hero who successfully defended the town, was praised for her achievements and was promoted to the rank of senior knight, and over the next few years, she performed her duties without incident. After that, through the introduction by her superior, Amelia married the second son of a viscount and had a child with him, and completed her life as a very ordinary noblewoman. T/N, when are you two marrying? So what do you think of this? Well, I think she had a happy life, but oh, this is probably my fault. While Amelia's life may have been modestly happy, it was not particularly remarkable, and Tia tilted her head in confusion. Meanwhile, I made a slightly awkward expression. What do you mean it's Ed's fault? From Amelia's position and talents, she should have been a hero specialized in defending bases. So if I had returned safely from reconnaissance, or if I had died, Amelia's hero powers would have awakened to defend against the swarm of monsters attacking, and Dresden would have become impregnable. And then, when the Demon King got fed up with not being able to defeat her, she attacked him directly and defeated him with Dawnbreaker, which I had entrusted to her, and won the victory, which was probably how history was originally supposed to go. But you see, I don't know why, but because I had the power of a hero inside me, I defeated a large number of demonic beasts and the Demon King, all by myself. So she just lost her chance to play an active role and her life became pretty normal. I think so. It's just a guess. I don't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for Amelia herself. However, there is nothing that can be done about the history that has become that way. The defeated Demon King will never be resurrected even if the world changes its course. So the world in which Amelia can be honored as a hero forever will no longer exist. So many people are safe as a result, and it's impossible for you to not help, but if by any chance we have a chance to meet her again, that time let's treat her to something delicious. I guess so. Maybe then I could bring back some otherworldly specialties or souvenirs. What we overcame was greater than anything else, but because we didn't mention it, the ending was subtle and lacked closure. We looked at each other and laughed, and the story came to an end. 10/10 T/N, next arc whenever I get time. Probably Tuesday or Wednesday. Also, you're all enjoying the novel. CH 164. Yosh. After a moment of mild intoxication, we landed, as usual, in a new world. Looking around, I discovered that once again we were in a forest. Don't we land in the woods quite often? Well, if we're talking about a place that doesn't attract attention, then it would be the forest along the main road, wouldn't it? Or perhaps our young miss prefers to be in front of a crowd or inside a wooden box. Ugh, I sure wouldn't like that. Watching Tia's salty expression as she recalled the past, I laughed and walked in the direction of the light. Then the forest abruptly ended, and in front of me was a neatly paved road. Wait, could it be? This road is... Wow, it's so beautifully designed and maintained. It's like the path of a king. Tia was naturally surprised. The road in front of us was completely flat and paved with what looked like seamless stone, and it extended endlessly within sight. Following the road with my eyes, I found an incredibly huge city with countless structures stretching out to the heavens. It's here, it's here, it's here. We did it, Tia. We hit the jackpot. Ed? What jackpot? Right here, right here. I've always wanted to come to this world. There was no mistaking that view. This was the 092ND world. A world of ultra-advanced magical civilization that seemed to be 1,000 years ahead of other worlds. Here, we can get our hands on things that we can't find in other worlds. Medicine that can cure even the loss of limbs with just one pill, communication devices that let us easily talk to someone far away, magical furnaces that can adjust temperature with just a twist for blacksmithing, and even magical airships that can fly through the sky if we have enough money. Wow, what should we do? What should we buy first? No, before that, we need to get our hands on the currency here. Geez, calm down, Ed. We haven't even entered the town yet. Oh, why yeah. Sorry. Tia looked at me with eyes like she was watching a small child as I got carried away with excitement. Well, I'll just have to accept being treated like that for now. Anyway, let's go. Come on, Tia. Yeah, I am coming. Holding Tia's hand as she gave a wry smile, I continued towards the town. However, as we got closer to the town, I immediately remembered something and diverted our path to a less populated area. What's wrong, Ed? Are we not entering the town? I just remembered. You need an ID to get into this town. Ah, it certainly is a big town. So what are we going to do? Should we try pretending that we lost it and ask for help? That doesn't work here. Every inhabitant of this world, without exception, was assigned a citizen ID, which was registered in a crystal-like object embedded in the wrist of the left hand. Since it was implanted in their bodies, it was not something they could lose, and without it, they would not be recognized as citizens. In other words, one is not treated as a human being, and naturally, one cannot enter the town. Of course, loopholes exist, and it is said that there are people in the underground business who make their living by extracting and transplanting information from others or rewriting the contents. But even those people live normally, so their base of operations is naturally inside the town, and if we can't even enter the town, we can't even negotiate. With Tia beside me, looking up at the wall with a furrowed brow, I folded my arms and pondered. If all I had to do was enter the town alone, it would actually be easy. I was strong enough at that time, the final phase of the first round, that I was able to sneak through the walls and sneak into town with Mirage Shift, and the activities that followed were just manageable. However, bringing Tia into the town was a different story. I myself had no contacts in this town, so I had no idea of any organization that would allow me to smuggle her in, and they were not the kind of people an amateur could meet just by walking around the town. The only people who would approach such a person would be con artists trying to deceive them. Or maybe I can use Akashic Compass to find such a guy? If I play my cards right and get my request through. Hey, you guys. Then, unexpectedly, I was called from behind. I turned around and my eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the person standing there! You mean us? You're the only ones here. What are you doing here, dressed so strangely, huh? Dressed strangely? Standing in front of me was a red-haired woman with sharp, determined-looking eyes and a height of about 165 centimeters. However, her attire was quite different from ours, as she was wearing a tight, deep red outfit similar to those worn by male nobles when they dance. Hey Ed, do we look weird? Of course it's weird. Armor and sword. Did you attend a cosplay party somewhere? But it's strange for someone like that to be outside of town dressed like that, isn't it? Suspicious. I can smell a case. The woman, who appeared to be a little older than us, looked at us suspiciously. How I have missed this. I've gotten into trouble many times with her face. Canal, huh? How do you know my name? I smiled wryly as Canal suddenly turned her body in alarm at the mention of that name. Despite her obvious wariness, I couldn't help but grin at her. Of course we know. We're here to see you. I rolled up the sleeve of my left hand and showed her my wrist. At first, Canal raised her eyebrows, but when she saw the reality of what was there, she firmly grabbed my left hand and stared at my wrist. What? No fragment? Did you dig it out and then restore it with the Lestal Restoration Medicine? No, without a fragment, the Lestal Restoration Medicine shouldn't work. Could it be a non-existent lost child? Just who are you? Wother, Information doesn't come for free, you know? You know that, don't you, Uck? That apostrophe s. How much? We don't need money. We just need a little help getting into town. We're having trouble getting in because of this. Kunal blatantly frowned at me as I slapped my own wrist. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have any contacts to smuggle people into town. Even if I did, I wouldn't do it. Ha ha ha. That part is already taken care of. You don't have to break the law, or owe anyone any favors. All you have to do is bring a certain package into town. Is that package illegal? It ain't. Don't worry, I'll put what you will be carrying in a bag right in front of you. How about that? Then if that's the case, you'll really show it to me right in front of me? There aren't any traps in the bag or anything like that. Right? If you're worried, you can check the bag too. I believe we can do this the proper way if you cooperate, so I have no reason to lie or deceive you. So, what do you say? You just have to carry a slightly heavy package, and you'll have the answer to the mystery in front of you. Gyugugyu, asking with a provocative smile, I made her think deeply. However, it was clear as day what kind of answer she would choose. Oh okay, I'll cooperate. So please, tell me properly. Of course. I'll be in your care, Kunal. I felt a little sorry for her, considering what was to come, but this was a formal transaction. I shook hands with Kunal, apologizing in my heart. CH 165. Hey, is this where Kunal-san lives? Kind of. Well, technically it's where she works, but she sleeps here all the time, so it's practically like living here. As we entered the town ahead of time, we entered the room without the landlord's permission. Of course, the windows and doors were locked, but they meant nothing in front of the Mirage Shift skill. I wondered what it would look like from the outside, but inside it's rather normal. I guess even if civilization develops, people are still people. If our bodies are the same, we'll probably have similar feelings and behaviors. Intrigued by Tia words, I looked around the room. It was an aged wooden structure with amber-colored pillars and milk-white wallpaper that created a calm atmosphere. There was a large desk and built-in bookshelves in the same color as the pillars, making it seem like the room belonged to a guildmaster. I think it's over here. Hey, Ed, are you allowed to just touch things without permission? Well, we're already here, so it's fine, right? Uck, whatever. Don't blame me if we get in trouble later. Alright. Ignoring Tia's warning, I elegantly made my way to the kitchen in the back. I placed the pot under the magic tool that dispensed water just by turning a knob on the wall, and filled it up. Then I placed it on the strange metal plate next to it, which heated up just by pressing a button, and started boiling the water. After doing so, I fished around in the cupboard and retrieved a translucent box with a lid from it, and placed the black beans inside into a metal tube with a handle. What are you doing? You crush these beans into a powder and pour hot water over them to make tea. What was it called again? I think. Cafu? Coffee? Yeah, that was the name. Hey. Does it taste good? It has a nice aroma, at least. After taking one of the cups out of the cupboard as well, I placed a filter-like device on top of the cup, put the coffee powder inside and poured hot water from the pot that was emitting steam. A wonderfully fragrant aroma filled the air as the cup filled with black liquid. I returned to the first room with the cup in hand and sat on the leather sofa to savor the aroma. Feels nice. Is this the taste of the upper class? Wow, it's pitch black. What does it taste like? It tastes bitter as hell. The coffee I hadn't had in a long time was as bitter as I remembered it. If I had been forced to drink it without knowing anything about it, I would have inevitably thought it was poison and spit it out. Phew. This is bitter. I don't understand why you would drink something you know is bitter. Well, it is certainly bitter, but it has a certain addictive quality to it. And when you're feeling sleepy, drinking it really wakes you up. So it's kind of like a medicinal bath, you know? I see. I understand now. Medicine usually tastes bitter, right? Yeah. Uck. Bitterness running through me. A relaxing moment spent while sipping coffee. As if to destroy such a serene atmosphere, heavy footsteps of gunfire unexpectedly echoed from outside the room. It stopped in front of this room on the third floor, and then there was the sound of a door being unlocked with a clang. Finally made it back. Wait, you're already here? Yo Canal. Welcome home. With sweat dripping from her forehead, Canal, who had dragged her huge bag, I greeted her. She threw her bag to the ground and ran towards me with an intense expression. Why are you welcoming me back? Or rather, why are you already here? Ha ha ha, that's a secret, Canal-kun. Anyway, it's an important item, so please handle it a little more carefully, okay? I don't know. And because of this, do you know how much trouble I had to go through? Leaving Canal, who was getting more and more agitated, I carefully carried the huge bag inside and placed it on a long bench, opening its mouth and embracing its contents. You're good to go, Tia. Okay, I'm going back. As soon as I took Tia's hand, her body jerked and her eyes, which had been closed, opened. How's it, Tia? Is there anything wrong with your body? It's okay. It's normal. That's good. Thanks for your hard work, Canal. I mean it. I really went through a lot, you know. The plan I made to infiltrate the town was to transfer Tia's consciousness into mine with Engage Heart, and then I would infiltrate the town with Mirage Shift, and have her unconscious body carried into town by Canal. If she was conscious, she had to be smuggled into town, but there was no rule against bringing in a human body that could not be awakened. I thought it would be okay then, and apparently it worked. Geez, why do I have to do something like this? When the staff stopped me, I thought my heart was going to stop. Oh, you were stopped after all. How did you manage it? I told them it was a synthetic homunculus for biotraining and they let me through. Though it did get cut in a few places because of that. What? Is that okay? As Canal spoke, Tia was so surprised that she patted herself all over. However, Canal showed no remorse and shrugged as she answered. Don't worry about it. Without a fragment, we can't use the restoration medicine, Lestal, but if it's just a cut, no matter how deep it is, it can be healed with a single spray of recovery spray. You should be grateful that I didn't have to use the other excuse I prepared just in case of an emergency. Another reason? Was there another good excuse? In response to my question, Canal blushes lightly and turns her face away conspicuously. If I had declared it as a pet, or rather, a tool for sexual pleasure, I don't think they would have cut it, even if they investigated me thoroughly. What? No. Definitely not. Tia, who hugged herself with a bang to show her ejection, also loudly retorted to Canal. I don't like it either. Why do I have to confess that I am a pervert to carry something like that of someone of the same sex? Anyway, let's end this topic. I brought your body back safely, so that's good enough. Right. I'll say it again, thank you. Would you like some coffee? I'll have some. Or rather, it's mine, Canal says in a sulky voice, taking the cup from my hand and drinking from it. No, I was actually going to make a new one. But oh well. Ugh, this is terrible. It's all Ed's fault that I've gotten scars. Don't talk nonsense. You've had more cuts than you can count in all the battles you've been in. That's true, but that's not the same thing. Ed has to take responsibility. Responsibility? Well, if there's something I can do, I'll do it. Great. In that case, I want to eat the sweetest treats in this world. That's right. I've been through so much, so you should treat me to something sweet. For coffee, I want the fluffy chiffon cake from Mitsuboshi Do. T//N, Mitsuboshi, means 3 stars and, Do, is a suffix attached to the names of some businesses. So maybe it means a 3-star restaurant or something? Not only Tia but even Canal got on board with my words and demanded it, but all I could do was scratch my head with a puzzled look on my face. I'd love to treat you, but I don't have any money on me. Besides, without a wristband, I can't even go shopping here, can I? What's that supposed to mean? Then I'll have to buy it myself. Alright, I'll go get it, so you just wait here quietly. What? I was taken aback, and Canal left the room in a huff for some reason. If I follow her out of the room and someone notices that my wrist crystal is missing, that could be a problem, so all I can do is wait. Is this really okay? I'll just prepare another drink for now. Oh, I want one too. Sure thing. In response to Tia's innocently raised hand, I prepared 3 more cups of coffee, including my own. Canal returned to the room 10 minutes later, holding a small cardboard box and fuming. Why do I have to go buy your cake? CH 166. God, why do I have to buy it for you? It's like I'm the errand boy. While grumbling and complaining, Canal picked up a fork and poked at a brown baked cake on her plate. Despite what she said, she made sure to buy one for us as well, which reflected her personality. Oh, this is delicious. The coffee was really bitter, but drinking it with this makes it taste good too. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Instead of putting sugar or milk in the coffee, you should drink it with chiffon cake. By doing that, you can enjoy the original aroma and flavor of the coffee, while at the same time experiencing the sweetness of the cream and the softness of the sponge. Wait, that's not what we were talking about. Canal was instantly put in a good mood by Tia's words, but she suddenly raised her eyebrows again and pointed the tip of her fork at me. Hey, that's bad manners, you know. I don't care. I've helped you get into town, now tell me about you. Ah, that's right. Well, let me start by introducing myself. I'm Ed. And this is... I'm Lunarisha. You can call me Tia. While munching on the cake, me and Tia introduced ourselves. Then, Canal, with a slightly dubious expression, eats a slice of chiffon cake with plenty of cream on top before answering. Ed and Tia, huh? Your names sound like obvious aliases, but whatever. You seem to know about me already, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I'm Canal. Canal B. Carolyn. If you have a family name, is Canal a noble? Tia voiced a genuine question, but Canal furrowed her eyebrows in response. Noble? What's that? Everyone has a family name. Well, it seems like you're not going to tell me about yours, huh? Eh? Even if you say that. Ed? Ha ha ha, I guess that's how it works in this world. Anyway, Canal. You seem to be mistaken, but we really are Ed and Tia. Well, Tia's full name is Lunarisha, but still, those are our real names. I don't get it. Are you saying that you were born an orphan and don't know your real family name or something? No, that's not it. Then I'll answer the first question along with this. We don't have a family name, and the reason why the crystal dot was it called a fragment? Is not embedded in our wrists. That's because we're people who came from a different world than this one. Huh? When I told her that head on, however, Canal's face showed confusion and her mouth twitched. What? Are you telling me to take seriously such a tall tale even a child wouldn't believe? You're not trying to make a fool out of me, right? I'm serious. Canal groaned and held her head back while looking up to the sky in response to my words. Wow, I thought they were weird-looking guys, but they're that type. I wonder what I should do with these. If I throw them out in front of the hospital, will they collect them? What? You don't believe me? Why do you think I would believe you? What? Do you want to tell me you came here on a dimension-piercing ship, Noah's brain or something? What is that? There is such a ship. Canal's murmur caught Tia's attention and she leaned in, her sparkling emerald eyes intimidating Canal. Huh? Well. There are rumors that the government is secretly developing something like that, but I'm not sure if they're true or not. I see. I would need a tremendous amount of mana to cross the world barrier, but to have a ship that can do it, this world is really advanced, isn't it? Are you serious? Didn't I tell you that earlier? I'm serious. I'm not just making up things. Tia was seriously impressed. Canal looked puzzled and turned her gaze towards me. So, while saying that, I took out a gold coin from my bag and placed it on the table. Therefore, let's start with this. It should be enough to cover the cost of the cake and coffee, right? This is a gold coin? I've never seen this design before. Wait, a gold coin? Could this really be pure gold? I guess so. If the country that issues it isn't in decline, I think it has an appropriate purity. So, what do you think is its value? Yes, I suppose. If it's pure gold, it might be worth about a month's rent for this place, I think. Canal answered, holding up a gold coin in her hand, examining its weight, turning it inside out, and staring at it intently. Although it seems cheaper than expected for a value of only 1 month's rent, it's probably reasonable if you consider that in this world, it only has value as pure gold. By the way, during the first time around, I didn't introduce myself as I am a person from another world, so I never exchanged any of my possessions for money. If I had done so even a little, I could have said something here, but, well, there's nothing I can do about what I didn't do. That's enough to cover the cost of the cake. What do you think? You believe me now, at least a little bit? No way. Of course, this particular coin is not plated, but Obura. It's not a federal currency, so no crime would be committed even if it was minted. That means there's even a possibility that it could be a souvenir for the wealthy. Something like this wouldn't be proof of being a person from another world. That makes sense. Then let's cut another deal. The reason I knew Canal is that I actually came from the future. Well, to be precise, I spent about 100 years traveling through various worlds, but for some reason, I went back to the beginning and started over again. And I have memories of spending about 6 months with you in this world. What do you think? I said with a grin, and Canal blatantly frowned. Wow. A person from another world and a time traveler who went back to the past and started over again? That's just too much of an exaggerated setting, isn't it? Actually, I swear in my heart that I won't believe you under any circumstances. Right. I'll show you the proof then. At my words, Canal shrugged his shoulders exaggeratedly and sighed. Ha, now what? What's next? Are you going to give me some vague future prediction that can be interpreted in any way? Even a fraudster or a fortune teller in a rundown area won't do that these days, you know. I won't do such a thing. But I do remember that there was some kind of gambling game where you had to guess a number, although I'm not sure of the exact date. Gambling? Oh, you mean Dice Lane? Dice Lane? Tia asked. Canal answered my question by moving her gaze toward Tia, who has just entered the conversation. It's a government-run gambling game where you bet on the outcome of rolling 2 or 3 dice. Similar to roulette, you can bet on even or odd numbers, high or low, or even on prime numbers. You can also make more specific bets such as the number rolled on one of the dice or the total sum of the rolled dice. The drawing is broadcasted on Manavision, and you can bet with small amounts of money, like a child's allowance. So many people try their luck with it. That's it. And I happen to know the answer to that game. As I said that, I take out an additional gold coin and place it on the table. Cash it in and bet on the numbers I give you. If what I say is true, we can make a lot of money, and if it doesn't work out, you don't lose anything because it's my money. I was worried that it would be a more shoddy place, but if it's a public institution, they wouldn't be able to cheat, right? It's perfect, isn't it? At my suggestion, Canal folds his arms and ponders. I guess he is torn between the risk of having us, even for a few days, with an unknown identity and his curiosity to know who we are. But the Canal I know would be, the gold you just gave us is enough money to put you up for a few days. Okay, I'll take you up on it, but I don't want you to be visited by the police or anyone else. I'll give you a ride, but if the police or anyone comes to visit you, I'll turn you in before you get into trouble and I'll claim I had nothing to do with it and won't cover for you at all. Is that okay with you? Of course, if the results turn out well, you'll never be able to treat us roughly again. Then we have a deal. Don't disappoint me, okay? As expected, I grasped Canal's hand firmly and we succeeded in securing a hideout in this world for the time being. T/N, I'll be taking a short break. We'll resume from next Tuesday. CH 167. It's the season of Dice Lane yet again. Your host, a black rectangular box set up against the wall. In the image projected on it, a man in red and yellow clothes that made my eyes hurt was talking in a pleasant tone. The way this screen looks is a bit similar to my auto-mapping. Hey, Canal, why don't you relax a little more? We were sitting on the leather couch watching the screen, but Tia chuckled and called out to Canal, who was feeling restless and uneasy all by herself. Hey, I am calm. HMPH, it's not like you're going to win anyway. Ha ha ha, you'll just have to wait and see. Now let's see what happens, shall we? This was my first time seeing this scene, as I in the first round only heard the results blurted out by Canal. On the screen, a large number of dice covered in a thin, shiny bubble-like substance were clattering around inside. Oh, it looks like there's movement. Now, let's get started. The fateful Dice Lane. With a call from the host, a bubble of light popped, and the dice inside turned into meteors of blue light, falling one after another onto the floor. As our eyes were glued to the gorgeous performance, the numbers on the top of the dice that fell to the floor were counted one after another by some mechanism and recorded in the background. You are So beautiful. I know, right? This is certainly a frenzy. I won't win. There's no way I'll win. There's no chance that I'll win. Mutter mutter mutter, Canal grumbled. The fate-deciding dice have now determined their results. Now let's check the tabulated result. The screen displays the total of all the dice rolls and how many times each number from 1 to 6 was rolled. I don't remember the total, but I remember the individual numbers very clearly. The number that Canal made a grimace about during the first round and said, "Is this even possible? It must be rigged." Was, what? Can this even be real? 1 appeared once, 2 appeared twice, 3 appeared 3 times, 4 appeared 4 times, 5 appeared 5 times, and 6 appeared 6 times. It's a miracle. A true miracle. If such a result was given in a bar, a fistfight would break out in seconds. But in the case of public gambling, there was no way to complain about it unless you were a person who could complain to the state authorities. Well, the probability of any number appearing is the same, so I guess it's just a coincidence, but still, that's a terrible result. Anyway, that's beside the point. How about that, Canal? Did you win? Canal? Why yes, I won. Canal's body trembled slightly in front of me as I said this with a smug look on my face. In her hand, she tightly clutched a piece of paper with the number that had just been announced, and Canal gently placed it on the table, crumpled up with too much force. Oi, along with crumpled, it's all sweaty. Is this okay? It's okay. The purchase record is properly recorded in the fragment, so this is just for confirmation. Wait, is it correct? Huh. Did it really hit? Told ya. So how much is this going to be? Right, I did win, but it might not be that significant of an amount. Haha, yeah. Some people might even buy commemorative items with these kinds of numbers, so it might not be that expensive. Kaya fun. Kaya fun? What do you mean? While fidgeting with the crystal on her wrist, Canal suddenly made a strange noise and collapsed on the spot. After waking up shortly thereafter, she either showed no response at all, or became like a child, speaking in broken sentences, making it impossible to communicate with her properly. The next day, we were still worried about her condition when Canal suddenly sat up straight on the couch and let out a big sigh after fiddling with the crystal on her wrist again. It wasn't a dream. Canal. Thank God you're finally back to normal. Tia-chan. I'm sorry, I know I worried you. It's fine, really. Right. Ed? Yeah, but one day feels so long, doesn't it? Don't say such unreasonable things. Even after sleeping and waking up, the balance hasn't changed. I finally just barely accepted the reality. Huh? Who's that, Ana-chan? Stop. Don't confuse us anymore. With eyes that had lost their light, Canal began regressing to a childlike state again, but I vehemently shook my head and refused. Immediately, I went to the kitchen and made a strong cup of coffee, then forcefully poured it into Canal's mouth. Hot. Hot. Bitter. Wake up, Canal. Remember your true self. Okay, I got it. I got it. But still, isn't it normal to freak out about something like this? How much do you think we actually got our hands on? Speaking of which, how much was it? Unlike the first round, I was able to reveal that I was from another world, and we were able to openly ask Canal about common knowledge that we should have known. According to the knowledge we obtained, the average value of a copper coin in each other world is approximately 100 abra. So, it seems that the gold coins, which should have been worth 1 million abra, were exchanged by Canal for 400,000 abra, but that is not a problem since I am already satisfied with the value. The important thing is to find out how much the 400,000 abra would be worth. 500 million. Huh? 500 million. 500 million abra. Oh, about 50,000 gold coins? With that much gold, I guess we won't have to worry about money for a while. That's right. We can eat delicious food and buy souvenirs, and still have enough money left. Why? Why are you so calm? Canal got upset and lashed out at us for being so nonchalant about it. 500 million. That's a fortune that I could never earn even if I died and was reborn 100 times. Even in your world, it should be a lot of money that would make your eyes pop out of your head, right? Well, that's true, but it's only money after all. And besides, once you have a certain amount of money, You don't have to worry about the small details anymore, right? If you live a normal life, you don't really spend that much money. T/N, I need this much calmness in life. Certainly. Having a certain amount of money gives you more options, but for us right now, problems that can be solved with money are not that big of a deal. And as Tia said, for a normal life, we don't really need that much money. In fact, we wouldn't even know how to use it. Just eating and drinking good food normally would cost us a gold coin a day, which would already be quite a lot to spend. Crazy, you guys are absolutely crazy. Or am I just a petty commoner? Ugh, my stomach hurts. I wonder if I have any painkiller tablets stocked up. Well, I've accumulated enough experience to be able to say that. So what do you think, Kunal? If you're ready to believe me this time, I'd like to ask for your cooperation again. Ugh. Well, compared to the possibility that the government is trying to deceive me, it's more likely that you guys are telling the truth. But still, cooperation? What do you want me, a simple and virtuous citizen, to do? Kunal looked up at me and I grinned as I answered her. Of course. We're going to defeat the Demon King. Ch 168. Even in a magic city where lights are everywhere even at night, there are certainly places where no light can reach. Walking in front of me in such an intended darkness was a pair of men and women who, at first glance, appeared to be nothing out of the ordinary. I silently followed the couple, who were playfully cuddling and interlocking their arms, as they walked down the straight alleyway with sparse foot traffic. The sparsely populated, straight alleyway would normally be unsuitable for following, but I have the vanishing idea, that cannot be noticed. I continued my pursuit without anyone noticing, and when they entered the building they were looking for, I recorded it with the magical tool in my hand, and then I walked straight past the building and returned to the office where Kunal was waiting for me. I'm home. Welcome home, Ed. Tia? You're home already? Well, I'm so talented, you see. Tia sat on a leather couch and greeted me with a smug look on her face, a small black furry creature lay sprawled on her lap. Despite the handicap of searching for a black cat at night, it seemed to be no trouble at all for Tia. Ed, you're back. How did it go? Perfect, of course. Here. I tossed the magic tool I was holding to Kunal, who came out from the back of the kitchen. Kunal lightly fiddled with it, and nodded in satisfaction after confirming that the desired item had been recorded. Good, you managed to take a good picture. But man, Hilda. What is it, Kunal? I mean, I can't help but wonder what I'm doing. What do you mean? It's your job, isn't it? I responded to Kunal's muttered remark with a somewhat obvious answer. Yes, Kunal's job was that of a detective. A sort of private spy, and we had been doing some of that work for her. I know it's my job. I just don't know why I'm doing such a crappy job after all this time when I have 500 million. Foo, you don't get it, do you, Kunal? What? Kunal looked at me with a disgruntled expression on her face, and I continued with my words with a smug look on my face. You know what's the difference between someone who suddenly gets a lot of money and has their life ruined and someone who isn't? It's whether or not they decide to change their lifestyle just because they have money. For example, Kunal, have you ever thought about buying a mansion just because you got your hands on a large sum of money? What are you talking about? It's fine, isn't it? Money is there to be spent, after all. That's true, but it's all about how you use it. Even if you buy that mansion, what about the maintenance costs? Have you thought about how much money it would take to maintain a house with nothing but empty rooms every month? And if you bought a mansion, would you want to throw parties unnecessarily or start thinking about buying art that you wouldn't even have considered before? My remark elicited a fiercely disapproving expression from Kunal, which told me everything I needed to know. Nevertheless, I continued with my words. Buying things that you've wanted before getting a lot of money is fine. In fact, go ahead and spend as much money as you want on the best products. Why? Because those are the things you truly want or the things you could sensibly afford with your previous income. In other words, they are things that, in your current situation, you could lose without significant harm. However, things that one desires after acquiring a large sum of money are usually just fleeting fancies. They want it because they have the money, which means the reason for wanting it is retroactively applied, so even if they buy it, they will still feel unfulfilled. They end up buying things that they had no prior connection with, just on a whim. So when you spend money, calm down and think, would I have bought it even with my original income? You will still make mistakes, but with 500 million ABRA, there will be more than enough to offset most of the mistakes. T/N, Ed for Finance Minister 2024. Why is someone younger than me giving me such accurate advice on money? As I shrugged my shoulders and spoke, Kanal gritted her teeth and took a sip of the coffee she was holding in her hand. She made a face at the bitterness, let out a sigh, and then sat down next to Tia. I see. I'll take your advice to heart. If I keep acting on my own, I'll definitely end up failing and rolling on the streets. But putting that aside, is this really okay for you guys? When you told me to defeat the Demon King, I didn't know what to do. That's. In response to Kanal's question, I grimaced. In regards to the plan of defeating the Demon Lord, a major problem that had never been seen before in this world had arisen. It was that we couldn't locate the Demon King's whereabouts with the Akashic Compass. Silently, I made the Akashic Compass manifest on my right hand. Then I again inquired about the location of the Demon King, but only a black haze floated in the metal frame, and the compass continued to spin around and around, unable to determine the location at all. It's reacting differently from the past, right? Tio asked. Yeah. Before, we could see the Demon King enveloped in black miasma, but this time it's more like the black miasma is blocking everything and nothing can be seen. But since there is a reaction, there is no doubt that the Demon King exists. I thought the ability to know the location of the target just by asking was an incredible magical tool, but it's not as all-powerful as I thought. I answered Tia's question, and Kanal responded to my answer. I turned off my Akashic Compass, and sat down on the couch across from Tia and the others and took a sip of coffee that was prepared on the table. So, since we're in deadlock, we'll be helping Kanal with her work until we get some reaction. I don't know if they were never there from the beginning or if they were successfully eradicated at some stage, but there are no demonic beasts in this world. The walls surrounding the town are designed to prevent people from trespassing, not demonic beasts. So naturally, there is not a single clue to the Demon King, and I have no way of making a move. However, as long as we are here, the Demon King must surely exist, and above all, Kanal is a hero. If that is the case, then there must be something in her way of life that will affect the future of this world, and I believe that working together with Kanal is the best way to get closer to the Demon King. Besides, there is a possibility that the Demon King will notice my presence and approach me as he did last time. Since I don't have the crystal in my wrist, it is impossible for me to move around flamboyantly, but if I continue my activities, there might be some kind of reaction. Well, it's fine with me. Even though it's only at night, having 2 more people to help without pay will make the work much easier. Technically, it's not really unpaid since I cover your living expenses. I mean, it's still cheap, right? And just so you know, that 500 million was my money and I won it, so even if it's in Kanal's pocket, it's still my money, you know? Right. Now that you mention it, that's true. Ed-san? Would it be alright if I got some kind of commission or fee for this? Please. Kanal's face was filled with surprise, and she suddenly began to rub her hands together, making me involuntarily chuckle. You suddenly got so petty. I ain't gonna spend it all anyway, because it's money I won't be able to use once I leave this world. I'll give you what's left over and ask for your help in the meantime. Really? Yay. Then, can I start by upgrading to the latest Magicon? And I want to get a nice chair too. And the coffee, I couldn't afford the specialty bins that I wanted to get. Ha ha ha, I don't mean to give you carte blanche, but you can use up to 10 million yen as you please. As I said before, the only thing that can be covered within that range is probably what you wanted from the beginning. Wow, Ed-san is generous. Ed-san is the best. I love you. Kanal suddenly jumped up from the couch and hugged me from the front. Oh my, Ed, you're quite popular, aren't you? I wouldn't call this being popular. As a man, it's a situation that one would normally be happy about, but I can't be completely happy being hugged by a woman whose eyes only seem to reflect money. So, I put on a vague smile while looking at Tia, who is calmly petting the cat with a gentle expression on her face. Well then, let's replace the microwave too. And the curtains. And how about ordering that May food from Kairurakan that I've been curious about? I'll also get the latest cosmetics and do my makeup perfectly, and buy new clothes and underwear. Oh my, that's a bit naughty. I don't know. Just get off. Go to work. Kaya fun. I smacked Kanal on the head and took another sip of coffee before turning my thoughts to future activities. CH 169. So, it's been 2 weeks since I started helping Kanal with his work. Instead of the usual jobs in other worlds, such as exterminating magical beasts and gathering medicinal herbs, I get a lot of background checks and cat searches. I have no idea why I'm missing so many cats, let alone background checks. But I'm not sure. In the midst of the days, the request I received today was unusually different in color from those. So, why did you come here, Nei-chan? Well, it's actually about the repayment of Lotus Sands debt. I was wondering if it would be possible to have a little more time and handle it in a more peaceful manner. A huge stone tower called the building. Surrounded by strong-looking men in a room on the 16th floor of the building, Kanal was talking frantically next to me. Oh, and by the way, I am the only one who came here because even if a fatal mistake is made, I can use my banishment skill to somehow make it work, and I also performed a rough trick of gluing a crystal imitation made with copy and fake to my wrist. If someone investigates it, they'll realize it's a fake in an instant, but there aren't many people who would suspect someone for wearing something that everyone should naturally have. You know, Nei-chan, there's no way I'm just gonna say I see and take that kind of talk. You know that, right? Right. Why yes. Of course, I understand that. But you see, I just hope that you can believe in Lotus Sands' sincerity. Don't be ridiculous. If you're going to talk about sincerity, at least pay back the money you borrowed. As the young man behind us threatened us, Kanal instinctively shrank her shoulders. Seeing that, the fierce-looking bald man with a beard sitting in front of us lightly glared at the young man before continuing his words to Kanal. Oi, shut up. Sorry, Nei-chan, this young man has no patience. No. Such a thing is. But what he is saying is not wrong, you know. What you borrow from others, you must pay back. That's a natural thing for a human being to do. Don't you agree? That may be true. But, you see, I have also received information about the interest rate being just a little bit higher than what is legally allowed. Just a little bit, you know, huh? So what? We explain all of that clearly when we lend out money, you know? And they borrow from us with full understanding, so it doesn't matter. Well, whatever. If you have a problem with it, then you can pay us back instead. For now, 100 million will do. What? Why me? To Kanal's astonishment, however, the bearded man replied with a faint smile. Why you ask? If Nei-chan, you came here, it means that the bastard Lotus had money to hire you even though he didn't have money to pay us back, right? Then you came here because you intend to pay back the debt instead of Lotus, don't you? Am I wrong? Of course not. Why would I? What then? You got money from a guy who borrowed money from us and came here with no intention of paying it back? That's not going to fly. I don't understand. And besides, Lotus Sands' debt is only 2 million yen. That's the fine for sending a boring errand boy. Just pay it already. Whoa! The bearded man slammed his big fist down on the table with a thump, and Kanal again shrank her shoulders in fright. I guess there's no point in watching this anymore. No matter, Kanal. Let's just go home. Oi Nei-chan, what do you think you are doing? The bearded man with a deep voice glared at me, but I paid him no attention. I completely ignored him and continued talking to Kanal. You understand, right? You've been set up from the beginning. I mean, why would you even take a job like this? That's because I was asked by someone who has been giving me good paying requests recently, so it was hard for me to refuse. Oh, so you were set up at the request stage? What do you mean? It's not about that. These guys, including not only that Lotus guy but also the person who gave you the request before him, are all in on it. They planned from the beginning to rip off money from you, Kanal. I bet the information that you won a fortune in Dice Lane got out. Why? Surprised again, Kunal frantically looked around at the faces of the men and me. Ignoring her, the bearded man stared at me. Nichan, you are making a terrible accusation. Do you have any evidence for what you're saying? Evidence? It's not fair to ask such a young woman for 100 million. It doesn't make any sense, and the way you're pushing the story is too forced. No one would be convinced by such a shoddy argument. But it's different with the Kunal now. She's got a lot of money, so she might be willing to pay that amount rather than go through the trouble of dealing with you people. It's the perfect amount to pay to avoid any real trouble. Of course, once she pays it, you'll probably continue to hassle her for more money endlessly. What is the basis for that? Let me rephrase that. I decided you're a scoundrel because your face scares me. So, I've conveyed what I wanted to say. Now let's go, Kunal. Hey? I rose from my chair, took Kunal's hand, and turned around to see two young men dressed in matching black clothes standing in front of the only doorway. Hey, Nissan, neither you nor I are brats. The world isn't so kind that you can just say let's go home and we'll leave it at that, you know? That's my line. Do you really think that a group of unarmed men, about 10 or so, can stop me? At my words, the men surrounding us burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Hey, what's up with this guy? We're unarmed. You're not seriously suggesting that you'll fight us with that splendid sword of yours, are you? What kind of street performance is this? Hey, Nichan. I used to be quite a wild one in my younger days, but even I wasn't that stupid. So listen, Nichan, I won't say anything bad to you, just pay up quietly. Or are you going to put on some drama like that cosplay guy and have a big showdown? In front of the men who looked down on and ridiculed me, Kunal turned a worried gaze towards me. I gently released my tightly clenched hand and without hesitation, I drew my sword, Dawnbreaker, and punched the two men in front of me with the hilt of my sword. GGGGGHHH. You bastard, you did it. Oi, you guys. The other men reacted by reaching into their pockets and trying to get something out, but there was no reason to wait for them to make such a foolish move. The 5-meter square room was within the reach of my sword, and in just a few seconds, everyone but the bearded man was on the floor. Let me rephrase that. Do you really think you can stop me with your skills that are no better than being unarmed? You bastard. Who are you? Me? I'm very interesting indeed. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as the window in the room shattered, and someone jumped inside. With jet black hair that flowed down to his waist, the all-black-clad man, wearing a black coat over his black suit, and looking completely shrouded in black, kicked the surprised bearded man into the wall before landing soundlessly on the floor. I would love to hear from you. Who the hell are you? The man asked. That is something I'd like to hear from you too. What I could feel from the man was the presence of an overwhelmingly strong man who was of a different dimension from those lying on the floor. The one who pushed me away, who was supposed to be protecting Kunal, was Kunal. CH-170. John. Yes, that's right, Kunal. How many times have we met like this? In response to Kunal's questioning look, the man in black, called John, smiled and bowed. The man who was about 180 centimeters tall and slender appeared to be very picturesque. At any rate, it doesn't look like he's going to attack us out of the blue. The man in black, called John, smiles and bows to Kunal's quizzical expression. Hey Kunal. Do you know him? An acquaintance. I'm not happy about it though. Oh my, isn't that my line? You're the one who has been causing trouble at my workplace, aren't you? It's not that. I am just doing my job as usual. Is this the result of doing a normal job? John shrugged his shoulders in exasperation and looked around, while Kunal made an extremely sour face. Kunal is quite thick-skinned, but even she couldn't insist that this was a normal job after seeing this scene. Well, then, let me go ahead and introduce myself first. My name is John D. Jones. Who are you? Why are you with Kunal? I'm Ed. Just Ed. As for why I am with her, am I like Kunal's bodyguard or something? I'm not getting paid or anything, but there's no other suitable way to put it. Upon hearing my words, John raised his perfectly shaped eyebrows in surprise. Oh, a bodyguard? If that's the case, Shouldn't a bodyguard avoid involving their employer in such danger? I wish I could say that I gave maximum consideration to my employer's wishes there. Besides, this is not dangerous. You know that much, don't you? If it was just Kunal to protect, I could handle 100 guys at my feet without any problems. That confidence is the reason why I silently accompanied her to such a shady place. Otherwise, I would have dragged her back forcibly before entering this building. But John, the man standing in front of me, is different. My instincts tell me that he is a strong opponent whom I need to be wary of. That's why I can't let my guard down, not even for a moment, even if I'm making sarcastic remarks, and I'm sure John feels the same way. That's right. Ed is protecting me. Kunal, you ought to be a little more observant. We even sleep together in the office. What? As Kunal protested with only her face peeking out from behind my back. The pressure coming from John increased a notch. Kunal, are you living together with this man? Yes. Ed is pretty good at cooking, and when I sleep with my belly exposed, he covers me with a blanket and is kind to me. T/N, do I sense a carnage? Finally. Wait a minute. Hold on. I feel like we're going in the wrong direction here, I said, holding my sword in my right hand while extending my left hand forward. With the glimmer of killing intent appearing and disappearing from John's black eyes, this is definitely not a good situation. Indeed, Kunal may be a bit of an airhead at times, but to overlook such despicable acts taking advantage of it. Who are you calling an airhead? I have carefully discerned with my own eyes that Ed is a good person. Well, admittedly there may be some suspicious things about him, or he may have some issues with how he treats women, but is death? Just wait. You know what? There's two. My partner and I are being taken care of at Kunal's place. Feeling a chilling pressure around my neck, I hurriedly conveyed the message. Then the pressure from John gradually decreased, and his gaze shifted from me to Kunal. Is that so? Yes, I am. So it's like the three of us now. It's gotten quite lively, but well, it's not so bad. I see. A murmur of relief escaped me, and the sense of caution I felt from John dropped to a minimum. I still can't relax, but for the time being, it seems that I'm no longer being attacked without question. So, what is John doing here? I mean, how did you get in from the outside? When we're on the 16th floor, I'm here on business, of course. I'm dealing with a rather complicated matter. Complicated? S.T.E.D. Seed. Wait, could it be that SED? T/N, seed is written in Japanese, while seed is written in English in RAWs. Hey, Kunal, what's a seed? John, not Kunal, answered my question, having no idea about the word, unlike the two who looked like they knew what they were talking about. Special extended ecstasy drug, aka SED. Unlike previous drugs that only gave physical pleasure, this latest drug expands the soul of the person who ingests it, giving them a sense of omnipotence for a short period of time. T/N, bold because it is written in English in RAW. Expanding the soul. That's quite an exaggeration. Can it really do such a thing? I knew that the technology in this world was ridiculously advanced, but I still find it hard to believe that it is possible for a human being to interfere with the soul and even expand it. But John shook his head without changing his expression at my skepticism. It can be done. At least those who have taken it have felt it. Unlike conventional magic drugs, there are no physical side effects, so it seems to be quite popular among those in power. Hey. But if there are no side effects, then it's okay, right? No, it is not. It's just that there are no physical side effects, but the side effects themselves are there. Once you take SED, your forcibly expanded soul is distorted and you will never be able to reincarnate again. Huh? I gulped at John's words. Before I regained my memory as the Demon King, it wouldn't have hit me, but now I understand the gravity of the situation more than ever. Of course, this world is overflowing with life, not only human life but also fish, insects, plants, and many other forms of life. But no matter how many there are, they are finite. If SED continues to spread, in a few thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years, there will be no life at all, and this world will die out. But that's just a myth, isn't it? No one has been able to prove it. Yes, you're right, Canal. But it will only be proven after the souls have been used up to the point that there is nothing more that can be done about it. And even at that stage, there are likely to be people who use SEED as long as there are people who want to enjoy the present rather than worrying about their future life, whether it really exists or not. The demand for it will never disappear. Well, that's true. That's right. Even if it's your own soul, living your next life through reincarnation means living as someone else. Humans who can't even quit drinking for their own sake 10 years from now won't be able to give up present pleasure for the sake of their next life, the existence of which is uncertain. That is why we need to eradicate it at this stage, when it has only spread to a very few wealthy people. For the future of this world. I see you're still doing your noble work. So, how does that connect with these moneylenders? They're not making SEED, are they? Of course. There is a rumor that a certain government agency is behind the creation of SEED, but the security is too tight to investigate directly. However, whenever something is created, there is always a flow of funds. So, we received information that a significant amount of money flowed into the organization from here this time. Me? Upon receiving John's sharp glare, Canal points at her own face with a foolish expression. John lets out a deep sigh in response to her actions. Yes, it was certainly unexpected that the source of the funding was Canal. You really surprised us. I don't like having money either. I agree with you, but you need to be more cautious in your actions. And the same goes for your bodyguard. Ah, I see. I'll make sure to keep that in mind. I could only nod in response to John's sarcastic warning. In the first loop, I didn't even hit the dice lane, so I wasn't involved in this kind of incident, and both Tia and I had a much lower awareness or sense of caution regarding having a lot of money. This realization came to me once again. While it's possible to handle most situations somehow, it's obviously better to navigate in a way that prevents problems from occurring in the first place. I couldn't help but chuckle at Canal's words as she murmurs, I became so rich, yet I haven't been indulging in luxury, and I keep getting dragged into strange incidents. It feels like nothing good is happening to me. CH 171. After that, we left John, who told us that he still had work to do, and left the building to head home. On the floor of the office, there were several intimidating men knocked out by Tia. They must have been searching for materials to extort money from Canal. It wasn't a big deal. Ha, ha. Finally, it's over. Good job. After finishing the heavy labor of throwing the 5 men out of the building, I offered Canal a smile and a cup of coffee. Canal took it, grimaced for a moment at the heat, then cooled it with a puff and drank. Ha, that's better. Why do I have to do this? Can't be helped. Tia and I would stand out too much. No matter how late at night, carrying unconscious people on your back would seem suspicious. If Tia or I had done it, we wouldn't have been able to fool the guards. Or in this world, the police. So, we had no choice but to ask Canal to do it. Besides, they were left alive, so this level of treatment was enough. Good job, Tia. Hee hee. See? I can read the atmosphere too. Your world. In our world, or in most worlds, there would be no problem with beheading someone for a break-in robbery. However, we've learned that murder seems to be a very high risk here. That's why we didn't kill anyone in that office, and Tia stuck to non-lethal force against the robbers, which resulted in this situation. Ah, I hate it, I hate it. In a culture where people carry swords, human life is cheap. Ha. In any world, the lives of low-ranking people are cheap. As civilization advances, people just get better at hiding it. HMPH, you say unpleasant things. Canal puckered her lips but said nothing more. I've been able to glance a little at the dark side of this world by helping with her work for a while. Yes, in the end, everyone just looks away and pretends not to see it. Even if they know it, they don't think about sacrificing themselves to make someone else's life better. Only saints from somewhere can blame such normalcy. Hey, Ed. Do you think souls really exist? Is this about the drug from earlier? During the sudden silence, I asked Canal, who nodded. Yes. They say it's the era of all-powerful magic knowledge, but even so, the existence of souls has not been confirmed. We can turn knowledge and memories into a database, and by transplanting that data-loaded core, we can achieve a kind of resurrection or reincarnation. but no one has ever succeeded in truly reviving the dead. The reason is that we can't prove the existence of souls. In other words, we can't treat souls as a solid existence. But SED claims to expand the soul. If what John said is true, it would certainly be something irreversible, but I still think that it could be a groundbreaking technology that proves the existence of souls and ultimately leads to true immortality. That's why I think SED has spread not only as a simple magical drug, but also because people have a desire to feel the potential that lies ahead directly. I see. As I sipped my coffee, I nodded at Canal's theory. Indeed, immortality and resurrection of the dead are things that have been sought after many times in every world. However, in most cases, they lead to inhumane experiments, which cannot be proven without killing someone. So they are often taboo. If you're asking whether I think souls exist, I'd say they do. But when it comes to whether humans can do anything about them, I can't really say. At least, I can't touch it because I can't use magic or anything. Magic that interferes with the soul. Is it different from affecting the mind? Isn't it? I think stuff like that just amplifies the emotions that people normally have, you know? If thoughts are the soul, then a golem with an artificial personality would be considered alive. But then you have to wonder when and where that golem's soul was born. I see, so just because something has intelligence doesn't mean it has a soul, huh? Thinking about it again, for example, the Demon King's power that I've been collecting can somewhat communicate with me, but if you ask whether it has a soul, what is it? The main soul is me, so it's hard to think that each of them has a separate soul, but they do act as independent beings as well. Man, the more I think about it, the less I understand. So that's why people turn to those suspicious drugs, huh? Maybe. There are still so many secrets in this world, and people want to know them. That's why I became a detective. Huh? Wouldn't it have been better to become a scholar or a magician in that case? Faced with Tia's innocent question, Canal's expression turns bitter. Well, you know, that kind of stuff requires a lot of specialized knowledge, and I wasn't very good at magic. It's fine. I'll uncover the secrets with my own 2 feet. Like a golden lion head that talks while parasitizing people's crotches, or a giant dragon that flies beyond worlds, or a king of disasters that comes from beyond the 7 nights. T/N. I kinda like Canal. Pretty fun to read. Hey. What? Now even you, people from Otherworld, are going to laugh at my dreams too? I didn't mean it like that, but with just background checks and finding lost cats, you won't find any of that stuff, will you? Shut up. I know that. But I have to make a living too, you know. Coffee isn't enough. I need alcohol. Let's drink. Hey, are you really going to drink right now? It's fine. You geese should join me too. Ignoring my dumbfounded expression, Canal opened a chilled box in the kitchen and brought out 5 cans of alcohol. You know, if you only drink alcohol, you'll hurt your stomach, right? Tia said. Fine, I'll make some snacks too. Tia, you keep Canal company. Roger that. Canal, let's drink and relax. You, Tia-chan. Ed is so mean. He's making fun of me. There. Ed is mean, I know. Just slap him when the snacks are ready. Yeah, I'll slap him. With a big smack. While listening to their unreasonable words, I head to the kitchen and start rummaging for ingredients. I shouldn't pay attention to her drunken behavior right now. Pointing it out would only increase the number of times I get smacked. Hey Ed. Come over here and drink too. Oh, I want some tofu and edamame. I'd like some fried potato sticks. Salt is fine, but can you also bring that white stuff called mayo? Yeah. Just wait a bit. For the 2 young ladies, I began to cook the chosen ingredients. The advanced magic civilization was truly amazing. With the push of a button, not only did the fire start but the water boiled instantly, and even fried foods could be done in a matter of minutes. If this order had been placed at a normal inn, I knew they would likely have protested. Are you kidding me? Thank you for waiting, young ladies. Here are your ordered dishes. Yay. Thanks, Ed. It's crispy. Can you also make some omelets and fried chicken? Hey, Canal, I can cook it, but are you really going to eat all of it? I will. It's fine once in a while. If I got fat, I would just go to a spa and get my figure fixed. I was a millionaire then, so it was no big deal. Geez. Responding to the whims of our demanding landlady, I returned to the kitchen to prepare the additional dishes. Our conversation about the soul had turned into trivial chit-chat, and in the end, we drank until sunrise. CH 172. I was almost killed after being framed by some punks, but managed to fight back and meet John. We went home and drank heavily until morning. After such a tumultuous day, what awaited us was an ordinary everyday life. There was no retaliation from the punks we had worried about, nor any investigation from the police or any other governing authorities. We were cautious and limited our activities for the first few days, but eventually decided there was no point in staying cooped up any longer and started taking on jobs again, and 2 weeks passed. I'm home. Ah, welcome back, Ed. You must be tired. Yeah, thanks, Tia. I had just finished a job cleaning up trash, not metaphorically, but actual, regular trash, and Tia greeted me warmly as I returned home. I plopped down on the couch, and a steaming cup of coffee was placed on the table in front of me. Here you go. Thank you. T/N, if this ain't a married couple, what is? This coffee, a beverage that was rare outside of this world, has become something I drank every day after work. The bitter, black liquid slid down my throat, and the burning sensation it created in my stomach awakened my soul. Phew. Where's Canal? She hasn't returned yet. I see. What was her job today? Looking for a cat. Looking for a cat, huh? Just how many cats go missing in this town every day? The mysterious occurrences Canal had told me about seemed far less strange than the fact that so many cats disappeared so frequently. It was strange, but a job is a job. There must be a proportionate number of cats in a town with millions of people living in it. Each client was different, too. Well, if it's just looking for a cat, she'll be back eventually. When Canal returns, wake me up. I'll check on the night's request then. Until then, I'll take a break. Understood. Rest well. I called out to Tia and then closed my eyes, lying on the couch. As quiet moments passed. Wake up. Hey, wake up, Ed. Tia's voice and the shaking of my body brought me back to consciousness, my eyes still heavy with sleep. Tia's face was close to mine, her expression far from pleasant. What's wrong, Tia? Did Canal come back? No, Ed, it's the opposite. She hasn't returned. She hasn't. I sat up and looked out the window, only to see that night had completely fallen. I had lain down just after noon, which meant that about 6 hours had passed. Any contact? None. That's why I'm worried. In this world, there were magical tools that allowed people to communicate easily, even from a distance. The fact that there had been no contact despite being well past the scheduled time. It seems she's gotten caught up in some sort of trouble. Manifest, Akashic Compass. I summoned the Akashic Compass into my hand and asked for Canal's location. The image that appeared within its metallic frame was Canal, bound to a chair and gagged. What the hell? How did this happen just from looking for a cat? Is this payback for what happened before? It feels like quite some time has passed since then. But either way, it doesn't matter. I'm going to help Canal, so I'll leave this place to you, Tia. Leave it to me. Compared to the bustling campsite filled with magical beasts attacking under the cover of darkness, it's a piece of cake to wait for some thugs in a brightly lit, fortified base. With no worries, I leave the office and head towards Canal using the Akashic Compass once again. Although I say night, it's still early evening. I blend into the crowds on the magic lit streets, trying not to stand out. Occasionally, I slip into dim alleys and quickly dash through the darkness like a cat. The unusually tall buildings around me make it frustratingly difficult to travel in a straight line towards my destination. Damn it, this is a dead end. Maybe I should go back to that corner. Or maybe all the way back to the main street. Hey, what are you doing here? A man in dirty clothes approached me, blocked by a grey wall and a metal pipe. This is my turf. If you're looking for trash, go somewhere else. Turf. Then do you know how to get to the other side of this dead end? The other side? The redevelopment district? Forget it. Sure, there might be better trash and treasures over there, but it's crawling with bad people. You'll end up dead. That's good information. It'd be helpful if you could tell me how to get there, 2. I flick a gold coin from my waist bag towards the man. However, he just glances at it and throws it back at me. Come on, it's a gold coin. You could exchange it for about 400,000 abra, right? Ha. That's if I can exchange it. Bringing something like that would just get me killed and robbed. If you want to give me something, give me this. The man taps on the crystal on his left wrist. You're not saying that thing can't be stolen either, right? Do you have any idea how much it costs to extract information from a fragment? It's a confirmed loss to steal from someone like us, so we can trust it. Here, the price for the information. I'll give you a discount, 500 abra. At the man's words, I can't help but grimace. I also have a similar crystal on my left wrist, but it's a fake made by their copy and fake. Naturally, it doesn't contain any information, so I can't make transactions with it. Is there anything at all? Something that can be easily exchanged for a decent amount of money? Oh, I know. I don't want to leave a record of this transaction. How about this? What I pulled out from my bag was a transmitter that was attached to a cat's collar. I got it because it was broken, but it's still a magical tool. I thought it might be worth some money in a place like this. The man happily narrows his eyes as he receives it. Wow, this is from the Loizani company. It's not in bad condition either. Where did you find it? Well, I just got it through my regular work. I see. I would have loved to go to a place where something of this level is lying around, but I guess it's not that easy. Fine, I'll tell you. The man who tucked the broken transmitter into his pocket grinned slyly and gave me a few back alley directions. Using that information, I finally managed to reach the building where Canal was presumably held captive. Is she in here? The man mentioned it was a redevelopment district, and true to his word, the buildings around here didn't have any lights. However, there was a faint light leaking from a part of the building. A skyscraper? There was also the presence of numerous people beyond it. Now, the question was how to get to that place. Why are you here? John asked. That's my line, actually. I asked back. Next to me, a slender man about 180 centimeters tall, dressed in black, crouched down. The gaze mixed with disbelief and caution was unmistakably John's. Canal is captured over there. What about you? There was supposed to be an SEED transaction happening there. Let me ask again, why is Canal there? She was supposed to be looking for a cat. A cat? A cat? Not a metaphor or anything, she was really just looking for a cat. And since the daytime too. How did that lead to this? I really don't understand her actions. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that. I nodded deeply at the frustrated John. I couldn't understand for the life of me why things had turned out this way. Well, no matter the situation, my job doesn't change. Yours too, right? John said, yeah. Let's just do our best together. Hey, if you're going to slow me down, at least be a decoy. You just watch. Although our goals were different, our course of action was nearly the same. We held our breath and attempted to infiltrate the building. T/N had an exam on Sunday, hence the delay. CH 173. In the darkness where only starlight was visible, two men stood at the main entrance of a building. From a hiding spot, I confirmed their presence, and John behind me spoke up. Two of them, huh? Just to confirm, you can see them clearly, right? Of course. Compared to being on guard for magical beasts in a deep forest, it's easy to sense the presence of humans standing in the orderly town. And given the situation, it's likely the same for them. In other words, overconfidence in the darkness would lead to being taken by surprise. All right then. I'll take care of the one on the left, so you handle the one on the right. Got it. Assuming from the start that we can see them, there's no problem in taking action. I leaned out from around the corner and activated Hermes Dash, to instantly close in on the man, striking his head with the back of my sword. As he fell, the other man beside him collapsed, and John gently caught him. Nice work. You too. By the way, was it okay to kill him? John, unapologetic, answered while placing the man with a small hole in his forehead on the ground. It's more important not to make a fuss, so yes, if necessary. But please don't behead them with that sword. Cleaning up afterward would be too much of a hassle. Well, I'll keep that in mind. The standards of discretion in this world are hard to understand, but if he says it's okay, I guess it's fine to cut them down if necessary. For now, we've dealt with the immediate obstacles. All that's left is to enter the building and climb up. Hey, wait, huh? John suddenly stopped me, and I halted in my tracks. His face was twisted in frustration, and I could detect the presence of people staring above us. Are you an idiot? Why didn't you watch out for security cameras and sensors, huh? Cameras and sensors, ugh. Anyway, they now know we've infiltrated this building. Armed guards will be swarming us at any moment. What? Why? It's because you screwed up. Anyway, just like we agreed before, if you're going to hold me back, you might as well be a decoy. Hey, wait. As John unilaterally declared this and ran off, the lights inside the building come on, and several men came down the stairs. There he is. The intruder. The guards have been taken out. Don't kill him, incapacitate him and make him talk. Damn it, what the hell is going on? I don't understand. Facing the men with small magical devices in their hands, I can't help but curse. I may not be able to keep up with the situation, but there's only one thing to do now. Well, whatever. If I'm a decoy, might as well go all out and cause some chaos. Fire. As I raised my Dawnbreaker sword once more, something was fired from the enemy's magical devices, striking my arms and legs with force. These small, high-speed projectiles were too much for even me to defend against. But with my Invincible activated, there was no need to block them in the first place. It's not working. It's a shield. Throw jammer grenades. Surprised to see me unharmed, the enemy rolled several metal spheres towards my feet. The fist-sized objects were difficult to cut through. I managed to cut 2 of them, but the remaining 3 exploded with a cracking sound. However, nothing happened. Huh? What was that? Alright, fire. It's no use, it's not effective. Why not? Are you saying it's military grade? Although I had merely defended myself with Invincible, the men were in complete chaos. It seemed like I could easily defeat them all right now, but since I am supposed to be a decoy, it would be better to buy some time, right? I looked relaxed just standing there. Hey, you guys, back off. While I was contemplating, a particularly large man pushed his comrades aside and approached me. If bullets don't work, it's probably an inertial field barrier, huh? If we had a Gatling blaster, we could break through, but this is quicker. The bald-headed man, with a vicious grin on his face, clenched his knuckle duster. You're waving around an antique sword too? Then I'll beat you up with this. Great, you're straightforward. I'll take you on. Get crushed. I deflected the big man's fist with the back of my Dawnbreaker sword. There was a clashing sound, and the man's arm bounced up, but immediately another fist plunged into my side. Ugh. That was light. Don't underestimate me. I'll break you next time. Despite the throbbing pain in my side, I continued to confront the big man. My sword was single, but the enemy's fists were 2. Moreover, he was physically stronger, putting me at a slight disadvantage. However, I wasn't completely losing. Dodging his swinging fists and returning the favor, I slammed the back of my Dawnbreaker sword into the big man's side. What? Yeah, damn, it didn't work. Hey, the tables have turned now. It seems that under his normal clothes, he's wearing high-performance armor. My attack doesn't faze him, and he continues to throw punches at me as I'm forced to retreat. What now? Your attack won't work on me. Hey, just because you could withstand one hit, you're whining? Are you only big in size? In the storm of raging fists, I desperately defended and counterattacked. It seemed like an even match, but I was gradually being cornered. That's when a small whisper reached my ear. It's all right now. Is that so? Have you given up? Then die. The big man's fist exploded in my face as I dropped my guard. But what? What is this? Sorry, playtime's over. Although his fists hit my unprotected face, they couldn't hurt me anymore. I had turned off my banishment skills for a dramatic fight, but now nobody could stop me. Why isn't it working? Did you switch shields? You guys, shoot him. The guns might work now. They won't. With one swing of my sword, the limbs of the men around me were severed. The groans and strong smell of iron filled the air, and the big man's face twisted in fear. What the hell is this? What happened? You get it, right? I was just buying some time. Rah. Anger, fear, and the world's injustices all fuel the man's powerful fist as it charges at me. I fend it off with my sword once more, but this time with the blade instead of the back. My hand. My ARM, oops, maybe I cut a bit too much because it was too soft? Well, get it treated later. You're lucky to be born in a world with such advanced civilization. The pain. Well, even then, it seems coming back to life after death is impossible. Instead of cowering in fear, the man still advanced. There's no reason to hold back. I cut off the man's head and leave the place filled with resentful groans. Afterward, I casually fend off the sporadic attacks while climbing the stairs. Finally, I reached the destination room. For some reason, Canal is still tied to a chair, and a magical device that shoots debris is pressed against her head. CH-174. In a simple, unadorned large room, all the window-like areas along the walls are covered with thick curtains, and numerous magical devices attached to the ceiling emit a brightness like that of midday. In the center of the room, Canal is tied to a chair, tearfully looking at me. On her left and right, men in black suits hold magical devices that shoot debris, and dozens more similarly dressed men crowd the room. But that's not the issue. What? Why hasn't Canal been saved yet? From the voices I heard earlier, I thought Canal's rescue was over, but apparently the division of roles is still valid. I played the decoy, so he should have taken care of it by now. Despite having a gag in her mouth, she was desperately trying to say something. One of the men standing next to her removes the gag. The magical device was pressed against the noisy Canal's head. I think they shouldn't have removed the gag in the first place. When a round, flat metal plate in the room shined and a translucent figure appeared above it. Hey there, thanks for coming. Who are you? It's probably illusion magic. The illusion of a man sitting in a chair without a head above his neck crosses his legs in response to my words, showing off his confidence. Let's see. You can call me Ghost, I guess. I'm a person who shouldn't exist in the same place as you guys. Wow, that's quite a title. So, what does Ghost-sama want with me? I'd like to ask you the same question. Your friend here is quite stubborn. Despite my subordinates interrogating her, all she would say was that she was looking for a cat and knew nothing. I was planning to use more aggressive methods to extract information if no one contacted her overnight, but I'm glad that concern is resolved. Now that you've made it this far, the possibility that it was a coincidence is gone. At Ghost's words, I forced a bitter smile inwardly. Indeed, it's barely possible that Canal stumbled upon their dealings or whatever while searching for a cat. However, being able to accurately pinpoint the location of the kidnapped Canal in a short time and deploy forces to help her is beyond coincidence. In other words, coming to rescue Canal has ruled out the possibility that Canal stumbled upon them by chance. But it's not like we could just leave her either. Considering the circumstances so far, it's obvious that if we left her alone, she would be silenced just in case. Do you mind telling me for reference? How did you find out about this place? Who is your master with such information gathering capabilities? I'm not into showing off my hand to the enemy and bragging about it. That's something only villains who are confident in their victory do, right? And then they self-destruct afterward. I see, that's harsh. But aren't you guys at the brink of destruction right now? At Ghost's words, I replied with silence. Pleased, Ghost continues talking on his own. You don't know anything about me, but I've memorized your faces. From now on, no matter where you are or what activities you engage in, I will know everything. You won't be able to carry out your activities as agents or even live your daily lives without my permission. So, Curon. Suddenly, Canal let out a word. In that faint whisper, one could easily miss if not paying attention. The Ghost's speech came to a halt. What? Curon? You're Curon Sequestral. Why do you think I'm such a famous person? There's nothing in common between him and me, I know. Canal's red eyes, the same color as her hair, emitted a faint golden flame. She stared directly at the Phantom Man, the Ghost, as if she had forgotten all tension and fear, and declared with certainty, voice and holographic images can be adjusted however you like. But words are different. Your words are your will. Even if you prepare a script and have someone read it exactly as written, the words will still carry the intent of the person who spoke them. Your will is unique to you. You can't deceive AI. Because if you do, you'll no longer be you. You're a famous person. That's why I've had many opportunities to come across your words, your intentions. It doesn't matter if it's public or private, speeches or soliloquies. All of them are your intentions. And that's why I won't mistake you. Isn't that right, Curon C. Kestrel? Deriving only one truth from information as many as the number of stars twinkling in the sky. That was the first time I saw the true worth of information. Hero Kenobi Carolyn. For a moment that felt like an eternity, silence ensued. It was broken by a bitter voice from the now completely immobile Phantom. It seems your companion is far more skilled than I anticipated. Kill them for sure. Not gonna happen. As the Phantom disappeared, the trigger of the magic device pressed against Canal's head was about to be pulled. But I stepped in faster with the Hermes dash, and slashed through the fingers and magic device. Immediately after, I sliced off the arm of the man next to her, scooped up the limp Canal, and retreated. However, more men had already blocked the entrance, and others were pointing their magic devices at us. Kill them. TCH. As metal shards flew towards us, I crouched down, holding the unconscious Canal. While my invincible ability made me immune to their attacks, I couldn't retaliate while protecting Canal. But there was no need to panic. We still had a trump card. Hurry up, or I'll throw Canal out. Crash. Responding to my shout, a window shattered, and a black figure leapt in. As the enemy's attention shifted for a moment, I moved away from Canal and began to cut down the surrounding foes. What? Damn it, fire, fire. I won't let you. The enemy's attacks were split between Canal and me. Naturally, Canal became defenseless, but John threw something that created a thin yellow membrane around her. Even with the popping sounds, Canal remained unharmed, so it seemed the long-range attacks could be ignored with this protection. What a rough way of doing things. What were you planning to do if I didn't help? But you did help, right? That's all that matters. I was certain that John would save Canal. That's why I took action, and it worked. The two of us kept defeating the enemies one after another. But suddenly, the ceiling collapsed, and a giant metal golem fell. Whoa? Hey, won't the floor collapse? Is that what you're worried about? Well, I do agree. Before the gleaming metal giant, John and I took our stances with Canal behind us. It seemed that my cooperation with this man I had just met was far from over. CH 175. The ceiling was shattered and what descended was a stout, chubby, metal golem about 3 meters long. It was clearly heavy, and in fact, cracks appeared on the floor from the impact of its landing, with the sound of it cracking echoing in real time. Hey, John, I have to ask, is that thing meant to go on a rampage indoors? Hell no. Look, it's coming. Whoa! At the end of the golem's arms were countless metal tubes. As they began to rotate at high speed, an unimaginable force of debris was launched at us, far more powerful than anything a person could use. Wait. Isn't that a lot more powerful than before? The floor is seriously going to give out. Is it trying to bury us alive by destroying the entire building? If hiding the evidence is the goal, it might intend to level the entire place. What do we do then? Even though it's not the latest model, there's no way to deal with a military battle golem. Mine and Canal's shields won't last more than 10 seconds. TCH. Then you two get out of here first. I stepped forward to protect not only Canal but also John. The pressure from the shower of debris increased, and if I were to release my banishment skill, my body would be reduced to mincemeat in the blink of an eye. Are you sure? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Without looking back, I braced myself and drew my sword. I charged at the golem with the Hermes dash, and slashed at the base of the golem's left arm with the Dawnbreaker, in an upward motion. It's hard. But the enemy's hardness was higher than I thought, and my sword couldn't cut through it. However, the impact absorbed by my orbit reflector was at its maximum capacity. Take this. I forced the golem's arm off by adding half of the impact to my own. That huge chunk of metal flew through the air, and the floor shattered when it fell. Go. John took the opportunity of the collapsing footing to retreat with Canal. The golem, which had fallen unstably, aimed its remaining right arm at them, but I wasn't going to let it attack. "I won't let you." I used the remaining half of the impact to kick the golem's right arm away. As a result, the golem's massive body fell, the floor completely gave way, and the entire building began to collapse. Even as it fell, the golem continued to shoot debris at me. Desperately defending myself from the pouring rubble and debris, I suddenly felt my foot touch a piece of rubble. Here's my chance. Normally, kicking a piece of rubble that wasn't fixed in place wouldn't give me much thrust. However, if I activate the orbit reflector at my toes, my body will shoot out faster than the golem's flying debris. Pierce through. I thrusted, Dawnbreaker, straight ahead, beautifully piercing through the golem's abdomen. I clung to the golem as we both spun around, and when the golem was on the ground side, I activated the orbit reflector to finish it off. The launched golem crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise. And I fell after it. Boom! In complete darkness, I felt an intense impact all over my body and waited. When it became quiet after a few minutes, I activated the orbit reflector again to finish it. The golem crashed into the ground with a thunderous noise, and I fell down as well. In the pitch-black darkness, I waited, feeling a strong impact all over my body. After a few minutes of silence, I reactivated the orbit reflector, and crawled out from under the rubble. Phew! I made it. Even though it's nighttime, the area was quite bright due to fires sparking from the debris. This made it easy to see the things I'd rather not. Haha, what a disaster! The building I had infiltrated was gone, and the surrounding buildings had also sustained significant damage. The ground had collapsed, and rubble filled the crater. This is awful. I don't think even a rampaging dragon could cause this much damage. If anyone else were caught up in this, they would undoubtedly die. Crash, huh? Hey, hey, hey! I turned around at the sound and saw the golem, with a hole in its belly, standing there. Its body was battered, sparks were flying from its joints, and it didn't seem capable of fighting. "Are you going to explode or something?" The once sleek and black golem now appeared strangely red-hot and swollen. The word cover-up that John mentioned flashed through my mind. Dangerous? Without any hesitation, I kicked the ground with all my strength. I activate Hermes Dash, Mirage Shift, Invincible, Magio Absorption, and P-Orbit Reflector all at once. Despite all this, I felt death closing in from behind. BZZZZZZZZZT. As I tumbled onto the ground, I saw a white light that reached just in front of my feet. The light, shining like the sun, scorched everything in its path, leaving a pungent smell and causing the debris to disappear. There's no trace of the building anymore. The concave ground had a glass-like melted surface, yet there was no residual heat. In fact, there was no impact outside the range of the light, which must be due to some special magic tool. I wonder how effective my banishment skills would be against this? I don't even want to think about testing it. Ha ha ha. The magic tools of the future are no joke. With a forced smile, I stand up. I've managed to survive the night, but my problems are far from solved. They saw my face, and Canal's too. What should we do? It seems our enemies are famous people in this world. Dealing with such an organization is going to be difficult. If I only had to take down Ghost. Or was it Curon? I could locate Jim with the Akashic Compass, infiltrate with Mirage Shift, and assassinate him, but that won't be enough since they're not a simple bandit group. Sigh, I'll think about it later. For now, I need to regroup with Canal. Or should I head back to the office? I realized I hadn't specified how to meet up with John and briefly pondered the issue. I could track him with the Akashic Compass, but I don't want to stalk someone who helped Canal recklessly. As for pursuers, John should be fine. He struggled because he was cornered indoors, but outside, he can handle even a golem. In that case, I guess I'll head back to the office. If she doesn't return by morning, I'll go out and search for her again. Brushing off the dust from my clothes, I started walking towards the office. Ideally, I'd like to buy a small gift along the way, but in this world, money information was stored in the crystals on our wrists, so cash was hardly in circulation. It might be possible with the sort of person I met earlier, but it's unlikely that a regular store would accept my junk as payment for their goods. Well then, time to go back and get some sleep. Matilda. As I yawned lightly, I slowly made my way back home, walking down a strangely empty street despite all the commotion that just took place. CH 176. Oh, you're awake. In a completely deserted back alley at night, John slightly slowed down his pace and spoke to the groaning voice he heard from behind him. There was drool dripping onto his shoulder, but he didn't care about it now. Huh? John? Yes, that's right. It seems like you're all right, given your condition. Canal, speaking with a sleepy voice, caused John to let out a wry smile. Then, Canal tilted her head slightly and quickly remembered what happened just moments ago. Is there something wrong with my body? What about Ed? He's fighting against the enemy in that building to save us. Eh? Is he okay? I'm not sure. But from my perspective, I think he'll be fine. Really? Well, he was fine last time too, and if John says so. Canal reluctantly agreed with John's words, her expression showing a bit of anxiety. However, her memory only went as far as being surrounded by men with guns. If she had known that Ed was fighting against her military battle golem, she would have immediately urged John to turn back and would have hit him on the head. Still, why do you always get involved in such dangerous situations? I'd like to know that too. It's not like I'm doing this on purpose. Seriously, what's going on? Ha ha ha, I'm not sure how to answer that. Canal, who became a detective with dreams of learning everything about the world, found that her work mostly consisted of mundane tasks like investigating infidelity, searching for lost cats, tidying up shops, and walking pets, far from what she imagined detective work to be. Yet for some reason, Canal sometimes gets involved in such unexpected trouble. By sheer coincidence, John has now saved her from what would be a fatal situation for most people 4 times. Anyway, it looks like you're all right now. I still have things to do, so can you go back to the office by yourself? John stopped completely and put Canal down from his back. She pouted with slightly flushed cheeks. Of course. I'm not a little kid. I can obviously go back to the office. All right then. Just go straight from here, and you should reach a familiar street. Well then, I got it. So, John? Yes, thanks. For saving me. Canal mumbled her thanks awkwardly, and John restrained a smile from forming on his lips as he answered calmly. You're welcome. I'm just helping because I wouldn't sleep well if an acquaintance died, that's all. You always say that, John. Well, it's like you, I guess. See you. Canal showed a bright smile and then started jogging away from the scene. Following behind her was a familiar spirit, whose existence was completely concealed by a power fundamentally different from the magic technology of this world. John was the only one who knows about it. With this, Canal should be fine. Now then. How about you come out? Hey, so you noticed me? Suddenly, about 5 meters in front of John, the world flickered, and a burly man clad in a powered exoskeleton appeared. My camouflage was supposed to be perfect. HMPH, there's no such thing as perfect in this world. More importantly, are you the only one pursuing me? I thought there would be a few more Special Forces members coming. How much do you know? Who knows? I have no idea why a general who disappeared from the public stage 3 years ago would be out here. I got tired of the life of flaunting my medals and decided to come here, and it seems like it was the right decision. The man, his body wrapped in a metallic frame, pulled a thin rod from his waist. A magically heated blade appeared on the rod, and the dust and debris floating around crackled as they touched it. The boss praised you, you know? He said no matter where or how he searched, he couldn't figure out who your master was. But if I kill you here, it's over. As the man stepped towards John, 2 drones hidden by magical optical camouflage fired live ammunition. John twisted his body to avoid the bullets, and the man slashed at him with his plasma blade. TCH. Yeah, dodge, dodge. If you even touch it a little, you'll be turned to ashes in an instant. I see, close-range weapons can be quite powerful in situations like this. It makes it hard to underestimate him. Ha. Once I've cut you down, I'll go after that woman. I'll scramble her brain, make her scream in agony, and kill her. What, giving up? Then die? Contrary to the excited man, John's expression disappeared from his face. The man was delighted to slash at the motionless John, but his expression turned to shock. What? How disappointing. John grabbed the plasma blade, which was over 10,000 degrees, with his bare hand. With just a little force, the glowing blade let out a crackling sound and disappeared. I was in a good mood today and thought I'd play along, but... I see, you're that kind of vulgar guy. Then it's over. Don't mess with me. Fire, fire, fire. Bullets rained down on John's back from the drones, but they were all blocked and disappeared by the black haze rising from his body. What the hell is that? What kind of defense mechanism? You wouldn't understand. I've never given you any knowledge about this. Huh? Then how about this? The man stabbed a high-frequency vibrating knife at John's bored-looking face, but it was also blocked by the black haze, and the blade never reached John. A stasis shield? That's ridiculous. There's no way you can maintain that output with full jamming. Didn't I say it's not something so vulgar? Well, whatever. John's hand swiftly reached out and grabbed the man's face. For some reason, the man's body couldn't move at all, and his face showed terror for the first time. What the hell is this? Neurotoxin? Did you hack my powered exoskeleton? Or is it some kind of illegal mind control? Silence. Upon hearing John's words, the man's mouth ceases to move. His wide-open eyes dart around frantically, but there's no way this situation will improve just by doing that. Listen, General, I like humans. Not just the honest ones, but also foolish and vulgar ones like you. After all, it takes a mix of both to make humanity what it is, right? Justice and evil are just names given to the sides of a tilted scale, aren't they? But, if you're going to lay a hand on her, that's a different story. I can enjoy a little mishap, but anything beyond that is unacceptable. I can laugh and forgive a playful child for getting their clothes dirty, and if they fall and cry, I'd gently pat their head. If a mischievous friend comes along, I'd nervously watch over them. But those who clearly intend to harm are not allowed. She is mine, and I won't allow anyone else to hurt her. In other words, you are not needed in this world. Be gone. With a puff, a black flame materialized, and the man's body, along with his equipment, turned to dust and vanished. At the same time, the drones flying with a crashing sound fell, and as John cast his gaze upon them, they too turned to dust and disappeared. Phew. Well, that's it for now, I guess. It seems like things are wrapping up over the two. As if nothing had happened, John muttered and glanced at the building where Ed was fighting. If things continued this way, it would become quite a spectacle, which was not John's intention. So, John melted into the darkness of the night. A tremendous explosion echoes in the surroundings just 1 minute later. CH 177. When I got back to the office, Kanal had already returned. Just to be cautious, I asked Tia to keep an eye out for pursuers while Kanal and I took a nap. We then spent about 3 days lying low and hiding. On the morning of the 4th day, after making sure there were no signs of surveillance or a single attack, I finally relaxed my guard. Phew, I guess we're fine for now since nothing happened. How about you? Yeah. The explosion itself made the news, but it's being explained as a gas leak from deteriorating underground pipes that caused the explosion. Kanal, who had been fiddling with a box-shaped magical device called Imagicon that displayed images, relayed the information she had gathered. It's amazing how you can collect information from all over the world while in a room, but this world is both convenient and inconvenient. After all, our information can also be transmitted in an instant. Gas, you mean the burning air, right? There's something that causes such a massive explosion underground that turns the ground into glass and completely destroys buildings? No way. And besides, they didn't write about those details, so I think they probably hid the truth and made it seem like a regular accident. It also says there were no casualties since the building was unmanned. Well, I guess so. As I nibbled on my morning bread, I agreed with Kanal's words, although I was not familiar with the situation in this world. It's hard to imagine that such things happen on a regular basis. Since Curon, who seemed like a person with power, was involved, it's natural to assume that they covered up the incident. But why haven't they done anything to us? Well, at my muttered question, Kanal showed a puzzled expression. That's right, if they wanted to cover everything up, they should have silenced us first. It's impossible for us to be left alone since our faces were seen. However, for the past 3 days, no danger has come to us. In a world where information travels in the blink of an eye, it's unnatural for nothing to happen, which only fuels our anxiety. Maybe they're letting us off the hook. But there's no reason to let us go, right? Oh, don't worry about that. Interrupting Kunal's worried words, a voice came from outside the room. As we looked up, we saw John entering the room through the window, which should have been locked. John? Who? Oh, this person is John? Why did you come in through the window? Haha, it's a matter of personal preference, Oju-san. I believe this is our first meeting. Nice to meet you, I'm John D. Jones. Yes. I'm Lunarisha. Glad you're safe. Want some coffee? Yes, please. Why is Ed making coffee? No, he saved me, so I'll make him coffee. As we chatted noisily, we all took our seats at the table. Tia and I sat next to each other, with Kunal and John sitting across from us. So, John, what do you mean by don't worry? Fufu, I went out of my way to ensure that no pursuers would come after you and Kunal. Can you really do that? It must have been tough. Well, it was tough, but if I didn't do it, you'd be targeted for the rest of my life. Especially since Kunal figured out Kuron's true identity. Ugh. I honestly don't remember much about that time. Kunal made a face. But John responded with an exasperated tone. Do you think the enemy will believe that? I've dealt with it for now, but if you get involved in another S.E.E.D. incident, be careful not to get die. I know. Why did this even happen? I was just looking for a cat. Come on, Kunal. It's a chance to challenge the truth of the world you dreamed of. Yeah, but that's more like a childhood dream, and facing reality is too dangerous. If you think so, then you need to make an effort. Either gain the power to face it, or the caution not to. Without either, you'll quickly lose. HMPH. Kunal pouted. But I was sure of it. Kunal is a hero. The coincidences up until now were inevitable, and they will continue. She might be denying it, but deep down, she hasn't given up on her dream. It's okay. If you have trouble, just rely on John. It's like how I rely on Ed. Oju-san, are you telling me to continue cleaning up after Kunal? I'm not always free, you know. As Tia spoke to the somewhat dejected Kunal, John furrowed his brows. But you're here now, aren't you? You make a good team. Yeah. If we can fully utilize Kunal's power, it'll work to John's advantage, right? Identifying someone just by talking through an illusion is quite incredible. Well, with a grin, I spoke, and John showed a slightly troubled face. Kunal, who had been drinking coffee next to us, put her cup down with a click and stared straight at John. Right. It seems like you helped me out again this time, so I'll cooperate if there's anything I can do. Fine. Then please behave yourself. It would be much easier for me if you don't get involved in unnecessary trouble and I don't have to rescue you. HMPH. It's not like I want to be involved in trouble. Then act more ladylike. At this rate, you won't even find a boyfriend, let alone get married. I'm fine. I'll focus on my work. HMPH. After finishing her coffee, Kunal angrily disappeared into the kitchen with her empty cup. John watched her leave with a calm expression. I scratched my head and spoke up. Hey, John. Can we talk, just the two of us, with you? Unfortunately, I'm not interested in being alone with another man. Come on, don't say that. Or should I grab your shoulder and take you there? Sigh, what a forceful invitation. I can't help it. At my invitation, John let out a small sigh and stood up. I also spoke to Tia, and the two of us climbed the stairs to the rooftop of the building. Being up high feels good. It would be perfect if the surrounding buildings weren't taller. Even though there were taller buildings around us, the morning sun's rays were soft, and I leaned against the railing. So, what is it? I'm not free either, so please make it brief. Don't be in such a hurry. You have an idea, don't you? What could it be? Even though we've been through a lot, you and I barely have any connection. How could I possibly know what you want to talk about? The Demon King. At my words, however, John continued speaking without changing his expression. The Demon King? Right, you mentioned to Kunal that you were going to defeat a Demon King, an anachronistic being. So, you want me to help you find the Demon King? That's not it. I've already found the Demon King. Leaning against the railing, I stared at John. You're the Demon King, John D. Jones. Time seemed to freeze between us, with neither of us moving. The wind blew through the gap between the buildings, making a rustling sound. CH 178. At first, I thought that the creator of SEED might be the Demon King, you know? I mean, eliminating the afterlife and leading the world to destruction is a perfectly Demon King-like action. But I was wrong. In front of the silent John, I slowly spoke and made a metal frame appear above my right hand. Following my will, an image of a middle-aged man in his 50s appeared, and the compass needle pointed towards the center of the town. What is that? Someone who's creating SED? Or perhaps a mastermind? Something like that. I don't know who he is, and I haven't shown it to Kunal. If I carelessly reveal it, we might get into even more trouble. That's a wise decision. If Kunal were to find out about this person being involved in the creation of SED, even I wouldn't be able to protect him. Unlike Curon, he's not the type of person to appear in public. Is that so? Well, that doesn't matter. The problem is this: the man's image disappeared, and the next person I designated appeared in the metal frame. The person shown was identical to the man in front of me. However, the compass needle pointed in a different direction. I just searched for the location of John D. Jones. So why is the compass pointing to a different place? I wouldn't know even if you asked me. Maybe your magical tool is broken? Ha, that's not it. This was a real blind spot. If I hadn't checked it immediately after that day, the incident with the building, I probably wouldn't have noticed. I mean, it's common for someone working behind the scenes to camouflage themselves by living a normal life during the day. I wouldn't suspect it. If I tried to approach the real John, you'd intercept me first, and I wouldn't be questioned about it. But that day, that time was different. It's impossible for someone to be sleeping soundly indoors in the opposite direction of the scene right after such a battle. And my Akashic compass never breaks all eyes. That means you're somehow overlaying this man's John D. Jones information onto your existence. Or is that your ability as the Demon King? Did you divert Curon's attention and overwrite my and Kunal's information with another person? That's right. My Akashic compass couldn't pinpoint the location of the Demon King because the Demon King had hidden his existence by overlaying the information of another existing person, John. This explanation fits the reason why I couldn't find the Demon King. That's all within the realm of speculation, isn't it? Would it be better if I had definite proof? I don't really want to do it, but it would become clear in an instant. Saying that, I held out my right hand towards John. This is the quickest way to determine if he is the Demon King. Let's shake hands. That will settle it. Do you understand what will happen to you if you do that? Ha ha. Of course, I do. But you don't really want to do anything to me, do you? I grinned at John after we finished the answer checking. If he had wanted to absorb me and become the Demon King while keeping his consciousness intact, he would have had plenty of opportunities to touch me before. The fact that he didn't do so proves that John doesn't desire such a thing. Hey, tell me. What were you thinking? What did you want when you became this way? Why did you protect Kunal? The hero? In this world, there was only one being capable of defeating him, the hero. I slowly questioned John, who was in the rather contradictory position of being the Demon King who protects that hero. Then, John, seemingly giving in, let out a small sigh and began to speak about himself. I arrived in this world about 8,000 years ago. 8,000 years? That's quite a long time. Yes, it is. Back then, I was living a life befitting a Demon King. I would command the monstrous creatures that infested the world to attack humans, and I even formed a Demon King army to harass them. Naturally, this gave rise to the heroes in the world, and these heroes would challenge me to battle time and time again. Yet, I have repelled them all. After this happened hundreds of times, I became bored. Bored? Yes, I became bored with being the Demon King. As time passed, my intelligence grew, and I was able to think more deeply, but I also began to see my own limitations. On my own, I couldn't do anything about the barrier set up by the gods. There wasn't much room for growth for me, who was just a fragment of power, and it was impossible for me to merge with my true self, which was you. All I could do was wait for you to come to me. But after waiting for 2,000 years with no sign of you, I simply grew tired of waiting. Well. Sorry about that. As I unintentionally grimaced, John laughed lightly and shook his head. Ha ha, it's not really your fault. In fact, it might have been the gods' plan all along. In any case, having grown tired of waiting, I thought that it might be nice to be defeated by the hero. Doing so would weaken my main body, but it would only be by a fraction, 1/100th of the total power, so I thought it wouldn't have much of an impact. So, I searched for the hero at the time. But they turned out to be a complete fool. I couldn't bear the thought of losing to someone like that, so I crushed them with all my might. Then I searched for the next person who had inherited the hero's power, and found a 5-year-old blind girl. Being a hero is a kind of talent, so it doesn't necessarily mean they will become strong. I tried to raise the girl to become someone worthy of killing me, but she turned out to be quite the oddball. She only talked about her dreams of seeing the world and, in the end, never fought me. She could have picked up a sword and killed me, becoming a celebrated hero and living a life without any hardships. But she pursued only her dream of seeing the world with her unseeing eyes, and she died without realizing that dream. At that point, John paused and came to stand beside me. As he leaned forward with his hands on the railing, his eyes gazed at the beautiful morning sky. For some reason, I can't really explain why, but I became interested in her soul. Since then, every time her soul reincarnated, I would find it and interact with it in various ways, both close and distant. Sometimes as an enemy, sometimes as a companion, sometimes as a friend, and sometimes as a mentor. I even played the role of a lover a few times, but none of those relationships lasted more than 3 years. It seems that such relationships are just not for me. In any case, I became absorbed in meeting the various versions of him or her, and seeing where their paths led. For some reason, they were always born with congenital blindness, so I eliminated any interfering monsters and disbanded the unnecessary Demon King army, allowing human civilization to advance. Over the course of 3,000 years, a civilization capable of perfectly curing congenital blindness was developed. Once their eyes were able to see, he or she would desire to see even more, so I continued to develop the civilization even further. And now, after countless cycles of reincarnation, in this age where the existence of heroes and demon kings has faded into the background of history, the fate of the hero has come to her. Canal. To be honest, I thought this was destiny. I would finally die here, at her hands, and that would be the end. And that conviction only grew stronger when you arrived. Yes, that's right, my true self, Ed. I am a fragment of your power. I will be defeated by Canal and become a part of you, disappearing. That must be my ultimate fate. Saying that, John turned his body toward me. His body distorted with a creak, and the face of John D. Jones disappeared into a black haze. From within it, a face identical to mine appeared. I will prepare a fitting final stage for Canal. There, we shall settle this. No, there's no need for that. Facing John, who had spread his arms as if to welcome me, I drew their Dawnbreaker sword from my waist and plunged it straight into John. Ch 179. I'm not a hero, so my attacks don't have much of an effect on the Demon King. However, the Dawnbreaker sword I wield is undoubtedly a hero's sword, and it can penetrate the Demon King's defense. The black miasma. That's why my sword grazed John's cheek and pierced deeply into something approaching from behind him. Gi. Sparks scattered from the spot where the sword pierced, and a golem about the size of a child appeared in a place where there was nothing before. When I forcefully swung the sword still stuck in it, the golem was yanked out from the tip of the sword and slammed onto the floor, not moving as smoke billowed from its entire body. What is this? Hey, being caught by something like this, you're a bit too careless. What is this anyway? An invisible golem? It's a golem for guarding important people. It seems to be illegally modified for assassination. I can't believe it was targeting me. If our information was being rewritten, then of course the only target would be you. Seriously, you let your guard down because you were thinking of something boring? It seems so. I apologize. As I said this lightly, John dropped his shoulders. It's just a little annoying that it's my own face. Hey, John? What do you call that? The original? I don't know if original is the right word, but can you return your face to John's face for now? It's unsettling to talk to someone with my face. Is that so? Alright. At my words, John's face returns to its original John D. Jones appearance. It's probably someone else's face. But since I'm not planning to meet the real John, this should be fine for now. Then, once again, the final stage. Didn't I say we don't need that? Does that mean you want to defeat me, who is unreliable, right away? No way. I'm saying you don't have to be defeated. At my words, John furrowed his brows. So you're letting me go? Is that the flat way to put it? Sure, I certainly am defeating the demon kings of each world and gathering power, but I'm not thinking of wanting to regain all my power and revive. That's right, I don't want to revive as the demon king of the end. In fact, there are already several worlds where the recollection has failed, so I can't fully revive unless I enter the third round. The reason I'm defeating demon kings is because the power of an outsider like me is messing up their worlds. But you're different, right? Over 8,000 years, you've become a resident of this world instead of an outsider. So there's no reason for me to do anything about you. Is that okay? It's not about being okay or not. Besides, never mind. If I had to say, it's because I am the true demon king of the end. Deciding how to end things is my privilege alone, and since I've decided not to end you, you can do whatever you want. Saying that, I walked away from the railing toward the stairs. John's face behind me was no longer visible. Thank you. So, with a small whisper, I waved my hand lightly and left the place. Ever since that incident, we went back to our daily lives. We continued searching for cats and conducting background investigations as usual, and for some unknown reason, Canal was constantly involved in various incidents. We helped rescue the president's daughter, who was like a king without hereditary succession, from being kidnapped, disarmed bombs planted all over the city, and crushed an organization called the True Demon King Army that had been lurking under the radar. In the blink of an eye, about a year passed. As the seasons changed and something new was about to begin, we finally brought up saying goodbye to Canal. Are you really going back? I thought we were good friends. Don't be unreasonable, Canal. They have their own circumstances. Well, it seems we can't defeat the Demon King with things as they are now. In front of Canal's office building in the early morning, I said that with a bitter smile. Of course, the Demon King I was referring to wasn't the real one in front of us, but the mastermind behind the SEED incident. We explained to Canal that for now. But it seems John will do something about it. That's why we're going back, right? Yes. The enemy is formidable, but I cannot ignore SEED. It will take some time, but I will definitely. Me too. I'll do my best to cooperate. I'd appreciate it if you just stayed out of it. But I know you won't, Canal. Just try not to get in the way. John, always saying that. I've grown too, you know. I even got my agent license, 9th grade. Ha ha ha. John let out a dry laugh, deliberately avoiding Canal's proud gaze. The agent license she mentioned was required to possess weapons, and the 9th grade was obtainable by any adult who fulfilled their tax obligations. Good luck, Canal. But don't do anything too dangerous, okay? Thanks, Tia. It's not like I want to do dangerous things, though. Tia held out her right hand, and Canal firmly grasped it. So, see you, John. Good luck, Ed. As I held out my right hand like Tia, John looked confused. But I ignored it and forcibly shook John's hand. Well, we're connected now. How about you? Yes. I feel the connection. But why? If you don't take me in, you'll only weaken yourself, right? Hey, it's no big deal. And by being connected like this, we can always become one. If you ever get tired of living, or despair of the world, I'll be there to collect you. So live your life to the fullest, John D. Jones, until the day it all ends. I promise. On my soul. A warm sensation flowed into me from our firmly clasped hands. It was a power that was part of me but not mine, the shining proof of John's individuality, the soul of John, which he had acquired over 8,000 years. Goodbye, Ed and Tia. I'll dismiss you two from your temporary positions at the Caroline Detective Agency. Don't forget about me, even in another world. We won't forget. Take care. Kunal. Bye. You two, take care of each other. We waved at Kunal, who had tears in her eyes, with smiles on our faces. But it would take about 10 minutes for us to be sent to the White World. You're not going back yet? Yeah. We'll be sent back 10 minutes after being expelled. I see. The 10 minutes after the emotional farewell felt quite long. We stood there with awkward smiles, and then Kunal suddenly spoke up. Oh, I almost forgot. Wait here. Hey, Kunal. We watched Kunal run off, though we could have chased her. Disappearing in a crowd would be a problem. As we wondered what to do, Kunal came running back with a white box in her hands. Here. My favorite coffee beans and a chiffon cake. As a souvenir. Kaya. Kunal. As Kunal stumbled, John quickly ran over and caught her. However, the white box flew into the air, and with only 10 seconds left before we were transferred to the id was more than enough time. Got it. Thanks, Kunal. Tia. Yeah. I caught the box in midair, quickly put it in their strange box, and landed, reaching out my hand to Tia. She took my hand, and the time came. Really, it's hectic until the very end, isn't it? I know, right? Just before disappearing from the world, John and I exchanged similar thoughts with our eyes, and we shared an indescribable bitter smile. Ch 180. Phew, there was so much going on this time. Well, most of it was because Kunal got caught up in it all. Having safely returned to we exchanged words in front of the door. In fact, this world we had just visited stood out among the others, as we were caught up in unexpected major incidents. With our knowledge from the first round proving to be useless, the great adventure in the unknown world was truly exciting and enjoyable. By the way, always being on standby was quite harsh, so about 2 months in, John prepared a fake crystal for Tia's wrist, a fragment for her to use, and since then, Tia has been adventuring with us. I mean, if I had left Tia on standby indefinitely, my guilt could have overwhelmed me as she sent me off with a disheartened expression saying, "Do your best." Maybe the Demon Lord of the End would have revived. In that sense, John really is the savior of that world. Nevertheless, we made a good profit this time. Now, Tia, bring it out. Alright, I'm doing it now. Which one should I take out first? Of course, it's the magic furnace. In front of my excited self, Tia activated the shared property single bank with a wry smile. Yes, with a lavish budget of 500 million, I bought the various things in that world. First, a state-of-the-art magic furnace was taken out. Although it wasn't for commercial use, it was still a hobby item for personal use. Its performance far surpassed that of a blacksmith's furnace in a normal world, reaching high temperatures instantly, allowing precise temperature control and maintaining that state for a long time. Various other convenient gadgets were taken out, such as the Major Stocker, which magically preserves the interior state so that freshly cooked food can still be eaten a month later, and a mixer that quickly produces fruit water when you put in random fruits. Once these completed magic tools were taken out, ingots were next. Rare metals that can only be obtained by chance in other worlds can be easily obtained in that world if you have the money. From mithril to adamantite, and even orichalcum. Although it was only a small amount because it was ridiculously expensive even in that world. The sight of them lined up was truly spectacular. If my master were here, he would surely jump for joy. Alright, with all this, finally, hey, Ed. I understand you're excited, but shouldn't we check that first? I'm really curious about it. Tia poked my shoulder while I was thinking about what to create, and pointed towards the table. Naturally, what was there? Records of the hero's story, a book describing John and Kunal's past and future. Right, let's start with that. Oh, by the way, Tia, since we received the cake and coffee as souvenirs, why don't we enjoy them while reading? Eh? But if we eat that here? Tia hesitated, guessing what would happen if we ate and drank here. But I grinned and reassured her. Foo. Don't worry, Tia. I bought an installation-type toilet, just in case. It completely blocks the view, sound, and smell from the surroundings, and it magically decomposes and evaporates what's inside, turning it into clean water and dust, so it's easy to clean. It's impossible to carry it around and use it while camping since you can't see outside from inside, but it's more than enough for use in this. Upon hearing about the toilet I secretly purchased for her, Tia let out a high-pitched cheer and hugged me. Yay! I love you, Ed. I'll get it ready then. Alright. In reality, it can't be used until it's assembled, but it probably won't be needed immediately. As I sat at the table, Tia quickly prepared cake and coffee for us, and we began reading the book while enjoying our snacks. Wow, Kanal has always been such an energetic girl, huh? The guy who secretly helped her here must be John, right? Well, if he's been tracking her soul, he must have been watching her since she was born. I guess so. It's lovely to think that she's been protected since birth. Really? To be honest, I find it a bit scary. What's with that face? It's nothing. Knowing who is watching you is definitely important. Since I had thoroughly explained John's situation to Tia, we were able to freely chat and enjoy reading the book together. Kanal's life had been full of ups and downs since childhood, and if not for John, she might have easily died. Her life was like a true adventure, and we found it fascinating, especially because it included aspects of life we were unfamiliar with. During the happy and bright pages, we enjoyed the soft and sweet chiffon cake, and during the pages of setbacks and hardships, we drank bitter coffee. As we reminisced about our shared memories of the past year, we eagerly turned the pages of the book, but eventually, the end of the story approached. Chapter 10, Record of the Hero's Story. The end is not the end. And so, despite having saved the world from crisis countless times without her own volition, as a human, the hero Kanal could not overcome her lifespan. By her deathbed, connected to life support, a familiar figure who hadn't shown themselves for the past 10 years stood. Her partner, who had never aged for some reason and always had an ambiguous face that she couldn't remember no matter how hard she tried, was now recognizable. The faceless partner looked just like one of her mysterious friends from her youth, and the memories of those times were revived in the aged Kanal's mind. As her partner's hand overlapped with Kanal's withered hand, which was connected to countless tubes, light overflowed with a fizzing sound, and the man's hand showed a different aspect from that of a human. The partner then tried to guide Kanal's hand to his own neck, but she mustered her last strength to stretch her arm and gently embraced her partner's head. Kanal, who possessed a rare analytical and reasoning ability and the power of a hero that brought it forth, had realized long ago that her partner was not human. However, such a trivial matter held no meaning compared to the joyful days they had spent together. As if cherishing the time left, or as if bidding farewell to the happy days, Kanal embraced the Demon King she was supposed to defeat, and her final moments burned out. The next day, Kanal's face, as she drew her last breath as if she were sleeping, was more peaceful than ever. At her side, a plate of coffee and cake, which Kanal loved, had been placed at some point. The Demon King's subjugation was still incomplete. However, it was said that the hope for the world was inherited not by the next generation of heroes, but by an ordinary blind baby born into the world. I see. Hey Ed, do you think Kanal was happy? Tia asked me as she quietly closed their Record of the Hero's Story, after finishing reading. I don't know. It's presumptuous for someone else to talk about whether someone was happy or not. But, well, it seems like she was happy what we've read, right? Really? What about John? Do you think he was happy? I see. I couldn't help but smile wryly at the repeated question. Kanal was a stranger, but John was a part of me. If that's the case, maybe I have the right to say how John was. No, I don't know. John is John. Foo-foo, I see. That's good. At my answer, Tia said, that's good. She was glad that John, who was separated from me, was an individual called John and not just me. It was as if she acknowledged that I was an existence called Ed, not just some extra Demon King of the end, and it somehow made me feel itchy inside. And then, suddenly, I thought, wasn't it because John had Kanal, and I had Tia, that we were able to gain our own souls? No matter what power one has, one can't do it alone. Someone has to recognize you as yourself, and that's the true nature of a soul. This reunion is going to be a long way off. There's no way he would think about returning to someone else's insides and throwing away his ego if he had such a partner. If anything, he would be slapped on the head and woken up if he tried. At the end of many years, on the day that will someday come, I quietly vowed in my heart that I would accumulate memories with Tia so that I wouldn't lose to the stories of John's partner that he would tell me. T/N, wholesome. New arc will take some time. I got tests next week. CH 181. Fufu tilde. We've arrived. Tia, who had just set foot in a new world, bounces with joy on the spot. Seeing her adorable, playful figure, my cheeks naturally loosen up. Ha ha ha, you're in a good mood, Tia. Of course. Because I've got a brand new weapon. Tia's waist, which she pats with a thud, carried the silver spirit sword I crafted. By using a magic furnace with better performance than before and stuffing it with rare metals, its performance has increased by 10%. By the way, anyone who says only 10%? Here would get punched by blacksmiths all over the world. It's an amazing feat to improve the performance of equipment that was already highly advanced by 10%. And you're the same, right, Ed? Well, yeah. When asked with a smile, I couldn't help but grin as well. On my waist, as usual, was Dawnbreaker, on my left side, but on my right side was a sword with just a handle and no blade. Yes, I've finally succeeded in creating a new Sword of Thin Life. Unlike the Dawnbreaker, it can't carry various powers, but in terms of sharpness alone, there is almost nothing that can rival this Sword of Thin Life. Of course, it's inferior to the ridiculous ability of the hero's sword, which has the unexplainable ability to cut through anything. But there's no doubt that within the realm of human-made weapons, this Sword of Thin Life possessed the finest cutting edge. Ugh, I want to test it. I wonder if there are any suitable demonic beasts around. Isn't that a bit dangerous? I understand how you feel, though. It's in an adventurer's nature to want to test out a new weapon. I feel the same way, but I can't condone looking for beasts to fight in a world we've just arrived in. By the way, are there actually demonic beasts in this world? Probably. Finally looking around carefully, we found ourselves in a typical forest along the highway, just like before. I could see a town in the distance through the gaps in the trees, but the townscape had a familiar feeling to it, with no massive stone towers or buildings like we had seen in Canal's world. I think this feels like a normal, or maybe not so normal world. Anyway, let's head to town for now. There are dozens of scenes like this that come to mind, so just from this alone, I can't determine which world we are in. However, in places like this, we usually encounter the hero in town, so once we do that, I'll surely figure it out. I wonder if there are any carriages being attacked by demonic beasts on the way. Hey, after smacking Tia on the head for saying such dangerous things, we walked side by side toward the town. Fortunately or unfortunately, Tia's wish didn't come true, and we reached the town quite normally. As we were walking down the main street, we unexpectedly spotted a large man in splendid armor on the other side of the street. So this is the place. The man, in his 30s with black eyes and short black hair, stood about 190 centimeters tall, clad in shining metal armor. We easily identified him as the hero of this world, and once we saw him, we knew where we were. This was the 31st world. It had no particular distinguishing features and was quite ordinary, as far as worlds go. Hey Tia, that's the hero of this world. That person? Wow, he does look really strong. Yeah, he's strong. But, well, never mind. Let's just quickly ask to join his party. Really? We can become friends that easily? Yeah. Leave this to me. As I nodded reassuringly to the astonished Tia, I proceeded down the street and approached the hero. He noticed us and stopped. What is it? We recognize you as the great hero Gyu-sama. Please allow us to join you on your journey. Is that so? All right. Thank you. Huh? Tia was surprised at the quick exchange between Gyu and me, but Go didn't seem to care as he walked past us, and we followed him. Wait, Ed? What just happened? We just joined Gyu-san's party. I know that. But, huh? That easily? Gahahaha. I don't reject those who come or chase those who leave. I don't care about such trivial things. Okay. As we walked, Tia wore a puzzled expression as she responded to Gyu's hearty laughter. Then, still wearing that expression, she gently grasped my hand. Hey, is this really okay? Yeah, don't worry. Gyu-san's like that. Besides, if you're surprised by this, you won't last long from here on out. There's more surprising stuff? Why didn't you tell me from the start? Well, that's because there's too much to explain. And it's better to explain it as it comes up. Just bear with it for a bit. Fine, if you say so. I'll brace myself a little. Though still not quite satisfied, Tia let go of my hand. We continued walking and introduced ourselves. Then Gu stopped in front of a certain house. Alright, let's start here. Saying that, he reached for the door, but it was locked. After rattling the door several times, he moved on to the next house. Gu-san, what are you doing? I'm looking for a house we can enter. A house to enter? You don't mean you have some business with the people living there, do you? That's right. Ah, this one's open. After trying 3 doors, Gu found an unlocked one and entered the house without paying attention to Tia's questions. I followed him mindlessly, and Tia hesitantly followed us as well. Now, HMPH crash. Wow! As soon as he entered the house, Gu smashed a vase against the floor near the wall. The vase shattered with a satisfying sound, and its fragments scattered everywhere. Hey! What are you doing all of a sudden? What do you mean? I'm smashing a vase. Why are you smashing a vase? Of course, because I am the hero. How? Question mark. Leaving a confused Tia behind, Gu continued to smash more vases. After breaking all of them, he entered a random room and started rummaging through a chest of drawers. Ed? He's rummaging through someone's drawers now? Yeah, he is. Why are you so calm about it? This is theft, isn't it? Well, you see, there's nothing here. What's this? As he rummaged through the drawers, he held something up above his head. It's a thin, see-through piece of women's underwear. Some naughty underwear. This will sell for a good price. Ed, let's turn him into the guards right now. Or I'll blow him away on the spot. Wait. As I desperately tried to calm down Tia, who looked like she was about to cast a spell, Gu stood up and looked at us after stuffing his loot into his bag. Seriously, what's with all the fuss? It's because you're doing something that's like theft. No, it is theft. Just because you're a hero, do you think that gives you the right to do this? It does, doesn't it? What? Tia was at a loss for words at Gu's completely unapologetic response. Tia, that's the path I went down in my first run. As a hero, I have the privilege to infiltrate any place, break vases, rummage through drawers, and confiscate anything I need for my adventures. Isn't that common sense? Tia's anguished cry echoed through the empty house. T/N. Now this is interesting. I'll resume posting in June. Got my midsems in a week. CH 182. Breaking pots and confiscating drawer contents? What's that about? Why do you have such a privilege? I don't understand the thoughts of those in power. I was simply granted this privilege and am faithfully carrying it out. Astonished by Tia's words, Gu calmly replied and moved on to the next room. Of course, we followed him, and Tia, with pleading eyes, spoke to me. Hey Ed, what's going on? Why pots and chest? I don't know either. If I had to guess, maybe it's some sort of compensation for the low allowance given to heroes. Allowance? How much is it? As Tia asked Gu, who was rummaging through a small chest that seemed to belong to a child, he answered without looking back. 50 copper coins and a long, sturdy stick. What? You're a hero, Gu-san, right? Why do they send a hero off with only enough money for one night at an inn and a stick? Like I said before, I don't understand the thoughts of those in power. I was just told that was all I'd get, so I accepted it. Well, I did buy my own equipment afterward. It doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't they support a hero but give him such strange privileges? Ed, the king of this country must be crazy. Hey, don't criticize royalty in broad daylight. I calmed down a shouting Tia with a wry smile. It's not like you'd get arrested for bad-mouthing the king unless you were in a really lawless country, but still, you shouldn't speak ill of those in power, especially the king. Of course, Tia should know that, but she's still far from convinced. Gu, having finished rummaging through the chest, looked at her with a puzzled expression. Come on, don't keep fussing about something you can't understand. We're done with this house. Let's move on. You're still going? Of course. There are still many houses left. Leaving Tia, who's moving her mouth wordlessly, Gu left the house. After that, he invades several more houses, rummaging through pots and chests, and once he's satisfied with a few copper coins and some dried herbs, he enters the town's blacksmith. Welcome. Without responding to the old shopkeeper's greeting, Gyu looks around the blacksmith's shop and enters the forging area in the back without permission, starting to break the pots there. Crash. Ah, he's breaking them again. Huh? Tia, who had been watching with tired eyes, suddenly noticed that there was a pot Gyu wasn't breaking and spoke up. Hey Gyu-san. Why aren't you breaking that one? Which one? That one. Tia pointed to various sizes of pots, but Gyu quickly averted his gaze after a glance. Ah, those are no good because they're bottles, not pots. Only pots of this size can be broken, anything else isn't a pot and shouldn't be broken. Huh? Don't look at me like that. I don't know everything. As Tia appealed with her gaze, I dodged her eyes and mumbled a response. I haven't seriously investigated it, but I have no idea why such a rule exists. While we're exchanging words, Gyu finished breaking the pots that caught his eye and returned to the shopkeeper at the front of the store. I'm sorry, but I'd like you to sharpen this one, Gyu said, handing over the large sword he had been carrying on his back. Are you really talking like that? Tia retorted. All right, this one has been used quite a bit, the shopkeeper commented, checking the sword's condition. Are you really responding like that? Tia exclaimed again. It will cost 3 silver coins, what do you think? The shopkeeper asked. Understood, Gyu replied, paying the silver coins. Are you really just paying like that? Tia questioned once more. Oi, Lunarisha. You've been noisy since earlier. But you're breaking pots and searching chests in other people's houses, yet you're paying properly to sharpen your sword, huh? I'm requesting a service, so of course I'm going to pay, right? Tia, confused by Gyu's reaction, turned to the shopkeeper. Why are you so nonchalant about taking work from someone who broke into your shop and smashed pots? Well, it's just business, you know? Besides, there's a subsidy for broken pots, so I can buy new ones with that. Most people don't complain since they're cheap and easily breakable. Subsidies? However, I'm sorry I can't take it anymore. Don't worry, Tia. We'll head to the inn and talk it over. Just bear with it a little longer. With tears in her eyes, Tia crouches down. While Gyu finished his business with the shopkeeper, the group left the store without any issues. Now, let's head to the general store. We need to replenish our supplies and sell the naughty underwear we found earlier. Tia, keep your heart strong. Don't worry, you're not going crazy. While encouraging Tia, who had a dead fish-like look in her eyes, we stepped into the general store. Of course, even the Gyu naturally broke pots, rummaged through dressers, and after stuffing what was inside into his bag, he called out to the clerk. I want to sell something first. Lingerie, herbs, and this healing potion. Wait, that's what you just took out of the dresser over there. Got it. So, altogether you're buying it? At the point where the negotiation had begun nonchalantly, Tia, unable to hold back any longer, grabbed the clerk's shoulder firmly and began to shake him as she spoke. Hey! It's a recovery potion that was in this shop? You saw it too. It's merchandise from your own shop, right? You're buying that? Hey, customer, please stop being rough. Of course we'll buy it, it's our job. But then, if you put that bought recovery potion back on the shop's shelves, Gyu-san might pick it up and sell it again, right? What are you talking about, Lunarisha? If I take items from the merchandise shelf, that would be stealing, right? I wouldn't do such a thing. That's right. Moreover, we report the losses to the office and receive subsidies, so we don't actually lose anything. You are. Ed, I can't stand this anymore. At the words of the two who seemed to find the situation perfectly normal, Tia started crying and clung to me. It seems she's finally reached her limit. There, it's okay, Tia. I'm sorry, Gyu-san, but I'd like to let Tia rest for a bit. Would it be okay if we return to the inn ahead of you? I don't mind. I'm staying at an inn called the Three-Horned Sheep. Understood. We'll catch up later. Come on, Tia, let's go. Caressing the back of Tia, who continued to cry like a child, I parted ways with Gyu and headed towards the inn. The inn's clerk stared at us, but at this point, We couldn't afford to care about such things. Hig. Sob. Why? I'm not crazy. That's right. Tia, you are not crazy. What's crazy are the rules of this world. That's true. I'm not weird, am I? Yeah, you're not weird. In fact, when I first came here, I didn't know what to do either. What did you do, Ed? While clinging tightly to me, Tia looked up at my face with teary eyes. I didn't do anything. I just kind of went along with the flow of things. Look, the world where Canal was had very different laws and common sense, right? So, I just accepted that this place is the same. In reality, none of the people there were angry at Gusan, were they? If the losses are being compensated, then it's just something to accept. Even if it's hard to be convinced, I think it's best to just accept it. If the world changes, so does common sense. Given that we only know our own world, it's hard to accept major differences in others, but honestly, if nobody is unhappy, it's best not to worry about it. This is the first time in my life that I've felt the irrationality of the world this strongly. What a coincidence, I felt something similar too. Upon seeing Tia finally calming down, I answered with a wry smile on my face. Ch 183, common sense is a tricky thing. It's harder to accept when things are slightly different than when they're entirely different. Amidst such currents of common sense, I spent my time soothing Tia, who had been toyed with. Before long, Gu arrived at the inn. He was about to have dinner, so we decided to join him at the nearby tavern cum diner. On this occasion, Tia actively started a conversation with him. Hey, Gu-san. I don't know much about it, but are there any other privileges for a hero? Well, apart from the right to rummage through pots and chests, there's the right to freely choose your comrades, I suppose. Excluding the part about hero privileges, Gu was fundamentally a very ordinary, good person. After briefly contemplating Tia's question, he gave his answer. He then chugged his ale-filled mug, cleared his throat a few times, and continued the conversation. A hero is given the right to choose up to 3 companions for his journey. It doesn't matter who they are, as long as both parties agree, whether they are criminals or nobility, they can become comrades. And while they are comrades, any duties imposed on them are exempted. Exempted from duties? Yes. If they're a criminal, they won't be arrested for the time being, or they could even get out of prison and start activities. If they're a noble, they could have a deputy manage their territory, and if they're a merchant, they could receive compensation for any losses incurred due to their absence. You two are mercenaries, right? Make sure to apply properly. That way, you should get a daily reward based on the average of your previous year's income. Wow, that's quite generous. Indeed. It's a system that could easily be misused. With Tia nodding in admiration beside me, I let out a sly grin. But Gu lightly brushed it off and continued the conversation with a laugh. Gahahaha. Of course, there would be people who think like that, but it doesn't mean they are exempt from committing a crime. Even if they become my comrades, they will be arrested normally if they commit a new crime, and because of the limit of 3 people, they can't indefinitely maintain the privilege of being companions of the hero. If both parties agree. In other words, if I say no, they immediately cease to be comrades. So that part is well managed, huh? But do hero parties often have people coming in and out? That would make it hard to increase the level of teamwork. Well, everyone has their own circumstances. For instance, if someone just wants to fight strong opponents, they might join when facing a formidable enemy, but drop out when they need to solve a small village's problem. There are also those who will help protect their hometown but naturally won't follow you elsewhere, and on the contrary, there are those who join the party in order to go abroad. The role of a hero involves traveling all around the world to defeat the Demon King, and it's not an easy decision to abandon all one's life foundations to follow that. I do hope to encounter such comrades someday. That's indeed a tough issue. Tia's party with hero Alexis wasn't composed of the same members from the beginning. Many people came and went, and in the end, it settled with Tia, Old Man Gonzo, and me. But I was fully prepared to drop out at any moment. If I had properly left, someone else would have filled that gap, but I'm relieved. Gusan, you're someone I can hold a conversation with properly. Eh? What do you mean? No, I was talking about something else. Sorry, Don't mind me. I see. If you say not to worry about it, then I won't worry. Gahaha. With Tia frantically waving her hands, Gu laughed, genuinely unbothered. Yeah, things seemed to be going well between them. We finished our meal in a relaxed mood, and decided to leave town the next day. As we walked in a single file line at Gu's request, he began to explain our immediate goal. Our destination this time is a cave ahead. It's said that a demonic beast has settled in the cave used for trade in this region, causing problems for people. A demonic beast. So our objective is to subjugate it? That's right. We should reach a village at the foot of the mountain after about 3 days of walking. We'll gather information there before challenging the beast. Prepare yourself for combat in a confined space. Understood? Gautit. Nodding at his succinct explanation, we continued on our way. We were attacked by demonic beasts a few times, but the ones that appear along the highway aren't particularly strong. We swiftly defeated them to confirm our teamwork, and without any real trouble, we reached the aforementioned village. Alright, we're here. Now let's immediately go ask around for the situation. Go around the houses, breaking pots and rummaging through chests. At Gu's enthusiastic comment, the light seemed to disappear out of Tia's eyes for a moment. As I followed, holding Tia's hand, Gu calmly entered a house. But unlike before, there were residents inside, who stared at us in surprise as we barged in. Huh? Ah, Yasho-sama? Yeah, I'm intruding. It was unclear how, but it seemed that everyone in the world knew that Gu was a hero. That's probably why he could walk around the house, breaking pots and rummaging through chests, without any reproach. Crash. Nothing inside. Hey Ed, I'm feeling so guilty it's like my chest is going to burst. Hang in there, Tia. You'll get used to it. Watching the hero commit what seemed like theft in front of a silent homeowner was a complicated feeling, but if that's what's normal, then we had to accept it. When Gu moved to the next room, there was a boy about 5 years old. Yasho-sama? Yeah, that's me. There's no pot, but there's a chest. Gu glanced at the surprised child and started to rummage through the chest. Oh, 3 copper coins. Gu stuffed the found coins into his bag. But the boy looked visibly downcast at this, and Tia gently spoke to him. Hey, was that your money? Why yeah. That. I was saving it to buy a present for my mom's birthday. I see. Here Gu, put that money back in the chest right now. Or I'll blow your head off. Whoa, Tia. Despite my startled shout at Tia's serious expression and her hand on her sword, Gu calmly responded. I can't. You can't? You're not ashamed to steal money that a little boy was saving for his mother? I'm not. This is a privilege granted to the hero. If I felt ashamed to exercise it, I wouldn't be fit to be a hero. Then. But just as Tia was about to put more force into the hand gripping her sword, Gu began rummaging through his bag. It seems my bag is full. I need to throw something away before I can move on. Is this good? Gu took a bundle of medicinal herbs out of his bag and casually tossed it onto a nearby bed. Anything a hero discards becomes the property of the first person who picks it up. You can do whatever you want with it. Gu told the confused boy just that, then left the room. Tia and I watched his retreating back with indescribable expressions. And the strength left Tia's hand. What the heck? Ani-chan? Oh, that. Those herbs should sell for about 5 copper coins, so you can use that to get your mom something. Really? Thank you, I guess. I'm not sure it's right for you to thank me. Anyway, that's how it is, so be good to your mum, okay? Okay. Leaving the boy with a complicated expression behind, Tia, holding my hand, exited the room. When we left the house, Gu was waiting outside. You're here. Let's move on to the next house. Hey Gu-san. The boy thanked you, you know? That's none of my concern. I just threw away a tool because my bag was full. In response to Tia's words, Gu said this without looking back. I couldn't see his face, but his voice sounded somewhat relieved. Okay, let's leave it at that. Sigh, heroes in this world are really troublesome. Or is it just Gu-san who's troublesome? Ha ha ha, who knows? The strange privilege and the rigid hero. In response to Tia's question that seemed a mix of amazement and frustration, all I could do was give a bitter smile. Ch 184. Welcome, Yasho-sama. You are, sorry. Please wait until I start the conversation. Clang. Clang. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Phew. Now, Village Chief Dono, let's hear your story again. Yes. Actually, wow, this is the steel spirit of a hero. I've come full circle and I feel like I can respect him. No, it must be my imagination. As we listened to the village chief's story with a renewed sense of the hero's greatness, we left the village and arrived at the entrance of the cave in question. There was no blockade at the entrance, but there were no signs of people inside. Wow, it's quite spacious, isn't it? And it looks like it has been touched by human hands quite a bit. Although it's a cave, it feels more like a road, doesn't it? The cave was a spacious passageway about 5 meters in width and height, and thanks to magic lanterns that glow automatically with the mana of the people who pass by, it was bright enough even without any light source. The floor or the ground was also hard-packed, and although it wasn't quite as well maintained as a stone pavement, it seemed sturdy enough for a carriage to speed on. The demonic beast is said to be near the exit, but there may be other demonic beasts inside as well. We'll proceed with caution. Understood. Leave it to me. With Gyu leading the way, we proceeded through the cave. As we moved a little further, we began to see several side roads branching off the main road. We followed Gyu's lead and checked each one. We're going to check all the side roads too? Yes. There's a high chance that demonic beasts are lurking in these places. And besides, because the side roads were not maintained by humans, we created a light with Tia's spirit magic and proceeded. Then, at the dead end of one of the side roads, we found a wooden box that seemed out of place. Oh, there it is. A treasure chest. As Gyu quickened his pace towards the box, we naturally followed. What we found there was a box that could only be described as a fairly respectable treasure chest, with a square body, an arched lid, and the edges processed with metal. What's this box? A treasure chest? Why is it here? Isn't it common sense to find treasure chests at the end of forests and caves? Gyu, who was saying it as if it was obvious, turned back to me with a surprised look on his face. But there was no way I could answer that. Tia, it's okay. If Gyu-san says so, then it is. Okay, but a treasure chest? I'd understand if a thief had made it his hideout, or if I went 100 steps back and said it was a goblin nest, but why is there a treasure chest in a dead end where there's nothing? Well, let's see what's inside. Oh, it's medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs? Why are there medicinal herbs in a treasure chest? No matter how you look at it, the box is more valuable. And this is a road where people pass by, right? Well, normally people wouldn't come this far, but they should still have checked these side roads when they were maintaining the road. So why is there a treasure chest that hasn't been opened by anyone until now? Why? Calm down, Tia. It's not about logic, you need to feel it with your heart. Tia was growling at me, who was trying to calm her down, with a face like she was chewing a bitter bug. I couldn't help but be skeptical about the quality of the herbs that came out of a box that should have never been opened, being the same as the ones sold in the store. In other words, they seem fairly fresh, but what we don't know. Ha ha ha, Lunarisha, you're always so noisy. If you're on a journey, you should have plenty of opportunities to see treasure chests. I haven't seen one. I've been traveling quite a bit, but I haven't seen one 10 times. Well, that's bad luck. As Gyu awkwardly averted his gaze and spoke, the strength drained from Tia's body. Unless it's a place like a sealed ruin, there are no treasure chests in normal circumstances. So it's not a matter of luck. Well, yeah. There are treasure chests sprouting up all over the place while I'm traveling with this person. Haha, I really don't get it. Alright, I get it. I can't accept it, but I'll accept it. So this is just a tantrum. Jai! Shouting, Tia brandished and swung her sword towards the darkness behind her. And there was a large spider monster about to jump down from the ceiling. A spider monster. Adarin's spider, huh? Good catch, Lunarisha. Of course I was being vigilant. But didn't Gyu-san notice? Sorry. I'm not very good at that. I think I would have noticed if it was an enemy walking on the ground. Ah, right, it is hard to be vigilant about what's overhead. Good job, Tia. Well, yeah. Of course, I noticed it too, But there's no point in saying that. As we high-five, Gyu's expression grew stern. Gyu-san? Is this something that concerns you? Yeah, the Durin's spider just now seemed a bit small for an adult. If that's the case, you mean, there might be a large nest nearby? There's a possibility. We may need to thoroughly inspect the entire cave, including the side paths. At that statement, we tightened our focus. After that, we continued to carefully examine the main and side paths, but for some reason, we did not encounter any monsters on the way. Only when we reached the end or opened the occasional treasure chest and tried to go back, a few Durin's spiders attacked us. I have a bad feeling about this. I shared the sentiment with Gyu's muttered words. And that premonition was quickly proven true when we reached the entrance of the cave. This is nasty. In front of us was not the giant lizard monster that had taken over the place, but a giant Durin's spider that had wrapped it in threads and a large number of eggs laid around it. The situation has changed so much from the initial information. Are you two okay? No problem. I'm fine. Our original target for subjugation was pitifully reduced to prey, and what stood in our way was a giant spider. But just because the target has changed, the situation of needing to defeat it hasn't changed. Then there's no reason to hesitate. I draw my Dawnbreaker and take a stance, and Tia also draws her Silver Spirit Sword, and starts chanting spirit magic. Let the spear of the radiant red sunset, swirling with flames, manifest. A pair of spirit arms clad in dull light, pierce, tear, burn, and annihilate. Under the name of Lunar Aisha, manifest, volcanic lancer. With the chant complete, two spears of flame appear behind Tia. As Gyu and I charged towards the Durin's spider, it spewed a thread at us. But before the sticky white substance could cling to us, the fiery spears flying from behind us burned it all away. Too soft, you spider bastard. HMPH. Gigagishii. Our strikes sever one of the Durin's spider's front legs each. Although there was a chance for a follow-up attack, we instinctively leap back, and a swarm of spiderlings rushes to where we just stood. Ugh, gross. I'd hate to be bitten by those. Hey Ed, you know? What is it? Since it lays eggs, shouldn't it be a female, not a male? T/N, Gyu uses meaning bastard, asshole, which is usually used for males, hence Tia's comment. Yes. That's right. Ignoring Gyu's astonishingly irrelevant remark, I repositioned my sword and thought about our next move. CH-185. Blocking our way forward was a spider about 3 meters in size. I've heard that bugs don't feel pain, but even after having 2 of its front legs chopped off, its will to fight didn't wane, and it roared at us with all its might. Kisha, here it comes. Yeah. What came at us was not its huge body, but a horde of spiders about 80 centimeters in size attacking us in the passage. They were small compared to the boss, but their numbers and their 3-dimensional attack from walls, floors, and ceilings made them quite troublesome. However, they were just troublesome, at most. Gyu and I cut down the attacking spiders one after another. HMPH. Ha. We can defeat them, but there's no end to it. Right, Tia, can you do what you did earlier? Of course. Bugs are weak to fire. Tia's flame spear should be able to pierce through the horde of spiders and open a large hole in the main body. So we thought we just need to buy time until she can activate it. Kisha, what is this? Whoa, this is bad. Inspired by the roar of the mother spider, even smaller spiders began to swarm from beneath it. Each one was about the size of an adult's fist, but their numbers were extraordinary. Wait. We can't defend against this. Gyu-san, facing the oncoming wave of small spiders, I turned my gaze towards Gyu. I could deal with a big enemy, but when there's a large amount of small ones, it's a worst-case scenario for a swordsman like me. So I thought about how we could handle this, but unfortunately, Gyu also grimaced and shook his head. I can't handle this number either. Unfortunately, we have to retreat for now. Yeah. Before us, who were hesitating on what to do, a wall of fire suddenly appeared. The flame rising from the ground burns all the incoming spiders, not letting a single one get through to us. Tia? What there? That's amazing. No good. I've just forcibly turned the flame spear into a wall with the sword, so it was firepower, but it won't last. 10 more seconds. TCH, so that's how it is. It seems that Tia, who was quick-witted, used the spirit sword to forcibly change the characteristics of the magic. This meant how we used these 10 seconds was critical. And as I was thinking that, Gyu next to me grinned. No problem. Lunarisha, I'll borrow this flame. Gyu, who had taken a low stance, swung his sword to cut through the wall of flame. The flame dwelled in his sword, and at the same time, Gyu leapt over the wall of fire that disappeared for a moment when it was cut, and charged into the enemy line. Gyu-san, waving the burning sword around, the heat keeps the spiders from approaching. Cutting down only the bothersome enemies, Gyu reached the mother spider in a straight line and jumped with all his might in front of it. The sword swung down in time with his fall bisects the spider's head, and the flame blade extending from the sword bisects the spider's body. Upon the death throes of the mother spider, the other spiders scattered around the area in an instant. Along with this, the wall of flame that was created on the spot served its purpose, and Tia and I rushed over to Gyu. Amazing. Gyu-san, you are really strong. Seriously, right? What was that just now? Oh, that's my power as a hero. I can draw the power of nature that's nearby into my sword and cut with it. Though it doesn't really have much use most of the time. Really? It seems quite powerful. Gyu responded with a small laugh to Tia, who tilted her head in wonder. Think about it. Do you think a sword imbued with the power of water would work against an enemy in a water place? How effective do you think a sword coated with clods of earth would be against that spider? Ah, I see. Gyu-san can't use magic after all. If the only power one can use is what's present at the scene, then it's evident that it would be difficult to mount an effective attack against the demonic beasts living there. In other words, this power was likely difficult to make use of without a good rearguard or careful preparation. It's no wonder I didn't notice this during the first loop. I can't use magic either. Why it worked this time was because the base firepower was large. If I can use power in such a way, it seems that the compatibility between Lunarisha and me is good. I hope I can count on you in the future while we travel together. Of course, leave it to me. Fufu, maybe I'll be more useful than Ed. TSK, keep talking. While saying this lightly to Tia, who was looking over at us with a proud face, we left the cave and started retracing our steps. After that, we returned to the village and headed to the village chief's house to report. Oh, welcome back, Yashiro-sama. So, the pots seem to have been replaced. Wait a bit. Should I rummage through the chest again? Clang. Clang. Rustle. Rustle. Phew, it's good. Yes. So, what happened to the beast nesting in the cave? About that, Gyu, who had just broken a pot that seemed to be newly replaced, responded to the village chief's question. So, is the cave safe now? It should be. I've checked all the side paths just in case. But I can't say all the beasts have been defeated. Especially regarding the Durance spider, please be cautious for a while. I understand. Well, it's not possible to exterminate all the demonic beasts anyway. Thank you so much for this time. No, I've just fulfilled my duty as a hero. To the deeply bowing village chief, Gyu casually said that and left the house. As we walked through the village, Gyu called out to us. That concludes our quest this time. You both worked hard. Thank you. Ha ha ha, it's not a big deal. So, what's next? Well, I guess we'll go back to Aruana town and gather information first. There might be a new quest from the king. Got it. Ah, I can finally sleep in a bed again when we get to town. Gahaha. But before that, since we've had a day off, we need to go around the town and break pots. At Tia's distant gaze, I silently pat her back. Ed, let's have something delicious tonight. Want to have some special coffee? Among the items I bought in that world, there was a stock of coffee. It's in a bag with a texture that feels like a mix of paper and metal, and it's said to keep its contents in good condition for about a year. It's stored in my stranger box. That sounds nice. It's a limited supply, but it would be a waste to just keep it without drinking it. At my suggestion, Tia gave a soft smile. Hearing our conversation, Gyu joined in. Oi Ed, what's this coffee? Eh? Oh, coffee is. It's like black tea? It's incredibly bitter, but somehow the taste lingers in a nice way. If you'd like, I can treat you. Only 1 cup though, since I don't have a lot. Really? It sounds like a valuable item. Don't worry about it. We're companions after all. It's uncomfortable for both parties if one person is left out amongst traveling companions. I readily agreed to Gyu's request, and that night we all had coffee together. Gah. This is bitter. I told you. But the bitterness is what's good about it. This aroma, it's calming. Ah, I wish we had cake. Unfortunately, we don't have any cake. But, how about this instead? Oh, are these cookies? Thank you. Hee hee, they're sweet. Ed, could I have some of those cookies too? My mouth feels rather dry. Sure, here you go. On the road from the village to the town, around the campfire, the heroes' party enjoyed coffee and cookies. And so, our first expedition was brought to a successful close. Ch 186. Since we arrived in this world and started accompanying the hero Gyu, 2 months have passed. On that day, we were summoned by the king of the country we were staying in and had come to the royal castle. We requested an audience with the king and ascended to the castle. It's an opportunity that would rarely come even once in a lifetime for those leading ordinary lives, but both I and Tia had a period when we belonged to the party of Alexis, who is a genuine member of the royal family. Moreover, we had also been active as a hero party in various other worlds, so we were quite accustomed to this kind of atmosphere. However, being accustomed to it only meant that I nervously moved my hands and feet together and looked around the inside of the castle. I was acting with the appropriate tension for the occasion, but welcome, esteemed hero and your entourage. His Majesty the King is waiting for you, please follow me. No, wait a moment. Upon entering the castle, Gyu halted the soldier who called out to us by extending his hand forward. What is it? Ah, do you need to use the restroom? If so, no, it's not that. I just want to go around the castle first, breaking some pots and rummaging through some chests. Sorry, but ask His Majesty to wait for a bit. What? Hey, you said that unilaterally, then slipped past the soldier and started walking on his own. Naturally, Tia and I followed him, but Tia looked at him with a worried expression and spoke up. Hey, Gyu-san, is it okay? It's fine. Besides, after an audience at the castle, we're often just sent back home. If I don't do this, I won't be able to break any pots in the castle. Well, I mean, I understand. I already know, even though Tia muttered with a somewhat indescribable expression, having gotten quite used to it in these 2 months. But Gyu paid no mind to such things and casually started breaking pots in the hallway. Eek! What are you doing? Wait, Yasho-sama? Don't mind me. No, it's impossible not to mind, right? Don't say that, Tia. That's just how it is. Since it's a castle, there are guards in the corridors, and servants bustling about. However, Gyu continued to break pots without paying any attention to these people. By the way, it remains an eternal mystery why there are so many pots lined up in the castle corridors. In this manner, we walked around the castle, entered various rooms, and broke all the pots we could find and rummaged through the chests. After completing a full circuit, we returned to the initial main hall. Yasho-sama, may I trouble you to follow me now? Yeah, please. That's good. Please here. We were led by the soldier who visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and we advanced toward the audience room. Actually, we had passed by it a little while ago, and the gaze of the soldier guarding the door was somewhat piercing. As the soldiers opened the door, we stepped on the deep red carpet and walked towards the king. We were about to stop at an appropriate place. Wait. You have come? Wow. Hey, wait. Gyu-san? Even though we should have reached the place where we were supposed to stop and kneel down, Gyu's feet didn't stop. He continued walking through the audience room, slipped past the king, and went further into the corridor behind him. Hello? Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Wait, Ed. Gyu-san. While also feeling a slight panic, I followed after Gyu, and Tia caught up a few steps behind, desperately apologizing. And where Gyu stepped into was an exceptionally splendid bedroom that belonged to someone. Well, to be more accurate. Yeah. It was probably the king's bedroom. Indeed, there is a chest here as well. Let's rummage through it immediately. Is it alright for us to enter here? This is the king's bedroom, right? I highly doubt it's okay. But no one stopped us. Well, I mean, I doubt it's okay whether it was alright for us to enter or whether anyone expected others to enter this place. Since there were no guards or anything, we entered. That's how Gyu started rummaging through the chest, taking out men's underwear that reached about knee length. Boxer shorts, huh? I'll take them just in case. Alright, next. Gyu-san? What do you mean next? Of course, the next room. It's probably the Queen's room. Gyu, who had left the room, entered the adjacent one. There was an especially gorgeous vanity table and a splendid wardrobe adorned with delicate gold work. It was undoubtedly the Queen's room. Oh, a purple silk negligee. This one will fetch a good price. Isn't it enough already? I'm really worried about when the guards will come and arrest us. No, there's one more room. Another room? That's right. There should be a princess of marriageable age in this country. No way. Stop it. Please stop. Tia, who couldn't help but scream, clung to Gyu. However, Gyu dragged her along and, leaving the Queen's room, forcefully entered the room right in front and started rummaging through a cute pink chest. What's this? It's the coveted growing up panties? He, this is a great find. As expected of the royal castle. I'm sorry, princess whose name I don't even know. I'm powerless. Don't cry, Tia. You did your best. While I was comforting Tia, who was sobbing quietly because of her own powerlessness, Gyu happily put the panties in his bag. Finally, after thoroughly rummaging through the royal family's bedroom, we retraced our steps, entered the audience room once again, and went before the king, kneeling down. Hero Gyu, at your command. Yes. Is everything done? Yes. Thanks to that, we have investigated all the pots and chests in the castle. I see. Welcome, esteemed Hero Gyu and his companions. I'm the king of this country, Alito Kabul. The king, who appeared to be in his 40s, introduced himself with a dignified voice. Standing next to him was a stylishly beautiful woman exuding an enchanting atmosphere, and next to her was a lovely girl who appeared to be around 14. So that's the owner of those underwear. Ouch! Suddenly pinched on the butt, I barely managed to suppress my voice and sent a reproachful gaze to my side. However, Tia stuck out her tongue and turned away. It's unfair. Should I poke her in the side? But if it works too well, it will cause trouble. How about using their missing talk, and bombarding her with laughter-inducing gags? That way, laughter won't escape. Well, my body might twitch a bit, but I should be able to cover it up. And so, the seal of the Trial Mountain has finally been lifted. Oh, that's wonderful. Then let us go immediately and obtain the proof of the true hero. While I was thinking such trivial things, the conversation between Gyu and the king seemed to have progressed. I had completely tuned it out, but since I had heard it in the previous loop, it was fine. As Gyu stood up, we also stood up and bowed together before leaving the audience room, and eventually leaving the castle. The return trip was quick since there was no need to break any pots. I believe you've heard the plan, but our next destination is the Trial Mountain. I plan to depart early tomorrow morning. Is there any issue? It's already evening today, and isn't tomorrow morning a bit too early? If there's another town near this Trial Mountain, that would be fine, but if not, I might want to replenish some consumables. Oh, yeah, that's fine. There should be a town at the foot. Right? That's right. It would take about a week on foot from here. If that's the case, we'll be fine with our current equipment. So, the departure. Let's stick to the plan and depart early tomorrow morning. Will both of you lend me your strength? Of course. Well, if we were just left here, that would be troublesome. That's right. Since we've come this far, we want to defeat the Demon King together, don't we? Ha ha ha, you're reliable. Well then, I'm counting on you. After exchanging a brief conversation, we walked towards the inn. Now, our next destination is the Trial Mountain. It's a place we couldn't visit in the previous loop due to various circumstances. I'm excited to see what's there.